Hey, good morning. Little Whiskers and Boss Lady. Nice to see you guys. I hope you can hear me. Please let me know if you can. I am going to have to. I am ready to go to work, actually. Boss Lady, I have to leave in about 5 minutes and go drive my school bus. Oh, look at that. There's the judge already. They're right on time. Love that. Yeah, I have to go drive my bus, but I will be back shortly, like a little bit over an hour.
0139. Counsel for the state are present. Counsel for the defense are present with Ms. Richins. Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we begin this morning?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Is Ms. Gibson close by?
She's ready.
Okay. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll get that happen. Ms. Nestor, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. Brittany. Thank you for our screen.
Oh, is it working? Very good.
That's really nice.
Thanks, Brittany.
It's great. Much better.
You can.
Just turning on
Feel
my
free to have a
microphone
seat,
to
thank
say that outfit is the worst on her. My goodness.
Please have a seat. Good morning. Thank you for your patience. We will continue with cross-examination of Ms. Gibson. Ms. Gibson, you are still under oath. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
May it please the court. Good morning.
Good morning.
We're going to try this one more time. So when we were last speaking yesterday morning, we were talking about an individual from the United States Postal Service named Agent Travis Smoot that was present on the search on the 12th. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and you mentioned that one of the reasons he was there was to just look for any evidence that might have come through the Postal Service, right?
Yes.
Well, was there another reason he was there?
I believe he was also there to test any drugs for narcotics.
Right. And the reason that you all asked him to do that, or well, I'm not going to say y'all anymore. The reason that he was asked to do that was that there was a thought there may be fentanyl in the home. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the reason that you all thought there might be fentanyl in the home, that you personally thought there might not be fentanyl in the home, or there might be fentanyl in the home, was because you all had been informed at that point from the medical examiner's office that there was a positive result for fentanyl in Mr. Richins' body. Is that correct?
Correct.
So on the 12th, when you and your team...
I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms. Nestor, but it's April 13th.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
I don't want to confuse the dates.
I apologize. I meant to say April 13th. Did I say March?
You said April 12th.
Oh, April
just-
12th. Okay.
I don't want the dates to get confused.
Thank you.
Understood.
Thank you very much. April 13th. When you and your entire team were in the home on April 13th, all of you were aware that there had been a preliminary finding that fentanyl was at least partially responsible for Mr. Richins' death, correct?
Correct.
When you were there, you noticed, I'm sure, and you have noticed since you've done the Matterport videos, that there was a very large garage detached from the home behind the home, correct?
Yes.
And in that garage, did you all examine any vehicles that were in that garage?
Not that I recall.
Are you aware, or were you aware then, of what vehicle Mr. Richins regularly drove in?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you know whether he had a work truck, a personal truck? Did you know any of that?
I believe he had both.
And were those vehicles within, you're about a month away from his death, a little over a month and a week. Did anybody search his vehicles?
I'm not sure which one you're referring to. I believe we did search a vehicle that was inside the main garage of the home.
A personal vehicle, right?
I'm assuming it's a personal vehicle. I don't know for sure.
Were any of the vehicles that Mr. Richins drove in the detached garage searched?
I don't believe so.
I'm also interested in that warrant that you had on the 12th. It was also included I did it again. It's because I have the 12th written on my paper, so I'm fixing it right now. The 13th. The warrant, the search on the 13th, it was also for electronics. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were looking for electronics that could have belonged to either Mrs. Richins or Mr. Richins, correct?
Correct.
And did you find in the home Mr. Richins' computers?
I don't believe so in the home.
At some point, you did take Mr. Richins' computer into custody or into your custody, correct?
We've located a computer in the office shop. I'm not sure whose computer that one was, though.
But in fact, didn't you actually get the computer from Mr. Todd Gabler?
If that's who turned it in, yes. I'm not sure who exactly turned it in.
So being the person responsible for everything that was checked in on the day of the 13th, when you all did this search, did anybody turn in a computer for Mr. Richins on that day?
I don't believe it was that day. I'd have to double check the records on which day it was booked into.
And if you check your records, would you be able to tell, strike that. So just to be crystal clear, on the 13th of April, Mr. Richins' computer was not in that home or the detached garage where his office was located, correct?
I don't believe so, but it's a large home and I'm not sure who owns what.
Did you ever go back and get a warrant to search that truck that Mr. Richins drove on a regular basis?
Which truck are you referring to? The one that was in the home or outside?
The red truck.
Yeah, I believe we searched it that day.
The red truck?
I believe that's the one that was inside the garage.
Okay. There was a picture in the, strike that. We're not going to talk about that right now. Did you ever go retrieve any of Eric Richins' personal items, either vehicles, computers, anything, from his business partner, Kouri Wright?
I did not personally know.
Do you know if anybody did and brought them to you?
I believe so, yes.
And what items were taken from Kouri Wright and brought to you?
I believe it was a computer or a hard drive from a computer.
And were you present when that hard drive was obtained from Kouri Wright?
No, I was not.
And just to keep the searches clear, when you were doing your Matterport, did you prepare kind of like a key that has all the purple dots are from this search, all the orange dots are from this day's search, all the green dots are from this day's search? Did you prepare a key like that?
Yes.
All right. Can we please pull up States Exhibit 1-15 and just show it to the witness, please? Can you see that?
I can.
Is that the key that you prepared?
It is.
And it has a link on it where if you click on the link, it'll take you to those Matterport walkthroughs, right?
Correct.
Okay. And has this been altered in any way since you prepared it?
No.
Your Honor, at this point, I would move to admit States Exhibit.
Can we, sorry, before we do that, can we have a side note?
Yes.
Hold on. Let's make sure we know what we're asking for.
Oh, you mean with the judge? Or what are we asking?
Pause for just 1 second.
Okay.
Ms. Shervanack is answering. Thank you for that redaction. Now, Ms. Shervanack, with that redaction, any objection to states 1-50?
I can't show it to the jury.
Hold on, not yet.
No, I need to clarify. I want to make sure this box is going to travel when we publish it. So just one moment.
Yeah, it will. Sorry. May we approach?
Of course. Below 12/19/24, please. Perfect. Ms. Shervanack, I need a yes or a no here.
Just a moment.
Yes.
Redactions need to be in black, so we know something.
Yeah, if they could just be in black, so we know that they're not just removed, so that it looks like a redacted version.
Sure.
That would be helpful.
Any objection from the state?
No.
Okay. 1-15 as redacted is now published.
So
My apologies.
no worries. Thank you, Your Honor. So that list right there, that is the list of the dates of every single time through December of 24 when the home was searched by law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And in your Matterport videos, which have been introduced, if the jury wants to use this key, they can go back and compare. The little pink dots were from the search on March 5th, and the magenta dots were from the search on August 9th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Since this list was prepared, you all have been back to the home again, right?
Correct.
And what date did you return to the home that is not listed on this list?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was about a month or two ago.
So sometime in February of 2025 or
Correct.
6.
Yes, I believe it was February 6th around that time.
Okay. Were there any other searches after December 24 and between the one on February 6th of 26?
I don't believe so.
And every single one of the times that you guys went in this home, you're trying to find evidence about what happened in the 6 hours before Mr. Richins' body was discovered, right?
Correct.
And you kept going back and back and back.
Yes.
All right, I do want to talk a little bit. You can take it down. Thank you. I do want to talk a little bit about the Matterport. You mentioned you did some measuring
Correct.
with, is it the same device you do the video with that does the measurements?
Yeah, it's the Matterport.
Okay. And I believe you said you measured the distance from the master bedroom to the front door.
Correct.
And then from what is the second one you did?
There's one from the master bedroom to the kitchen, master bedroom to each boy's room.
Okay. And what's the purpose? Why did you make those measurements?
I was asked to try to figure out how far they were to correlate with data that was retrieved off of a cell phone.
Perfect. Did you also take any measurements from the master bedroom to the back porch door?
I have not, no.
Did you notice the day that you were there when Mr. Richins died? Did they have a dog?
I believe so, yes.
Did you also measure the distance from the master bedroom to the master bathroom
I did not.
or to the hallway bathroom?
No.
Also, in your report from the search on the 13th, you mentioned that you all collected some hydrocodone pills. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Where did you find those?
Hold on. Okay, my apologies, Ms. Nestor. Keep going.
Where did you find those pills?
I didn't personally find them, but they were located in the laundry room in the cabinet.
And how many hydrocodone pills did you find?
Like I said, I wasn't the one that found them. I collected them. I don't know the exact, approximately 10 around that.
And were they in a bottle or were they loose?
They were in a bag.
And in the garage, I know you were very careful about marking where every single thing was found. When these hydrocodone pills were found in the garage, what were they near?
They weren't in the garage. They were
I'm
in the
sorry,
laundry room.
the laundry room, which is right at the door where the garage starts, right?
It's near it, yes.
And what was it near?
It was inside the cabinet in the laundry room.
Up high?
Correct.
Is there any way to tell if a hydrocodone pill was purchased, if you find it loose like that, not in a bottle? Is there any way for law enforcement to look at it and say, hey, this is bought on the street or this is bought in the drugstore?
Not that I know of on scene.
You also had a picture that you referred to when Ms. Shermanack was questioning you that had the picture of all the gummies on it. I believe it is exhibit number. Sorry, give me just a second. Thank you. 9-12. Can we put that up, Your Honor? It's been admitted.
Let's make sure it's the one you want before I show it to the jury.
Yes, sir. Where is it? Yes. Yep. That's the one I want. The one that's on the screen. Can we publish that, Your Honor?
Any objection, Ms. Sherman?
No, Your Honor.
One moment.
And I need to approach the screen. Do I need permission for that? Or
No.
Okay.
Just make sure your mic is working. We're not going to pick you up.
So this picture that you have in front of you, you told Ms. Shermanack that all of these gummies were seized together. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, but I'm seeing these two little plastic baggies of gummies up at the top that are not labeled, that don't have any commercial labeling. Are you saying these two were all in the same place with all the rest of these?
Correct. That's what I was told.
So if there's a picture of these in the top of the kitchen where you actually have a dot above the fridge, then you would be incorrect that they were all found together.
That's a different package that was found above the fridge.
Oh, so there was at least 3 clear packages that had no commercial marking on them
Correct.
with gummies in them? Okay. And the gummies that are on the screen that have the red packaging, at least one of those was found in that green jacket in the closet, right?
Not these specific ones. That's an additional one that was located.
So there was another red bag of gummies.
Correct.
Did anybody take that green jacket into custody?
No.
Do you recall where in the closet it was as compared to near men's clothing or women's clothing?
I was in the the southeast corner of the closet.
Is that where the men's clothing was located?
I'm not sure if it was men's or women's, to be honest.
Okay. All right, now I want to move to the search that occurred on Can we put the key back up that we just had on, the key? Make sure I have the right date. I don't want to say the wrong date. Get corrected. Oh, there it is. March 14th of 2022, right? Is that the next one that was on your key?
Yeah, that's the second one, correct.
All right. What was the purpose of the search on March 14th, which was just about I think that's a typo because
that is a typo. Yes.
Okay,
It's April 14th.
Can you pull that out, Katie? Can you pull that out? Make it bigger so the jury can see it. So where it says 3/14/22 sunflower yellow, that actually should read April 13th, right?
Correct.
So is that the only mistake on there?
I believe so.
Okay, just want to make sure the jury remembers that. All right, so the next search would have been May 8th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And those are going to be forest green dots on your Matterport.
Correct.
And what was the purpose of going back to the house a couple months or a year later on May 8th of 2023? What were you looking for that time?
I believe that one was to obtain additional electronics and also documents and drugs.
And when you went to that search, was any fentanyl located in the home?
No.
All right. And then the next search you did, which was October 24th of 2023, what was the purpose of going back for that search?
I'd have to double check my notes. I believe that's one that we were collecting some more electronics.
All right. Was there ever a time prior to any of those? Well, let's just keep going. On the 31st, you remember why you guys were searching a week later? Why you went back?
I believe that one was also for electronics and or documents.
Prior to all of these searches and the ones that are listed below it.
Or I'm sorry, I believe those two in December were actually for some copper cups and drugs.
Okay. And the copper cups, you actually found them, right?
We found several, correct.
And where were they when you found them?
I believe on the first one, some were located upstairs in the kitchen.
And they were tested, I'm sure.
Yes.
All right. And so if Ms. Richins in any of her interviews stated that they had a gift of copper cups and had a drink that night, you found something that corroborated that part of her story, correct?
We found copper cups, correct.
All right. And if Ms. Richins gave interviews that said that her husband may have taken a gummy that night, you found gummies that could have corroborated that part of her story, right?
We found gummies, yes.
And if she said that she pulled him on a sheet off onto the ground to try to start CPR, you found a sheet that corroborated that part of her story.
Correct.
and you measured the distances between the bedroom, between the children's rooms, not the whole house, but a good part of the house. And so there were steps that were recorded on her phone that were consistent with her moving around the house prior to calling 911, correct?
Correct.
So that corroborated her story that she had been somewhere other than the bedroom.
She's introducing her client's statements as hearsay through this witness.
Well, I think they've already all been brought up. Okay.
Overruled.
And then,
Yeah, I remember it.
in these searches that you all were conducting, was there ever a time where you were conducting a search because the private investigator had revealed to law enforcement that there were items worthy of going back to the house for?
Yes.
How many times did that happen?
At least one that I recall.
All right, I want to talk about that one time. Does that involve the letter that was recovered from the bed?
Okay, there's two.
Okay, 2 times. So tell me about the first one that you remembered.
I believe it was a voice recording or a recording device that was located.
And you all got information from a private investigator that had been in the scene on the house that he'd found something he thought you wanted to see.
Correct.
And so you issued a warrant and went and picked it up.
I did not issue the warrant, but somebody else did.
Of course. I'm sorry, that's inaccurate. A warrant was issued and
Correct.
You guys went in. All right, and the second time, what did that involve?
A letter that was located.
And the letter that was located in this search, and do you remember the date of the search? You want me to refresh your memory?
If you could, yes, please.
Sure, no worries. 11/7/24.
Okay.
Your purple day. It's your purple dot day. My understanding is a letter was recovered on the foot of the bed, of Eric's side of the bed.
Correct.
Now, the jury has seen multiple photos from that night where there's clearly no letter on that bed.
Correct.
And there were several, at least 7 searches prior to November of 24 where that letter was not seen on the bed, right?
Correct.
And that included walkthroughs of defense counsel, walkthroughs of prosecution team, you doing Matterport videos where there's no letter on the foot of the bed, right?
Correct.
And then when all of a sudden, when you guys get there in November, there's this letter on the bed.
Yes.
Right. And you took that into evidence.
Yes, we did.
Same when you went and you got the tip off that there's a recording device, you went and were you showed exactly where it was by the private investigator?
Yes.
How many times when you all searched the house was the private investigator there and present?
I don't know. I wasn't told.
When you saw him with your own eyes, right?
Just the one time.
Just once that you saw him.
Correct.
at some point, and I just need to clarify this for the jury too. In addition to the physical evidence that's seized at the scene, documentary evidence, electronic evidence, you also were in charge of maintaining video footage of witness interviews. Is that right?
Correct.
And every witness that was interviewed that had an audio or videotape, you saved it and did all those procedures we talked about at the very beginning of your testimony.
Correct.
At some point, did you become aware that 2 witness interviews, the audio or the video was missing?
I vaguely recall that, yes.
Does it refresh your memory if I tell you that you were unable to locate interview footage for witnesses Nick Bonsavage, and Nancy Peterson?
I don't know for sure if those were missing or if they hadn't been booked in yet.
Have you ever located those 2 interviews to this day?
I'm unsure.
Also, one of the items you recovered on a search on September, well, I'm not sure of the date, so I'm just going to say one of the searches you seized or took custody of an Apple Watch that belonged to Eric Richins. Is that right?
Correct.
And when you took custody of that Apple Watch, it had a massive amount of data on it, correct?
I wouldn't say a mass amount of data. It had a gigabytes worth of data.
So it wasn't deleted.
No.
So if someone testified that the Apple Watch had been deleted, that might not be true. Wasn't true because you got it.
On Eric's Apple Watch,
Mhm.
we had very little data off of it.
You had how much data?
I don't recall the exact amount.
But you had data on it.
We had some data, yes.
So it wasn't deleted.
I don't recall if anything was deleted off of it.
Thank you. In addition to the computer that Todd Gabler turned over to law enforcement that had originally belonged to Eric, did Todd Gabler take physical possession of any evidence first before giving it to the law enforcement? Do you know besides the computer?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. One of the things you found on the search in November 7th of 2024, you all found what's called an epinephrine medical injection unit, right?
Correct.
And can you tell us what that is?
I believe that one was just a EpiPen that's used to administer insulin.
Or maybe not insulin, maybe something for an allergic reaction.
Yes.
And that's something that you normally find on a scene if someone's severely allergic.
Correct.
And where did you find that epinephrine medical injection?
I believe it was in the kitchen. I believe it was inside the refrigerator.
Wasn't there also one located in the master bathroom?
At one point, I believe so.
All right. And you did not take that into evidence?
No.
You just noted it?
Correct.
You also found syringes in the master bedroom?
Yes. In the master bedroom.
I'm sorry, master bathroom?
There was some in the master closet.
And where in the closet were the syringes located?
At the very top shelf in the northwest corner.
Up high.
Correct.
And did you all take those into evidence?
Yes.
Did you test them
No. They were unused.
and destroyed them?
They were not destroyed, no.
But you still have them.
Correct.
And there was one syringe that you found in the master bathroom, I believe, that did have residue of substance in it, right?
There was a syringe located in the kitchen.
Okay. And was that tested?
That one was, yes.
And what was the substance that was determined to be inside that syringe?
I don't recall what was the positive.
When you were searching the home, did you also find oxycodone pills?
I'm unsure.
And the quetiapine pills that we talked about yesterday that was in the bag that we had you open and untape?
Quetiapine?
the ketiapine pills that were in the bag that we opened? Actually, I think it was yesterday or the day before. I can't remember. But it had some little substance in it that
The
was,
2 half pills.
that's what I was about to ask.
Quetiapine.
Quetiapine.
Yes.
And that pill was cut in half, correct?
I don't recall if it was. It's in 2 halves right now. Yes.
So the pill was in 2 halves.
Correct.
And you didn't do that.
No.
And you've protected that. So that must be the condition it was in when you got it.
Yes.
All right. Court's indulgence for just 1 minute. I think I'm wrapping up.
Okay.
I believe, if it refreshes your memory, that the last search that was conducted on the house might have been February 9th. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
And when you went and searched the house on February 9th, what did you take away from the house on the 9th?
A black Under Armour jacket
Where did you find that jacket?
in one of the downstairs bedroom closets.
And how many jackets would you say were in that house 3 years after the death?
There were
4 years.
a lot of jackets.
Right. And that's the jacket you picked and you took it with you out of the house.
Correct.
And I want to be really specific about the search of the truck. So there were 2 trucks. One was a brown work truck and one was a red truck. Which is the truck that you believe was searched when you were present and logging in all the search materials?
I believe it was red. It was the truck that was inside the garage.
So you have no notice or no note anywhere that the brown truck that Eric spent all day, every day in was ever searched on the day of his death or in the month after.
I didn't personally know.
And you didn't note it down because that would be your job, right?
If I didn't search it, then it wouldn't be my job to note it down.
Well, if someone inventoried anything out of the truck, it would be, right?
If they took anything out of the truck, yes.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. There was a canine search run at one point with a dog.
Yes.
When was that approximately? You don't need to know the exact date.
That was on the April 14th of 2022 search.
And was the canine just run through the home?
I can't attest to where it ran. I believe it just ran through the entire home.
To your knowledge, did the canine go into any vehicles on that day?
I'm unaware.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I tender the witness. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Sherman.
Let's see how many things I can stack on this podium. Ms. Gibson, let's talk about March 4th. That's the day that of 2022. That's the day Eric Richins died. Did you have a search warrant that day?
No, we did not.
Were you legally permitted to search the house for anything you wanted?
No, not at that time.
Were you looking for prescriptions of Eric Richins?
Yes.
And you weren't looking for prescriptions of Kouri Richins?
No.
Why not?
A little closer, yeah.
How's that? Are we better?
Yeah, thank you very much.
And you weren't looking for prescriptions of Kouri Richins?
Correct.
Why not?
Typically, we have a death investigation, we only look for the decedent's medications or any other medicine that could be potentially misused. I think we did note some prescription bottles of Kouri Richins just to verify, make sure there wasn't an overdose possibility on those.
And you didn't find any hydrocodone that day.
No.
So let's move forward 5 weeks. April 13th, 2022. That's the first time the house is searched by a search warrant.
Correct.
You weren't in the house between March 4th of 2022 when Eric died and April 13th of 2022.
Correct.
There was no search warrant on the home in that time frame.
Correct.
And you went back on April 13th with a search warrant looking for fentanyl
Yes.
because fentanyl killed Eric Richins.
Correct.
Now, Ms. Nestor asked you about a truck being searched on April 13th,
Yes.
and the truck that was searched was a red truck.
I believe so.
When you were at the home during any of those searches, but in particular on April 13th, was there a brown truck at the home?
I don't recall.
If there was a brown truck there and something was found in it, would you have been made aware of that?
Yes.
If we could, Scott, put up Exhibit 1-16 and 1-18 side by side. Are they up? I can see one picture.
Let me know when you're ready.
I messed something up.
Is this what you wanted to show the witness?
Yes, Scott, is there a second page to 1-18? Okay, go. That's the view that I would like, please. If we could publish that to the jury.
Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
No. So when we're looking at these two photographs, the photograph on the left, I just want to make this clear for the jury. These items were located on April 13th, 2022.
Correct.
And the items on the left were located in the cupboard above the toilet.
Correct.
The item on the right was located in the kitchen.
Correct.
Now, you also testified with Ms. Nestor, there was hydrocodone found in a baggie,
Yes.
and that was located kind of like a mudroom area.
Yeah.
Were those items sent to be tested at the lab?
I believe so, but I'm not positive.
Scott, if we could show the witness exhibit 1-17, please. Is there a second page to that one? Okay, that view is fine. If we could show that to the jury, please.
Ms. Nestor?
No objection.
Is this a photograph that you took?
Yes.
Did you look at that jacket?
I didn't look inside the jacket.
Not inside the jacket, but did you look at the jacket?
Not really, no.
Could you tell if it was a men's jacket or a women's jacket?
I can't tell now.
You can take it down. Now, I want to talk about the black jacket, the Under Armour jacket. You went back and retrieved that jacket from the home
Correct.
with a search warrant.
Yes.
Why did you retrieve that jacket out of all the jackets in the home?
It was the jacket that a pair of tweezers and a small piece of plastic was located in.
So Ms. Nestor has gone over these multiple searches with you. Why do you keep going back to the house?
We obtained additional information that could potentially lead to something else that we could have missed originally. We're looking for different items.
The investigation, is it developing between those searches?
Yes.
You're receiving new information?
Yes.
And we talked about some phone calls that you had retrieved and booked into evidence. Were you ever, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you ever involved in downloading, storing, retrieving, preserving any secret phone calls?
What do you mean secret phone calls?
Yes or no?
No.
Give me just a minute. Those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Within the scope of redirect,
I will,
please.
absolutely. So what you just said to Ms. Chevernick, you would go back in case you missed things,
And we obtain additional information
in case you missed it.
with additional information.
And you had to do that, looks like a minimum of 10 times.
Yes, we kept obtaining additional information.
So each time you went back, you found things you'd missed before.
It's things that weren't being looked for before.
Okay. At the very beginning of Ms. Chevernick's questions, she mentioned that you were not legally authorized to search the home on the day of the death pursuant to a warrant, correct?
That's correct.
However, you can certainly legally search a home if someone consents and says, hey, search my home, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Ms. Richins didn't stop anyone from searching anything in that house, did she?
I
At
didn't
any
have
point.
I didn't have any interaction with her, so I'm unaware.
I mean, she didn't stop you.
Correct.
And you knew when you arrived, because you were there to help Detective Woody, you knew from the minute you got there that somebody was making allegations that she was involved in the death from the minute you got there, right?
Not the minute I got there, no.
How soon after you got there?
I don't recall how long it had been. I was just there to assist Detective Woody, and there were some suspicious circumstances.
And you knew that day, right?
I know there was some allegations, yes, that day.
Did you ever go to Ms. Richins and say, may I please photograph your bathroom? May I please photograph your kitchen sink? May I please have those drink cups that are in the sink? Did you ever do any of that?
No.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Shervinack, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. Ms. Gibson, you can step down and take the things in your custody with you.
Thank you.
Very good.
Am I released from my subpoena? Or my
I'm actually not sure. Let me ask. That's a fair question.
If we could just not release her, but we promise if we need her, we'll give her much advance notice that
Fair
she needs to
notice.
come back.
So you're not released. We'll make sure you get fair notice.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
And if she could be advised not to discuss her testimony.
Yeah. Counsel, would you approach?
Yes.
You're free to go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Shermanek, Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness.
The Dr. Peterson.
Okay.
Your Honor, I need to go look at one piece of evidence and bring it up for this examination. So could I just have a minute or two to
Yeah,
talk?
you know what, folks? We'll just let you stretch your legs for 5 minutes. All rise for the jury, please. Have a seat. The court will be in recess until Mr. Burmester, why don't you do that? And I'll give Mr. Bloodworth the benefit of the record. How about that?
Okay.
Very good. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, I appreciate that. I've actually asked Ms. Payer for a quick dirty of the transcript. I think that would help the argument. I don't have it yet.
No problem. We'll do it later.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll be in recess until 9:30.
All right.
We invite the jury in.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We need Mr. Burmester. Peggy. Tom, would you get the jury line here for me? Oh, thank you. Sir, if you just wait in the gallery for just a second. Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, right there is fine. Okay. Mr. Burmester, are we ready for the jury?
We are.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Have a seat, folks. Thank you. All right, have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Burmester, the state's next witness, please.
The state calls Brianna Peterson.
Okay. Dr. Peterson, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Hello, doctor. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Brianna Lynn Peterson, Peterson.
Are you employed, ma'am?
Yes,
How are you employed?
I'm a forensic toxicologist with NMS Labs.
How long have you been a forensic toxicologist?
Over 20 years.
And with NMS?
I've been with NMS since June of 2021.
Okay. So you were working there in March of 2022?
Correct.
What is a forensic toxicologist?
Forensic toxicology, you analyze biological samples for the presence or absence of drugs and alcohol.
And what is your education briefly?
I received my bachelor's degree in chemistry from the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse in 1997, a master's degree in forensic science from the University of Illinois at Chicago in 1999, and a PhD in toxicology from the University of Georgia in 2007.
Since becoming a forensic toxicologist 20 years ago, have you had training, continuous training?
Yes, so throughout my career, I've received training specific to the chemical extractions that are to be performed on the biological samples, the instrumentation that's used for the analysis, and then also pharmacology for the interpretation of the drug and ethanol results and how they might apply to either impairment or a medical legal death investigation.
So have you had a chance to, this is kind of a funny question, have you had a chance to check the data from biological samples?
Yes.
About how many times have you done that?
So my primary job duty is case review. So on average, I probably review 12,000 cases a year with NMS Labs.
And have you ever testified before as an expert in a criminal case?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
Approximately 160.
How does the toxicology process work? I mean, how do you get it? at whose request, and what happens to it?
So NMS receives samples from various clients like medical examiners, coroners, law enforcement, hospitals. So we receive the evidence and the client will request specific testing to be performed.
And you said they come from all over the country?
Correct.
And so how do they get there?
So they can be shipped via FedEx, UPS, hand delivery, US mail.
Then once they arrive at NMS, what happens to the sample?
We have a specimen processing department that will open up the packaging, compare the evidence against the information that was provided by the client on a request form to make sure that the information matches. And then we create our own unique case. We have an electronic laboratory information management system where we'll input all the information provided to us, what testing was requested, and then we give each case a unique 8-digit number that we barcode. So all of the evidence is barcoded so it can be tracked throughout the time in the laboratory.
Once they receive it and process it as you've just described, then is it secured someplace?
Yes, so it's a secure facility in general. And then, so the building is secure. And then the laboratory also has limited access to the people that need to use the laboratory. And then where the evidence is stored in like walk-in freezers or fridges, that also requires like a prox card access. So it's secure and then limited to staff that need access to those areas.
So when it comes to testing, what happens? We heard about some gray vials and stuff, for example. What happens to how does it get into the laboratory?
So for this case, we received 2 blood samples. They were both in gray top vials. So each vial is going to get its own unique barcode number. And then when testing is going to be performed, we will take out a small volume of blood that's needed for the test. So we have the original container that was received, and we just remove out or aliquot the amount of volume that's needed for the test. And then, that's placed into a clean new test tube that also is barcoded and tracked.
Then this aliquot is forwarded to the lab for the scientists to run through the instruments?
Yes, so the aliquot is given to a staff member who will perform the specific test following a standardized operating procedure.
Okay. Is it run by itself or in batches of cases?
So we run batches. So there's going to be many other unknown case samples. And then also every batch will have a set of standards and controls that is also run concurrently with the unknown cases.
So when the instrument runs its test on any particular sample, how is the data entered?
So everything is being tracked by that unique case number that we gave it. Once an extraction is performed, the sample is run on an instrument. The instrument has inputted, like they scan the barcode to tell the instrument this is, this vial is this case number. After the data is reviewed, it's sent electronically from the instrument to our electronic laboratory information management system that stores the results. So it's always just following our unique case number.
Is there someone near in time who then reviews that data to make sure that it was processed properly?
Yes, so after the person in the laboratory performs their procedure, it runs on an instrument. When the instrument is done running the entire batch, someone's going to review all of the data for the knowns to make sure that the positive controls were positive, the negatives were negative, and then that all of the unknown cases, that any results that were found meet the acceptance criteria for reporting. So they'll look at the batch in its entirety to make sure that it's acceptable based on those standards and controls. And then when they're done, a second person is going to do the exact same thing. So it's like a double check of their work before that batch is released and those results sent to the computer system.
And that's the same process for each test that you run on all the various substances.
Correct.
When do you come into the picture?
So after all testing has been completed for a case, then in my role as a toxicologist, I'm going to review the data from all of the testing that was performed for this specific case. I also have access to the administrative information provided by the client on that request form. So I'm making sure that the correct testing was performed that was requested. So I review everything, and then I will issue a final toxicology report with the findings from all of the testing.
So in this particular case, you received some samples from the Utah Medical Examiner on March 8th.
Correct.
Okay. And it was assigned the unique number at that point.
Correct.
And what did you receive?
We received 2 tubes of blood, vitreous fluid, urine, liver tissue, and gastric fluid.
Okay. And initially, what were you asked to do?
Initially, it was just requested that we perform a test that screens for alcohol and drugs in one of the blood samples.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. In the screening, were any of those, did any of those come up positive for substances that you subsequently tested a confirmatory test?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury about that.
So we first perform a broad drug screen that looks for hundreds of different drugs. And then based on those results, if there's any positive findings, then we will perform a second confirmation test that's more specific and sensitive for that drug or drug class. And so that's, we're taking a separate aliquot, performing a separate test, running on another instrument to confirm those original screening results.
And in this case, what did you find in the confirmatory test?
Fentanyl and norfentanyl.
Okay. And did the confirmatory test identify levels?
Yes, so fentanyl was reported at 15 nanograms per milliliter and norfentanyl at 3.3 nanograms per milliliter.
What is norfentanyl?
Norfentanyl is a metabolite of fentanyl. So when your body is trying to eliminate drugs, they'll break them down into a different form called metabolites sometime that are easier for the body to excrete. So it's inactive, it doesn't cause any effects, but it just shows that some fentanyl has been metabolized to norfentanyl.
Did you screen for hydrocodone?
Yes.
And did the screen identify anything for further testing?
No.
Okay. Any other opioids tested in the screening?
Yes.
And any others besides fentanyl positive for further testing?
No.
Do you know how long hydrocodone stays in the body that you're able to find it in the subsequent toxicology test?
So hydrocodone has a half-life of maybe 4 to 6 hours. So a half-life refers to how long does it take for the concentration to go in half. And usually drugs will be completely eliminated from your body in 5 half-lives. So if someone took a dose of hydrocodone, we would expect it all to be eliminated within 20 to 30 hours based on that 4 to 6 hour half-life times 5.
Okay. When a person dies, does it freeze in place whatever is there? I mean, you don't continue to eliminate it, or it doesn't evaporate once the blood is drawn out. It freezes it in place. Is that correct?
In general, it's going to be a snapshot of what was going on. There are some drugs that might have limited stability, like cocaine can be broken down after death just due to enzymes that are present that can break it down into its metabolite. So there are a few drugs that we know have limited stability in the biological samples after death, but for the most part, yes, it's, your body has stopped working, like it's no longer going to be metabolizing, etc.
Is that true for opioids then?
That it should be a snapshot of them, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Have you ever heard of a principle or a theory or something called post-mortem redistribution?
Yes.
Can you give a brief explanation of what that is?
So postmortem redistribution. So after someone dies, the pH of your blood starts to change, and the permeability of the tissues isn't maintained the same. So it means if there was like drugs stored in like major organs, like your heart or your lungs, they might start to seep out of those organs and go into the neighboring blood. And so this means like they're being redistributed. So maybe there was a concentration of drugs in your heart, and now after death, due to the changes the body might be undergoing, they might go into the blood and increase the concentration. So the blood might not be, and the concentration that's there might not be an exact representation of the concentration at the time right before death, right? So it might have increased due to the tissues releasing some of their drug stores into that blood sample.
When you obtain the blood, when the person, the OME or whomever is obtaining the blood, does it, after death, does it matter where they obtain it from with regards to this redistribution?
Post-mortem redistribution should occur less if you take from a peripheral blood source like the femoral vein, because those veins aren't as close to the major organs, versus if you take blood from a central source like a cardiac, that is closer to your heart and all of the other organs. So it's more likely to have postmortem redistribution in a central blood source compared to a peripheral, but it doesn't mean that it can't happen in a peripheral blood source.
Okay. So does the literature say, identify what is a lethal dose of fentanyl?
So studies are published that provide concentrations of drugs found where it's been determined that fentanyl contributed to the death. So there are studies that give these concentration ranges, yes.
And does it vary from person to person?
Yes, so based on an individual's history of use with the drug, they might have a tolerance to it, which means that you might need a higher concentration to obtain the same desired effect. And it also means that you might need a higher concentration from someone, a chronic user, compared to a naive user for that drug to cause their death. So it can vary what is a lethal concentration for individual to individual.
For a person who has never taken fentanyl before, what is the literature say is a lethal dose?
So just in general, the lowest reported concentrations of fentanyl are 3 nanograms per milliliter, where it's been contributed to their death.
Okay, so in this case, we had 15.
Correct.
Which is 5 times that.
Correct.
Okay, now, even assuming this redistribution, postmortem redistribution, is that significantly still above this 3 nanograms per milliliter?
Yes, 15 is greater than 3.
Thank you. I am just a lawyer, so pardon my math. Okay, at a later time, were you asked to examine other of the samples that you were sent by the Utah medical examiner?
Yes, in October of 2022, the client requested that we perform a alcohol and drug screen on the gastric fluid.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Did following that screen, did you get positive results for which you subsequently performed confirmatory tests?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about those?
Yes, so ethanol was detected at 279 milligrams per deciliter. Quetiapine was detected at 16,000 nanograms per milliliter. Fentanyl was detected at 20,000 nanograms per milliliter. Norfentanyl was detected at 52 nanograms per milliliter, and acetylfentanyl was detected at 29 nanograms per milliliter.
We haven't heard about acetyl fentanyl. What is that?
Acetylfentanyl is a fentanyl analog, so it's similar in structure, but it's a illicit drug. So there's no prescription pharmaceutical drug where it's going to be prescribed. It's solely illicit, and it's often seen in illicitly manufactured fentanyl as a co-product.
So for purposes of an analyst or a criminal investigator, that would be a marker that this came from a source, this fentanyl came from a source that was illicit.
You could provide that interpretation, yes.
Okay.
I mean, they could have just had acetylfentanyl and maybe a fentanyl prescription, but often when you see acetylfentanyl, it's an indication that the fentanyl was illicit.
Okay. This 279 milligrams per deciliter of ethanol, I want to go into that. First of all, how much alcohol is that in layman's terms, like in order of, say, shots of liquor or 12-ounce beers or whatever?
So this will be kind of a multi-step answer. So the 279 milligrams per deciliter is a concentration. And so your question was asking just about milligrams. So like if you have a beer or a shot of alcohol, that's just in terms of milligrams of ethanol. So to figure that out, you would have to take the 279 times the total volume of gastric fluid that's available.
Were you made aware of the total volume?
Yes, I was.
From whom?
Dr. Ulmer.
Okay. And did she give you a figure?
700 milliliters.
Okay. And so from that, you were able to make a calculation?
Yeah, so you would multiply the 279 times the 700 milliliters and doing the conversions for deciliters to milliliters, but you end up with around 1900 milligrams of ethanol versus a standard drink of ethanol is 14,000 milligrams. So it's well below the amount that you would find just in one standard drink of ethanol.
Is there another possible source for this alcohol than alcoholic beverage?
Yes, so it's known that if you have a source of glucose and bacteria, that ethanol can be formed post-mortem. So the bacteria convert glucose, because it's carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, just like ethanol. It can convert glucose into ethanol. And so obviously, like in gastric contents, you might have a source of glucose if there's food there, and then your stomach naturally has bacteria. So this postmortem formation can occur either in the body prior to sample collection, but it could also happen in the collection container because often they don't have a preservative that would inhibit the bacteria from doing this process of postmortem formation of ethanol.
Is there any way you can chemically identify whether it's this post-mortem decomposition or vodka?
Not in the testing that we performed.
Okay. Can you tell us, based on your knowledge of the volume in the gastric fluid, anything about this quetiapine and how much of a pill, if you will, would be there, or a dosage?
Right. So again, you would take the concentration, the 16,000 nanograms per milliliter, multiply it times the total 700 milliliters, and you get a very large number. But drugs are given typically in milligram doses, and there's 1 million nanograms in 1 milligram, right? So after you do that math, it ends up being 11 milligrams of quetiapine. I just want to state, like, the assumption is that 700 milliliters of gastric was homogeneous, so that the concentration was consistent throughout the entire volume, and that the sample that was sent to us represents that 700 milliliters as a whole. Like, that assumption has to be made for the calculations that I'm providing.
And so is it that 16,000 come to equal a standard dosage, prescription dosage?
I would say it's less than a standard dosage. I mean, it depends on a person's prescription, but typically like 75, 100, 250 milligrams of quetiapine might be prescribed versus our calculation was 11 milligrams.
Okay. Did you, a few minutes ago, did you have an opportunity to look at State's Exhibit 9-1, a quetiapine bottle with its label on it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You also have the results that you obtained through screening and your confirmation test. With the knowns that you have available to you, are you able to say that the quetiapine and fentanyl had to have been taken sequentially, either one before the other one, or at the same time, or anything like that?
I cannot make any of those conclusions.
Okay. I have nothing for this.
Please, Lewis. Glass of water is for you.
Good morning, Dr. Peterson.
Morning.
I'm Wendy Lewis. I'm one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. Nice to meet you. So you've been working at NMS Labs, you said, for how long?
Since June of 2021.
All right. And prior to that, were you still doing the same type of work, forensic toxicology?
Yes, I was.
All right. So part of your job isn't working with live patients, true?
Correct.
All right. So you don't deal with when someone comes in who's maybe possibly overdosing from some kind of drug.
That's correct.
All right. So you look at what's happened only after death by looking at samples, correct?
I look at the data generated from those samples being tested.
That's fair. That's fair. How a scientist would describe it rather than an attorney. Okay. So I want to talk about fentanyl and follow up a little bit on what Mr. Burmester asked you regarding lethal doses of fentanyl. So here you said we had 15 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl in the bloodstream. Did I get that right?
Correct.
All right. And fatalities for fentanyl, there's a fairly large range of what could be a fatal dose of fentanyl. Is that fair?
Correct.
All right. So a much lower dose could cause the death of someone. True?
Lower than 15? Yes.
Yes. And in some people who have some tolerance, it could be a higher dose than that before it would be fatal. Fair?
That's correct.
All right. So when someone takes fentanyl, is it fair to say that it would take about 30 minutes from the time the fentanyl is ingested before it starts to show up in the bloodstream?
Yeah, some of it's going to depend on if the stomach is empty and if it's in liquid form or solid, but I would say usually 15 to 60 minutes it might take for absorption for it to be at a measurable amount in the blood.
All right. And is there any way to tell? Let me rephrase that. There was also fentanyl found in Mr. Richins' stomach. We spoke about that.
Correct.
So we know that he for sure ingested fentanyl. It wasn't given to him or he didn't take it any other way. Like he didn't use it, he didn't inject it. True?
I mean, you could do both, but the presence of it in the gastric contents does provide the interpretation that one route of administration was ingestion.
All right, that makes sense. Now, you mentioned that also present was norfentanyl.
Correct.
And norfentanyl is a metabolite. Did I say that properly? Of fentanyl.
Yes, that's correct.
So when the body starts to metabolite the fentanyl, you'll see norfentanyl also in the system or in the samples.
Well, correct.
Okay, well, let me ask another question. Maybe we can clarify. It's possible that someone could die of a fentanyl overdose so quickly you wouldn't see norfentanyl in the system. True?
That's correct.
All right. So in someone who's never taken fentanyl, hypothetically, it's possible that first exposure, they take it, they die so quickly, norfentanyl is not observed.
Yes, that can happen.
All right. So when someone has a high dose of fentanyl and we see norfentanyl on the report, the body has started to metabolize the fentanyl.
Correct.
And wouldn't it be more? Well, strike that. Let me ask one question before I get to that one. So that would mean that after the fentanyl was ingested, Mr. Richins was alive long enough that his liver began to metabolize the norfentanyl, or the fentanyl resulting in norfentanyl.
Correct.
All right. And that would be more likely for the body to start to metabolize it before death in someone who it was not their first time taking fentanyl, correct?
I don't think you can draw that conclusion.
And well, let me back up. So it's possible someone has no exposure to fentanyl, they take it, they die very, very quickly.
That's a possibility, yes.
And someone who has had exposure, I'm not saying that 100% wouldn't, they may show norfentanyl, but it's more likely that someone who's had some exposure to fentanyl would start, especially at a higher dose, would start to metabolize it, having the norfentanyl appear, as opposed to someone who had never taken it. True?
I don't agree with that.
All right. You talked about things that were not found in the blood, and was naltrexone tested for?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and there was no naltrexone in Mr. Richins' blood?
The screening result did not meet the threshold to go to that second confirmation test.
All right. All right, I want to move to post-mortem production of alcohol that you talked about with Mr. Burmester. So post-mortem production of alcohol is more likely to occur in some scenarios than other scenarios. Fair?
Yes.
I mean, not every body is going to have post-mortem production of alcohol. We don't see that just because someone dies, that's not there.
That's correct.
All right. So some of the circumstances that might result in postmortem are things such as a long delay between the death and autopsy. True?
I mean, the two variables that are needed are glucose and the bacteria.
All right. But is it also true that there are certain scenarios where it's more likely to happen, such as a long delay between the autopsy and the death? You're more likely to see it than an autopsy that happened fairly quickly. Fair?
Are you talking about in any matrix or gastric in particular or just general?
Well,
Sorry.
no, now you're getting scientific on me.
I'll just answer your question that yes, a longer postmortem interval is a pre-analytical factor that could lead to postmortem formation of ethanol.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And I'm not saying every time, but these are
Correct.
circumstances that make it more likely.
It can be, yes.
And we didn't have a long delay here between death and autopsy.
No idea.
Well, assuming he died somewhere between 10:30 p.m. and 3 a.m., autopsy's done at 7:30 a.m. That's not considered a long delay in terms of an autopsy, true?
That's just not something I do.
Okay.
So I don't have
So
an
that would be a
opinion.
question. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Question for an ME.
Yes.
All right, fair. Does trauma to the body increase the chances of postmortem production of alcohol?
It can, because if you have trauma where the gastric tract gets broken open, then that bacteria is released and can be in the blood, and you need the bacteria to do the postmortem formation.
And that didn't happen here.
No idea.
So a body being warm for a long period of time, that also increases the chances
It
of
could.
postmortem.
It could, yes.
And are you aware if when a body arrives at a ME's office, typically it's refrigerated? Fair?
Yes.
All right. Was there testing done for yeast in his system that could produce alcohol?
No, there was not.
Because yeast in the system is something that would result in postmortem. Well, I might be phrasing that wrong, but yeast in the system could result in the production of alcohol that would be seen, such as it was here.
Yes.
All right, but that wasn't tested for.
No.
All right. So it's possible that there was postmortem decomposition, but it's equally possible that he took a drink before bed, correct?
Correct.
How long after taking a drink of alcohol? Well, is it fair to say alcohol takes about 10 to 15 minutes to hit the bloodstream?
Again, it depends on the stomach and if it's full or not. So if you have an empty stomach, then the alcohol can get to the intestines faster, which is where the majority of the absorption occurs. So yeah, maybe 15, 30 minutes if your stomach is empty. But if you have delayed gastric emptying, then it might take longer for you to reach that peak alcohol concentration.
All right, peak alcohol concentration.
Yeah,
that's
for some alcohol to be in the blood, sure. 15, 30 minutes.
within 30 minutes.
Yes.
And some fentanyl would be in the blood probably within 30 minutes of ingestion.
Again, yeah, within 15 to 60 minutes in general, yes.
So if Mr. Richins had fentanyl in the blood, but not alcohol, a real possibility is that he ingested the fentanyl and then took a drink, give or take maybe 30 minutes later, maybe less, 15 to 30 minutes after he took the fentanyl. Fair assumption, correct?
I can't provide a timeline of when things were ingested. Some of it is, you say, take a drink. Did you take a sip? That might not even become measurable in the blood. Or how long did he live after the alcohol was consumed, and the body could have just metabolized it below our threshold for reporting. So I can speak generally about both. Yes, can be absorbed and be present in the blood within the 15, 30 minutes.
Well, that amount of fentanyl, typically someone would pass away, would die from that dosage of fentanyl within 20 minutes.
I can't provide an exact time frame. Sometimes there's delayed deaths with respiratory depression, so I can't pinpoint.
Okay, you can't I understand. I mean, we're talking in generalities here. So if someone takes that dosage of fentanyl that you found, what would you expect? Would someone live for hours after that? They wouldn't.
Again, I don't even know what dosage was taken, and I don't know this individual's history of use with this drug. So I can just say what was detected in the blood, what was detected in the gastric, and I can provide general information about absorption of alcohol and drugs and timeframes.
All right. So he might have lived longer this was not the first time he took fentanyl. He may have lived longer after he took the fentanyl.
Again, I don't know what dose was taken.
All right, I'm basing it on what was in the blood. You know how much was in the blood, which can give you an idea approximately of a dose that was taken. Fair?
I mean, assuming I'm not sure what you mean by dose, like how many micrograms of fentanyl were taken.
All right. You've testified that 15 nanograms per milliliter is 5 times more than a lethal dose of fentanyl.
Correct.
All right. So, and I understand, we don't know if that meant he ingested 1 pill of fentanyl or 5 pills of fentanyl. We don't know that. True?
Correct.
All right. However, he clearly took more than, and you're going to have to help me with the numbers because I don't know how it converts from milligrams taken to what's in the blood. But you said a lethal dose could be as low as 3 nanograms per milliliter.
A lethal concentration.
So in your experience as a toxicologist, wouldn't that give you some idea of the amount of fentanyl that was ingested to result in that in the blood? Maybe not exactly, but you would have an idea.
Well, again, previously I testified about postmortem redistribution, so I'm not aware if that happened or not and could have elevated that concentration of fentanyl. So there's limitations to being able to say what dose ended up with this concentration.
All right, let's try and put this in terms for a layperson. You're handed a fentanyl pill. It's got 1 milligram of fentanyl in it. Is that a lethal dose of fentanyl? Could it be? I know you don't know because it would depend on the individual.
Yes.
All right. And if someone took 1 milligram of fentanyl, and give me a range of what you would expect to see in the blood. Would that be more or less than what you saw here? A range. I know you can't tell me exactly.
So let's say you're given a 800 microgram dose of fentanyl, because fentanyl is very potent.
1
so
milligram would be a lot of fentanyl.
Yeah, we don't
right?
give milligrams, we
Okay.
give micrograms, so 1,000-fold less.
Thank you.
But therapeutically, you're trying to get into that 2 to 5 nanogram range because it's a very small window of when it's therapeutic and when it's fatal. So,
all right. I think that helps me with my question. So someone's given a therapeutic dose of fentanyl in the hospital, which apparently is nanograms, because milligrams is a lot when it comes to fentanyl.
Micrograms, yes.
Micrograms, thank you. Yeah, I don't know if I ever took a science class in college, so. What would you expect to see range-wise in the blood had someone had a therapeutic dose of fentanyl in the hospital? Let's say they died, not for some reason or another, after they had that therapeutic dose of fentanyl. What range would you expect to see in the blood?
All right, so clinically, when they dose people, then like 2 to 3 nanograms per milliliter.
All right. So he clearly took more, obviously, than a therapeutic dose.
I can't make that conclusion.
Well, it would be pretty unusual to see 15 nanograms per milliliter if normally you think you'd see 2 or 3. Or I think you even said lower than that, I'm sorry.
But again, I don't know if postmortem redistribution occurred. I don't know this individual's history of use with this drug. And so if they had tolerance, they could take a higher dose and be able to be alive with a higher concentration.
All right. And we don't know that. Okay, let me just boil it down. Is it possible, based on the findings here, that Mr. Richins ingested fentanyl and then after he ingested the fentanyl, he had a drink of alcohol? We don't know how much, but he had a drink. That's a possibility. True?
True.
All right. I want to talk about the quetiapine for a minute. Now, quetiapine is not naturally produced in the body after someone dies, right?
Correct.
So he had to have ingested quetiapine.
Correct.
And it appears that it was not a very high dose. You said it was probably a fairly low dose of quetiapine.
In the gastric, yes.
In the gastric. And again, the quetiapine had not made it to the blood. He died before there was a chance for the quetiapine to make its way into his blood. Correct?
There was no quetiapine above our threshold for performing a confirmation test.
Well, you couldn't measure any quetiapine in the blood. True?
No.
You did measure some in the blood.
Yes.
And where's that in your report?
It wasn't above our threshold for reporting or performing a confirmation test.
So in your report, there's no indication that quetiapine was found in the blood.
Correct.
All right. And your report's accurate.
Correct.
All right. So again, quetiapine takes about the same amount of time to hit the blood as fentanyl, more
Correct.
or less, about
Correct.
30 minutes.
Correct.
So a very possible scenario, likely scenario, is that he ingested the fentanyl before the quetiapine. Fair?
No.
Well, if he took them together, they would have both been in the blood, right?
That's not true. I mean, if you didn't take a dose that would lead to a concentration that's reportable in the blood, doesn't mean you didn't take it. It just means that it wasn't at a concentration high enough to be above our threshold for reporting.
I understand that, but maybe my question wasn't clear. Whatever amount of quetiapine he took, there was not a measurable, reportable amount in his blood.
That is correct.
The fentanyl he took, there was.
That is correct.
The fentanyl had made its way to his blood prior to him passing.
That is correct.
The quetiapine had not.
Not above a concentration that would be reported by us.
Not even in a concentration that you noted in any way.
Correct.
So it is possible that he took the fentanyl and then later took quetiapine. That's a possibility.
Sure.
All right. So one possibility here is that Mr. Richins ingested fentanyl, and then within the next 15, 20, 30 minutes, he had a drink and took quetiapine. That's a possibility. Correct?
Sure.
All right. Just give me a moment, please. no further questions at this time. Thank you, Dr. Peterson.
Mr. Burmester, within the scope of cross, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Taking up where we last were, aren't there other equally possible hypotheticals, such as a drink of alcohol with quetiapine and fentanyl taken at the same time?
Sure.
Is the problem that there aren't enough, there are too many variables that are left unknown that we can't fix any of those? We can't fix the hypothetical and say one is more likely than another because there are too many variables?
Yes.
One of those is that you can't tell this jury whether the alcohol in the gastric fluid came from an alcoholic beverage or decomposition.
Correct.
When you look at the 15 nanograms of fentanyl and the 3.3 of norfentanyl, can you give any insight as, is there a relationship, those numbers have some sort of relationship that we can tell anything from that? For example, how long ago it was taken, that sort of thing?
So assumptions still have to be made. So you would have, one assumption is this person has never used fentanyl before. Then that means that they lived long enough for the body to form norfentanyl. But for me, I have no idea their history of use. So there could be norfentanyl still present from a prior use, and then the new fentanyl was taken, and maybe they died before it started to metabolize, but that norfentanyl is still present from a prior use. But once fentanyl is absorbed into the blood, as soon as that happens, it's circulating, can get to the liver, and that norfentanyl can start to appear right away. So within a few minutes, you're going to start having norfentanyl formed and present in the blood once the fentanyl is absorbed into the blood.
Whether you're a previous user or a new user?
Correct.
Okay. We have the marker, possible marker of the acetyl fentanyl. And if we make an assumption that that came from the same source as the fentanyl.
Your Honor, I think that's beyond the scope. I didn't ask her anything about this fentanyl.
Well, let's see what the rest of the question is, and then you can renew your objection. Go ahead, Mr. Burmester.
We can make the assumption that it was an illicit source as opposed to illicit source.
Same objection.
Sustain. Just keep going.
Okay, it's fine. I'll just. That's all the questions.
Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you're welcome to step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Detective Frank Root.
Give me a sense. Is this a 15-minute witness or a longer?
Shorter.
Okay, let's do it.
I don't think this is fair. Peterson.
I need you next to a mic, Mr. Riverster. My apologies.
He wants to know if the witness can be released from her subpoena.
Ms. Lewis, any objection to releasing Dr. Peterson?
No, Your Honor.
Doctor, you are released. Thank you for your time. Detective, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you. Have a seat.
Good morning, sir. If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Frank Root, ROOT,
Where do you work?
Summit County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you worked there?
6 years,
And what's your assignment with the sheriff's office?
investigations detective.
And as part of your role in this case, did you meet with Robert Josh Grossman?
Yes,
And during one of those times that you've met with him, did you collect a cell phone from him?
yes,
Was that an iPhone 7?
yes, I believe so.
When did you collect that phone from him?
May 26, 2023.
Once you collected that phone, was it booked into evidence?
Yes,
Was it later transferred to be downloaded, the contents?
yes.
Okay, those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
Ms. Nestor, any questions?
Mr.
Oh, Mr. Ramos, my
No, it's
apologies.
me. It's me. Can we approach for just a minute?
Sure.
I guess I can talk while they're over in their sidebar there. So this is fun. This is my first trial live stream. I was a little anxious about it, but boss lady was here while I had to go drive my school bus. So that made it work. And also
Any questions for Detective Root at this time?
Very briefly.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Detective Root. How are you?
Good morning, counsel. Good, thank you.
I want to just make sure I understand. The phone you recovered from Mr. Grossman, was it one phone?
No, there were 2 phones.
Okay. And what color were the phones?
One was black, one was white.
Did you recover both of them at the same time, or did you do 2 trips to get phones from him
No, I recovered 2 phones at that time.
together?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the first time you'd ever met Mr. Grossman?
No, it was not.
All right. So you knew it to be Mr. Grossman because you had met him before.
Yes, ma'am.
And the way you had met him before is interviewing him?
Correct.
I can't go into the interview? Okay.
Not right now.
We're going to talk about that at another time.
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, were you ever asked to return the phones to Mr. Grossman?
I was.
And then were you ever asked to go back and get them again?
I was.
So how many times total did you pick up phones, deliver them for review, take them back, pick them up, take them back? How many times did you do that?
I transported phones multiple times.
More than 2?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you give Mr. Grossman a reason why you had to keep coming back and getting his phones over and over and over again?
Yeah, I think we're beyond the scope at this point.
No, why don't you just ask him? if he had a reason.
Did you have a reason for why you kept going back to get his phones? Take them, bring them back, take them, bring them back.
I was instructed to retrieve them by my chain of command.
So you don't know the reason?
No, ma'am.
Right. And in those periods of time, in between when you'd pick up the phone, take it to the station, bring it back, pick it up, bring it back, in those in-between times, you don't know what he did with that phone, do you?
Can you be specific about the he?
Mr. Grossman, sorry. I'll try not to use a pronoun.
In one specific instance, Mr. Grossman had the phones. During that time, no, I do not know what he did with them.
Okay. Did he ever show you things on his phone when you were with him before you took them into your custody?
On those phones, no, they were not operable.
They were not operable.
Correct.
So you took inoperable phones from him.
Correct.
Did you ever take operable phones from him?
When I was instructed to get them back from Mr. Grossman, they were operable at that time.
And when you went to go visit him and look at his phone, did he show you anything on the phone?
On those phones, I don't recall.
Did he show you anything on any phone?
He has shown things on his current cell phone to me, but the phones in question, I don't recall him.
Did you compare his current phone to the, excuse me, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Oh, my apologies. I interrupted you. Let me hear the question first, and then Ms. Shervinack may have an objection.
Did you compare the current phone that he had to what was on that phone to the inoperable phones that ultimately became operable?
Pause for 1 second.
Your Honor, I do think we're beyond the scope now.
I agree. Sustained. Anything else about the two phones that Detective Root collected?
Did Mr. Grossman give you any reason why he believed the phones were inoperable?
Yes,
What was the reason he gave you?
he had broken them on accident.
Okay. Your Honor, we'll reserve the rest of our questioning for a later time, and we would ask that this witness not be released from his trial subpoena.
Understood. Detective, you're free to step down today. You may be called back in the future. We'll give you some notice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Very good, sir. Yeah, watch out. Appropriate time to take a break, Ms. Shervinack?
Sure.
Okay, let's take a restroom break, folks. Thank you. Please rise for the jury.
Okay, well, that was exciting. I missed the point of that witness. I have my ears completely shut off when I'm reading the chat, and so I keep missing what's actually going on. So if anybody knows what the point of that
Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Shervinack, who's on deck?
Cheney Engtao?
Okay, that person present.
Yes.
Okay, if you would let them know to be ready to go at 10:45, court's in recess until 10:45.
All rise.
Very good, thank you.
Oh, hey, I forgot I can do this. Where's my voice? Is my voice on? Yes, okay. When I first caught this case 4 years ago, I was gobsmacked when I heard what the talk screen revealed. Fentanyl is an epidemic here in Southern Florida, and we lose people regularly from laced substances. Yeah, I mean, I'm in Canada, but even here, we are well aware of the fentanyl crisis in the States. So, and the just the like the dosing is so weird that it's very easy. It's first of all, it's very, very strong. And second of all, they have all these different, like, I don't know if it's like time release or something. And then if you inject it or you take it too much of it, I don't know. Anyways, I know that it's an absolute epidemic. And I suspect that that's what Kouri was hoping, right? That this would just go under the radar as just another tragedy of a young man who suffered from an injury and then got a prescription, and then the prescription was addictive, and then he couldn't get off it, and had a dreadful accident. but I think it was pretty clear. Like you guys have all seen the body cam video. It's very it's very damning, I think. I think, Mary, you were asking me about what I thought about her compared with Wendy Adelson. And I think that there's a lot of similarities there. That high pitched voice that they do to kind of pretend upset or whatever, the way that Wendy burst into immediate and, crushing tears the moment she heard, even though she already knew, stuff like that. And also the 911 call, to my mind, where she is like, my husband is not breathing. Like, who is acting weird and shy and quiet and reticent when they're phoning 911 because their husband isn't breathing, right? Like, the 911 operator kept having to kind of prod her for to get the information out of her, right? To speak up and, like, what are you saying? What's the address, right? All that kind of stuff. So I feel like if the jury isn't on to her yet, then they aren't very bright, but I think that they probably are. So Lil Whiskers says Vancouver is the worst here in Canada for rent deaths. I'm not sure if you mean overdose deaths, but certainly Canada has, or Vancouver has a serious problem with drug deaths. The what we call in Vancouver the downtown east side is literally an open air drug court with hundreds of people living on the streets, hundreds of people doing drugs openly on the streets. And the city councils, year on year, have extremely failed them. There was at one time an extremely progressive administration that put in a lot of harm reduction policies. But those have since been, there's a lot of not in my backyard stuff going on in Vancouver. It's a very up and coming city. We had the Olympics and we had the Expo, and we're, it's what they call a world class city, right? You could be at the beach in the morning and skiing in the afternoon type thing. It's incredibly beautiful. And when we had the Olympics, what did they do with people in the downtown east side is they literally gave them bus tickets and sent them out to the Fraser Valley, where they got off the bus and had nowhere to go. And they closed down all the single room occupancy hotels. And so that they didn't close them down, but the people who owned them kicked everybody out so that they could then charge exorbitant rents for the Olympics. So it was a huge ordeal here, but most people are not on the side of the people who are struggling and dying on the streets. They are on the side of, well, it's their problem. Well, if they shouldn't do drugs. Well, that kind of thing. Like, I had a literal conversation with my neighbor a couple of months ago when they were doing a street sweep here, where they were tearing down all the homeless encampments and everything. And of course, those people have nowhere to go, and they have very much got nothing. Whatever they have is on their person or in their little shanty shack that they have made out of blankets and whatever they can find. And of course, they just come back, right? But we were having a conversation about this, and I was saying how awful it was for those people, how traumatic to have their lives disrupted like that when they are literally living from moment to moment, many of them, right? And her comment was, well, they gave them wheelie bins for their stuff. And so wheelie bins are literally, I'm sure you all know, they're just the garbage cans that the city gives out. So they gave them wheelie bins to put their stuff in, so they shouldn't complain, kind of thing. And I literally had to say to her, like, I find your attitude like deeply offensive. And what if it was someone from your family? And she's like, well, I would offer them some help to get into a treatment facility or whatever. I'm like, yeah, because you have resources. Like, oh my God. So, yes, the neighborhood I live in is extremely white, extremely, you know, affluent, and it's really close to the university. So there's a lot of different kinds of, there's a lot of students and a lot of population around here that's not rich, but the people that own the homes are. And they literally, I feel like they don't even know they're born, honestly. Oh, Lil Whiskers, thank you so much. That's so generous of you. Everybody is so generous and kind in this group that we have managed to come up with here. So thank you. I super appreciate that. I'm having a really fun time. I was a little nervous about doing such a long live stream, but then I remembered that, of course, the always put up this one every time I see it. Yeah, Lauren Matthias is doing a live stream, I guess, but I don't know if she's on live. Has anybody seen Lauren doing lives? I have not. I have blocked their channel from being recommended to me, so I don't see anything from them unless I actually search. Like if I search Kouri Richins Trial live stream, their thing comes up, but they don't come up in my feed normally. But I had the impression that, yes, Cappy, that is exactly it. There are lots of people that lack the imagination to realize it could be them in different circumstances. And interestingly, I think that actually the fentanyl crisis and the oxycodone crisis and stuff in the States have kind of revealed that a little bit because of the nature of, particularly the oxycodone, because of the, what was the name, the Sackler family? Because of their greed, and it's all been kind of revealed that they knew that it was terribly addictive, and that they were marketing it as this great new painkiller, and that they were getting people hooked who were then dying, and unable to get off it. And I think that, like so many ordinary families, working class families that were dealing with somebody who had an injury from work or something like that, who then lost their life because of the drug that they were legally prescribed, I suspect that that may have opened some people's eyes, to the fact that, yes, it could happen to anyone, and that it's not necessarily a sign of a weak character or whatever that you have an addiction. But yes, I'm not sure what I'm. Oh, Cappy says, here we go. Here's one about Lauren. LM equals Lauren Matthias, just in case. Lauren did a live with Trissa recently, and Lauren was hammered and slurring. Yes. Oh, what were they talking about? Cappy. What was the live? Was it just talking about how great Lauren Matthias is because she's a investigative journalist, or did they have an actual topic? So I guess clearly, if Trisha is having Lauren on and doing lives with her, then she clearly has not changed her opinion, even though all of this came out. So, oh, here's the judge. What was that? Did you guys see that? Little pop-up judge. None of us are immune from homelessness. It can happen to any of us literally overnight. I'm living off zero waste because I was penalized for studying at postgrad level. Yeah, it can happen to any of us, and especially these days. And Vancouver in particular, I mean, I'm sure it's the same across the States and all across Canada, but we have a really bad housing crisis going on. And the only people that are building houses, have lots of money, and they're not building housing, they're building wealth. Right? So you've got, like, again, say my neighborhood where it's mostly single family dwellings and everybody has a yard, and then there's a laneway between the streets, right? There's lanes where you put out your garbage and you can drive into your garage and all that kind of stuff. So now everybody is building laneway houses. And then it's a brand new house. So it's not like it's low income people can afford to live in it. But now the person that owns the property not only owns the property, but they have income from their rent. So they're not really, you know what I mean? It's like, it's not really solving the problem, right? For the people that are really struggling. And it just seems like every time, like when we had the Olympics.
Ms. Nestor, okay, here comes Ms. Lewis. Are we ready for the jury, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Shervinack, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we invite them in, please.
He's really tall too, that Judge A. He kind of makes me think of the big.
All right, folks, have a seat, please. Ms. Shervinack, the state's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll call Mr. Cheney Tao. Before he takes the stand, I do need to move to admit the state's exhibit 9-6 that Detective Root testified to. Is it just one talking bottle?
9-6 was 2 phones. Are we admitting both or just the iPhone 7 that he testified to?
The iPhone 7 is the one we need, but
And forgive me, I didn't catch the color.
the color,
Yeah, it's either white or black. Do we know?
it's the only iPhone 7.
Understood. Okay, any objection, Ms. Nestor?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the exhibit number, please?
It's the,
9-6.
9-6. No objection, Your Honor.
okay, so the iPhone 7 that is part of 9-6 is admitted.
Thank you. We're ready for our witness.
Sir, if you would please step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Cheney Engtao. Last name is spelled Echo November Golf hyphen Tango Oscar Whiskey.
Where do you work?
I work for the State of Utah Department of Public Safety Bureau of Forensic Services, but I'm assigned to the Intermountain West Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory.
How do we refer to that place in shorthand?
IWRCFL.
IWRCFL.
IWR, yep.
And what do you do? Is it okay if I refer to it as the RCFL?
Absolutely.
Thank you. What do you do at the RCFL?
I'm a digital evidence laboratory technician there, and my primary role is to access data from Apple mobile devices.
Are you trained to perform cell phone downloads?
Yes.
What kind of programs do you use to do that work?
For Apple devices, we typically use a device known as GrayKey.
Are you certified to, well, I guess, do you need to be certified to use that program?
No.
Are you also familiar with Celebrate?
Yes.
Are you certified to use that program?
Yes. Certain aspects of it, yes.
And what are your certifications in Celebrate?
Cellbrite certified operator and Cellbrite certified physical analyst.
What is Celebrate?
Cellbrite's just software that can be used to download phones, and it can also be used to parse out extractions which are obtained from phones. So it puts the data in a readable format for people.
Did you receive a request from the Summit County Sheriff's Office to do extractions or downloads from cell phones?
Yes, they submitted 2 phones to the IWRCFL.
And were you able to complete downloads of those 2 phones?
Yes.
I want to talk first about the white iPhone 12 with the phone number ending 1987. Were you able to perform a download of this phone?
Yes.
And did you get a full file system acquisition from that phone?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It's just the type of there are different levels of information you can get from a cell phone when you extract them. In this case, we were given the passcode to the phone by Summit County when they submitted it.
if you know the passcode or are able to break the passcode of a phone, you will get what's known as a full file system, which is essentially all the data from the cell phone.
And so you were able to obtain the raw data from that phone,
Yes,
and it was put into a readable format.
yes,
And was that information from that phone ending in 1987 given back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you the same questions for the second phone. You said there were two phones. Did you able to complete a download from a green iPhone 11 phone number ending 9317?
Yes, I believe it was a 11 Pro Max.
11 Pro Max. And same question, you're able to perform a download for that phone.
Yes, we were given the passcode to that phone as well.
And did you similarly get a full file system acquisition?
Yes,
And was that raw data then put into a readable format?
yes,
And was that information given back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
Mr. Ramos.
Very briefly. Good morning.
Morning.
Could we geek out for just a little bit?
Sure.
All right. Could you just walk the jury through the process of how you use Great Key, what that gives you, in what format, what you then do with Celebrite, what you then get from Celebrite, what the format is, and then ultimately how it gets back to the Summit County Sheriff's Office. So basically everything you've just talked to, but break it down if that's
Sure.
okay.
Sure.
Perfect. Go ahead.
So essentially, we take the phone. Now, in this case, as I mentioned, we knew the passcode. So we would verify that the passcode worked. I would unlock the phone, and then you connect it to Great Key, which looks like a little computer. It looks kind of like an Apple Mac Mini is what it kind of looks like. Through a combination of the hardware proprietary, which is what Great Key is, hardware and software, it then accesses the data on the phone and it gets an extraction, which in this case, as we mentioned, was a full file system extraction. That data is saved by Great Key in the form of a zip file. Now, that zip file is not readable. You couldn't just connect it to any other computer and just open it up and look at it. So that data has to be parsed out, essentially. And
Sorry to interrupt. Could you explain how the data would look if we were to open it up before putting it into the Celebrite system?
you couldn't really even open it.
Okay.
Yeah. So it would not be accessible. You need forensic software to access it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. So then we use a program which was previously mentioned called Cellbrite. Now in this case, we're using Cellbrite Physical Analyzer, which is just a Cellbrite software that takes this extraction. So you load the extraction in, and then it parses that data from the extraction into the various types of data that everybody would see on your cell phone today. So you would see it parses it out to the SMS, text messages, MMS, messages, emails, Word documents, pictures, videos. All the data is just put into a format that when you go into Physical Analyzer, you could say, I want to see all the texts that came from this particular phone number, and then you could read the texts that were sent. Once that information is parsed out, you then create a report. So it generates a report of all that data, and it creates something we call using a UFED reader, which is just part of Cellbrite. It's like a standalone reader that allows us to give all the data from this report, along with the reader, back to the agency that submitted to us. And they take it. It typically is put onto like a Blu-ray disc. It depends how big the phone is. It may be saved to a Blu-ray disc. It may be saved to a thumb drive or hard drive. But in any case, that detective would then take what we've given them. They would load it into their computer, open up this reader program. The reader then is populated by the data from the extraction, And then they can go through and look for text or pictures or videos or whatever information that they're looking for.
And that's when the analysis will come in. Is that
Yes.
correct? Or the review of that information?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
You did mention that you had two, would it be called certifications for Celebrite, I believe?
Yes.
Could you explain what those are and if they have any acronyms?
One is the Cellbrite Certified Operator, CCO. It's a certification that gives you familiarity and experience with using Cellbrite as a whole. And then CCPA, which is the Cellbrite Certified Physical Analyst, is using that physical analyzer program, which is what we use to parse that data out from those zip extractions.
And do you have any other certifications in Celebrite?
I have a certification in Cellbrite Premium.
And what is that?
Cellbrite Premium is kind of a competitor to GrayKey. It's used to access cell phones, mainly locked cell phones.
Perfect. With the CCO and the CCPA, those certifications, do you need to renew them at any point, or are they kind of lifelong?
Yeah, I mean, you do it once and
you're solid.
Yeah.
I imagine, because of the constant updates and technology in our phone, I imagine that Celebrite also updates. Is that fair?
Yes.
In terms of what they can extract?
Yeah, both Cellbrite and GrayKey
Perfect.
are updated constantly.
So I imagine because of that, you take additional classes or training. Would that be fair?
When and if I can, yes.
Correct, yeah. I imagine you're quite busy.
Yes.
The last question I had is, you had mentioned, I put it in quotes, certain aspects that while using Celebrite, that you were certified to use certain aspects. Are there certain things that your two certifications maybe wouldn't cover, or that if anybody was in the analysis process would need something else?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Just one question, Judge. So you went through the process of how the raw data comes from the phone and then it's placed into a readable format. When that's taking place, is it correct that the data can't be manipulated in any way?
Yes. So when we get an extraction from GrayKey, GrayKey creates what is known as a hash value. You can think of a hash value as kind of like a digital fingerprint. So every file is unique. For instance, if I went into a Word and I created a file with, and I typed hello, and then I saved that file, and then I ran a hash, I got a hash value from it, which is just a hash. It's just a mathematical algorithm that looks at the file, and then it gives you a unique like fingerprint, which is basically a big long hexadecimal set of alphanumeric characters, but they're unique to that file. So in my example with this Word document, it would give me a value. Now, if I opened that document again and I put a period after the O and then saved it, and then I would hash that file again, that hash value would be completely different. So the way we use that is, now that I have the hash value for the extractions that I got from these two cell phones, I copied those to staging media, which is essentially a forensically wiped hard drive. Once I copy it to that hard drive, I then hashed the extractions on that hard drive. Those values that I got should and did match the values that GrayKey gave me. So now I know my files on that hard drive are identical to what GrayKey pulled off. Mathematically, it's impossible for them to be different. That hard drive was then provided to an examiner in our laboratory who then processed the data. When he was done processing that data, he would then hash the extractions again at the end. If those extractions show the exact same hash value, we can then say we did not change those extraction, which is the data from the phone, at all. And we could say it's identical to what Gray Key got.
And that's what happened in
And
this
that's,
case.
yes, and all, in this case, the hash values all matched as they should.
Thank you.
Mr. Ramos.
So it's kind of like a double blind kind of validation process, correct?
If you want to refer to it that way,
Yeah.
sure.
Just to make sure that everything's the same.
Yeah.
Now, because of that, because it can't be manipulated, or you verify that it can't be manipulated, there's no reason to do another extraction, correct?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Sherman, anything else for this witness?
No, Judge.
You can step down, sir. May we release this gentleman?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
You're free to go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Brian Holden is the next witness, Judge.
Mr. Holden, if you step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Thank you, Anna. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Brian Holden, Holden.
Sir, are you employed?
Yes, I am.
By whom?
I'm employed by the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services, also known as the Utah State Crime Lab.
How long have you been with this state crime lab?
I've been with the State Crime Lab for over 20 years.
And what is your current capacity?
Currently, I'm a senior forensic scientist. I analyze unknown substances, determine their identification, and determine if that substance is controlled.
And were you serving in that same capacity in March of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Or I guess continuing through 23, 24 in that same capacity?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So in this particular case, were you given a number of items to test?
I was, yes.
What were you asked to test?
I was asked to analyze. Can you clarify? Are you asking what I was asked to look for, or what
were you
items?
No. You were given a large number of items to test.
Okay.
Were you given specific instructions to look for certain properties or certain substances?
Okay, thank you. Yes, I was asked to look for a compound or a controlled substance named fentanyl in all of the items that were submitted to the lab.
Okay. And of all those things, let me just back up. When you receive something, is there a two-process testing that you do?
Yes, to be able to identify a controlled substance based off of our operating procedures, we do a presumptive test followed by a confirmation test.
And the initial presumptive or screening then tells you, oh, I can move on to this next step?
Correct.
I see. Okay. So of all the items you were given, did you run this screening?
I did, yes.
And after doing that, did you find, what were you looking for, I guess, is what I should be asking.
Like I previously stated, they asked me to look for fentanyl.
Nothing else?
No.
Okay. So were you able to confirm any fentanyl on anything that you tested?
No, I was not.
Okay. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Of course.
You were, what items, let's go through this. Are the items still up here? Chelsea has it, okay. That's all the questions I have.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins.
Okay.
I do have just a few questions for you.
Sure.
If we could pull up for the witness only, States Exhibit 1-19. All right. Sir, can you see that document in front of you?
Yes, I can.
And can you tell me what that document is?
It is a report that was issued for this case, I believe.
Is it the report you issued to report the results of your testing of these items?
I would need to see the second page or
Can you
the
go to
third
the second
page.
page? I think your name
yeah.
might be on the
There
last
should be,
page.
yeah, on the last page.
There it is.
Yes, it is.
That's your signature?
Correct.
Okay, great. Can we go back to the first page, please, Katie? Just to refresh your memory, sir, do you remember who was the investigating officer responsible for getting these items to you by looking at your
The investigating officer is Jamie Woody, I believe
Right.
that's how you pronounce
And
it.
then who was the individual who delivered these documents, if that refreshes your memory at all?
Yeah, that'd be, oh, hello, Chelsea Gibson.
Okay. Now, on the documents that you tested, I believe you said you were only asked to test for fentanyl. Is that correct?
Correct.
Documents, I don't think there's any mention of testing documents, so.
May we agree to items?
Did I say documents?
You did.
I meant items.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
And were you ever asked to run any tests on any of the pills or other items that were seized from the home to see if any of them contained oxycodone?
No, I was not asked to do that.
And you've never been asked to do that in the last 4 years?
No, I was not.
And have you ever been asked to test any of the items that were pulled from the home for hydrocodone?
No, I was not.
And I didn't hear you say, do you have a chemistry background?
No, I have a degree in forensic science, which is heavy in chemistry and biology.
So do you know the difference between oxycodone and hydrocodone?
If I looked at the structure of them, yeah, they have a different molecular structure.
But are they both considered pain pills?
Correct. They're both opiates. They're both controlled, Schedule II controlled substances.
And you were also not asked to search any items for OxyContin.
No, OxyContin would be like the brand name, which would contain oxycodone. So
Okay.
no.
Thank you. And I believe you tested, it appears to me, and please refresh your memory if you need to, if we want to go to page 3 of the report, but it looks like you tested a total of 19 items that were brought to you. Is that right?
Correct.
And of those 19 items, were you asked to test an empty pill bottle, an empty hydrocodone pill bottle with residue on the inside of it?
I would have to refer to my notes.
Pause for 1 second. What's the objection? Mr. Burmester.
It exceeds the scope.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I like this guy. He's very, he seems like a super no nonsense witness, and like he is very careful. He seems like he would be. So I feel like just basically based on the fact that most of us can probably see that, right? I feel like that translates to how, like, we can also see that Kouri's guilty, right? Like, people can be very intuitive about what they see right in front of them. And I don't think this jury is going to be fooled by Kouri or the defense. And I know it's got to be hard, right? If you're defending someone who is clearly guilty, you have to do the best job you can. They're entitled to the best defense, and they can complain after.
That's for the foundation. Objection is sustained. Would you
Thank you.
please lay some foundation?
I'd be happy to, Your Honor. So I want to go back to the question I just asked you about the hydrocodone bottle. If you were presented with an item to test that was an empty pill bottle, what would you do to test that item?
To test that item, I would rinse it with methanol and then run our screening procedure.
Rinse the inside,
Correct.
and whatever residue would be inside that bottle, you would test it. And if there was none, you would say there's none.
Correct.
Right. So were you given the opportunity to do that with a hydrocodone bottle in this case?
I would have to refer to my notes, but I don't recall.
Please take a moment and
Okay.
let's let you go through the 19 items. Katie, can you start with one? And just when you're ready for us to go to the next page, sir, please let us know.
Oh, I will need to refer to my notes that I prepared that has descriptions of what I tested and what was inside of the packaging.
Have you provided those notes to anybody?
I don't. That's done through grandma requests.
Did you bring those notes with you today?
I did, yes.
Can you take a look at them?
Yes.
And can I see them for just a moment, please?
I can provide you with a copy of them. Yes.
Yes. Can we do that now? May I approach her?
Mr. Burmester, please. Counsel, if you need a brief recess to sort this out, let me know.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful.
Okay, folks, let's let you stretch your legs. Please rise for the jury.
See, I'm so busy in the chat, I'm not paying attention. What's happening now? Are they breaking for what, mid-morning break? Where are we? I guess it's probably lunchtime there, right? Somebody tell me what's happening. I wasn't paying attention.
Have a seat.
Wait.
Yeah, one of the two. If we're going to stay on the record, though, one of the two of you, Vordi, or the witness, about what he's referring to when he says notes.
referring to is just like
Mr. Burmester's already there.
Again, sorry, Chris.
Okay,
I like
yeah, that's fine. Yeah, yeah.
What's wrong with me?
Yeah, so this just describes all the packaging and everything up inside. So that's what I'm referring to when I need to see it. Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, that's all.
So if you look at, for example, a plastic container containing white powder, you can't say that was a codone bottle?
It's a sodium. Yes, it is with this one.
Oh, got it.
Yes.
This is for more subsections.
Yes.
And then there's a plastic container with that white powder. Yes.
But that one had 11 tablets. So can you just look at your notes and see if you find anything?
For what are you specifically asking?
No.
Oh.
I'm asking if there's empty hydrocodone bottle that you were asked to.
Okay.
We're around and test the companies. If there was.
Because I would have stated down here notes that an empty bottle is not analyzed. Notes.
She's got it. I won't be able to finish.
No, it doesn't appear like there was. Yep. No, typically, I suspect highlighting for something I don't analyze now. I'll put it in my notes on the bottom. Okay, this was not analyzed. Yeah.
What is happening? Why? What is happening? The judge isn't even in the room.
The number of things that were tested. Yes. Yes. So I have stuff like that.
Why are you sending this to me again? The hookah. Because there's no IC there. I'm not going to convert and rule, or I got to hear the hearing. Like, they can just cool the jets. I don't need to do anything.
Yeah, right.
Right? Well, maybe, but maybe not. We're going to find out when this Nobel warrant that's existing is executed and we handle it. Oh, I mean, forgive me, I'm looking at now I'm following. Well, 2019, but yeah.
Because they were still sealed.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yes. Yeah, they're
Now, my apologies. Okay.
That's just the
yeah, so there's chromatography. This is all the other submissions. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, let's just have a clear record. You okay?
Yeah, this chair is
sucks.
awful.
No, I agree.
Jeez.
I apologize.
I was expecting wheels.
You're the 10,000th person to say that. I'm so sorry. Ms. Nestor, anything else before we invite the jury back in?
No, sir. I only have a couple more.
Mr. Burmester, Mr. Bloodworth?
Nothing from the state.
Okay, let's invite the jury back in, please.
Is this my water?
I believe it is. Think he's it? Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Let us if you know. Let us know if you need.
Okay.
Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please be seated. Mr. Holden, you're still under oath. Please wait for Ms. Nestor's next question.
May it please the court. Okay, so we took a little break and you had an opportunity to review your notes that would refresh your recollection if you were handed or asked to test an empty hydrocodone bottle. After reviewing those notes, what is your answer to that question?
There was no empty bottle that was submitted for me to test.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, that's all I have. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time.
Mr. Burmester, anything further for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Counsel, may we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Burmester?
Yes.
Mr. Holden, you're free to go. Thank you for your time. Counsel, the state's next witness.
Your Honor, we're prepared to, but that might be splitting up a direct.
If you're comfortable doing that, I'm comfortable getting started. If you would prefer to not do that, I can understand why, and we can break for lunch now.
Your Honor, I think we also have some other issues to discuss. So maybe if we were to break for lunch now, we could discuss those other issues outside the presence of the jury.
That's fine.
And then maybe reconvene 12:30.
I think that's fair. Does that work, Ms. Nestor?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, folks. Counsel, would you approach for a minute?
I keep forgetting I'm on deck here. I've gotten used to being in the chat and not being on deck. So what did they decide again? I'm looking at the chat and not paying attention. So are they going off on their break or they're just deciding what they're going to do? Anyway, I can't say because I wasn't listening. But what I do want to say, boss lady, mostly I'm talking to you, is I'm thinking about doing this again tomorrow. But I have, do they have court tomorrow, first of all? And also I have to drive my school bus in the morning, but I also have a field
Yes, for lunch. It is 11:25. Food will be here by 11:45, but this is a longer recess than we've taken the last few days. And so I'd understand if you want to get some sunshine, go get a cup of coffee, check on a family member, whatever. If you decide to leave the courthouse, which you are allowed to do, please remember the court's instructions. Do not speak about the case. Do not let anyone else speak to you about the case. If anybody in the outside world attempts to speak to you about the case, I need to know when you come back. Please do not listen to any radio or other media reports about the case. Please don't read any headlines about it. Please don't post anything about it. Please be back ready to go at 12:30. We will have lunch for you around 11:45 if that's something you're interested in. Please rise for the jury.
It's so tall. Yeah, she looks properly terrified.
Mr. Bloodworth, we're on the record.
Your Honor, the state would like to make a record of, and I guess ask for reconsideration at the same time, what we discussed at a bench conference.
Can't go back in time, but you can make a record.
I appreciate it. It
Yeah.
may be more prophylactic than retrospective.
If when you're making this record, you would please remember that the court's ruling on any one objection to any one form of question is not necessarily a predictor of how it will rule on the objective form of a future question.
Understood and agreed, Your Honor. Yeah. The issue has come up where defense counsel is using hypotheticals with fact witnesses, and hypotheticals kind of are treated differently between expert witnesses and fact witnesses. It is the state's read of Utah law, and let me give the court a cite, please. It is Utah Department of Transportation versus 6200 South Associates, 872 P second 462. Quick and dirty, that's kind of, I think, the case, at least to start with. I also think, to be fair, it's a little unclear because it deals with hypotheticals in a expert witness context versus a fact witness context. But it's the state's read of Utah law that for a fact witness, a hypothetical has to involve admissible evidence. I think the defense, and I can give examples, I have a dirty of this morning's transcript, is presenting hypotheticals to fact witnesses based on inadmissible evidence. That inadmissible evidence is statements of the defendant that I do not see a hearsay exception to. Now, so I don't think those hypotheticals are, as a matter of law, permissible. Now, I can see a read under Utah Department of Transportation where it is in the discretion, it is in the court's discretion whether to admit those hypotheticals. And if that is the proper read of it, then I don't think it is, but it might be, then the state asserts that in these instances, the court should exercise that its discretion and exclude the defendant's, the kind of the defense counsel's hypotheticals that are based on inadmissible, self-serving evidence of defendant's statements. That's the issue, Your Honor.
I appreciate the record. Just practically speaking, on a going forward basis, I think it would be helpful to me and opposing counsel if, when the state is objecting on this basis, you just stand up and say objection foundation. Let's see if they rephrase or if they push back, and then I can exercise discretion as appropriate.
Will do, Your Honor.
Okay. May I also just ask a favor? Can we have a one horse, one rider rule going forward at sidebar? You're, of course, allowed to confer, act as a team, but I just need one speaker from each side of the V at the sidebar.
Appreciate that, Your Honor. Certainly. Can I clarify one thing?
Sure.
Does the rider at sidebar have to be the same rider that's examining the witness?
That would typically be the rule. But we can just
understand
agree that that's not going to be the case. I'm not sure how you feel about your team dynamics if the person behind you is jumping up to object. And
I appreciate that.
yeah.
But I think
so
Ms.
maybe,
Nestor has often argued regardless, and I have often argued regardless.
so what I'm asking for going forward, and if you would please just give it the college try on a going forward basis, that, for example, this is just an example, I'm not picking on anybody. If Mr. Burmester is examining the witness and an objection is made, you're welcome to confer with him right here as he comes up, but I need Mr. Burmester to be the one talking into the mic.
Will do, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir, we would appreciate that.
Okay, Ms. Lewis, you're about to say something.
No,
Okay.
I agree.
All right. Anything else on the record before we recess for lunch? Mr. Bloodberg.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We will be back on the record at 12:30. I need to make this crystal clear. If any of you see a juror out in the wild, you need to turn around and walk the other way. I cannot emphasize this more heavily. All right, 12:30. We're in recess.
Okay, well, how exciting. I do like Brad Bloodworth. I feel like he has got the most gravitas, maybe, of all of them so far that I've seen. The other guy, I don't know his name, the skinny guy with the glasses and the buzz cut, is, to my mind, extremely boring, like to the point of just tediousness and hard to listen to, which is, again, right, it's not ideal when you have a jury that needs to be paying attention. But yeah, okay, so what I was saying before, boss lady, is that I was thinking of doing this again tomorrow, but I have a little bit of a conflict because I have my ordinary school bus route in the morning and the afternoon, and I also have a field trip. All of this is very local to me. So if you are able to be around tomorrow, then I can do it and just leave you to manage the chat when I have to go out. But if you are not available, then I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. So Gem in the Mud is asking about French speakers in Canada. So there are a lot more French speakers in the East than on the West Coast, although that is changing somewhat. Quebec has a lot of French speakers, and like New Brunswick, Manitoba, like further up north and stuff, there's a lot of French speakers. French is officially, like, we are officially a bilingual country, but in the West, they make the very dire mistake, in my opinion, of not starting kids learning French until they're in grade 8, by which time it's A, harder to learn a new language, and B, more embarrassing because all of your friends are there when you're right on the verge of adolescence, and what your peers think of you is more important than anything, and people don't want to try to speak French in front of their peers. So I think it's a really lost opportunity. I grew up in Montreal, so I started taking French from a very early age in kindergarten. I was in French immersion for 3 years, and right now I drive bus for a French school. So there are more French-speaking Canadians in the West now than there once was, but also there's like a lot of immigration. Like since the 80s, immigration in Canada has opened up enormously, and there are a lot of French-speaking colonies out there because the French were terrible colonial jerks, just like everybody else. And so there are a lot of the kids that go to my school speak French, but they're from Belgium, or they're from God, it's all escaping me at the moment. But I have kids from all over the world that speak French, and some of them speak, like, literally, these little 5-year-old kids can speak 4 languages. Like, they're amazing. So yeah, that's my story about French people in Canada. So boss lady, is anyone else spinning? No, I think you're having trouble with your buffering or something. Maybe your internet connection is a little slow. Where are you, Lil Whiskers? You're on the East Coast, aren't you? You're in Ontario, or I don't know. Anyway, it's getting to be more out here. There's a French part of, so Vancouver is the kind of greater Vancouver is called the Lower Mainland, and in the Lower Mainland, out in New Westminster, there is a French community called Millardville. That has been there for a long time, but it's not in Vancouver. It's you don't hear a lot of French being spoken in Vancouver. You're more likely to hear Mandarin or Cantonese. There are an enormous number of Asian immigrants in Vancouver because we are just across the Pacific, right? So, yeah. So, boss lady, I don't know if you heard me or not, but if you can be around tomorrow, I will do another live stream because I have to be in and out doing my ordinary bus route and a field trip as well. So let me know. I will text you if I'm not getting through to you now. And then the other thing is that today is the 2-year anniversary of Madeline Soto disappearing. And since we have like over an hour, or no, it's just under an hour, I thought that I might put on the video of the interviews of them right away. But first of all, I am going to share this picture. This is a blue heeler, for those of you who were asking. This is what a blue heeler looks like. So if people are into it, I agree, Mary. Where am I? Let me put you up here. Oops. I have never had occasion since I moved out here when I was in high school into BC from Quebec, and I have not had occasion to use my French. So it dries up when you don't get a chance to use it. I am much better at understanding than I am at speaking. So Jem, I can be here. I will look forward to it tomorrow. Penny, thank you for telling me about French speakers. Penny, I lived in Paris for 10 years. Oh, fluent. Nice, Jem. Yeah, lots of Europeans are fluent in multiple languages because they have the good sense to teach children to speak other languages when they're young, when it's easy for them to do it. So the other thing I was thinking today is now that we might watch the body cam footage of these guys if you're interested. So, oh, I know, I'll do a poll. Hang on, sorry. I still haven't quite got this mouse situation figured out. I will do a poll. So, start a poll. Should we watch? I should have done this before. Oh God, my typing is terrible. Should we watch? Hang on. Okay, I'm getting a little anxious. Just calm down. Or Madeline Soto or Kouri Richins. I don't know. Yeah. So I'm going to put that poll up and you guys can tell me what you think. I was thinking to watch Madeline Soto's the interviews of Jen and Stefan. Yes, it is different. Little Whiskers, French Canadian, has got a much more harsh accent. Kind of. I used to do when I was a kid. I used to do an imitation of René Lévesque because in the 70s, the whole idea of Quebec separating was a big deal. And René Lévesque was the leader of the Separatist Party, and he was in the news all the time. And he had one of those very harsh French Canadian voices. And much to the amusement of my family, I used to do imitations of him when I was about 7. Yeah, so I'll leave the poll up for another minute. So, where am I? Oh, the healers are up. Yes. A blue healer grand dog. Yeah, that's nice. Old woman of the hills. Yeah, so tomorrow I'm gonna I'll probably do a live stream. I just have to run in and out a lot. So I work for a bus company that is the contractor of the Vancouver School Board. And so I drive for a Vancouver school. regular morning and afternoon. And I have another school bus job where I work for a private school, which is right around the corner from me, and I do field trips for them, and after school sports games, stuff like that. Excuse me. So tomorrow I have my morning route, and then directly from that, I have to go take a group of grade 1 students to the Little Kitchen Academy, where they're going to learn how to make bird's nest cookies. And then I have to go pick them up again. So I will be in and out a whole bunch. But if you're going to be here, oh, you restarted. Good thinking, boss lady. If you're going to be here, boss lady, then I can run in and out. It's all very local. Like we call the the field trip to the Little Kitchen Academy is literally, it's like 6 blocks away. So I get paid 4 hours for showing up, and I will literally be driving for about 40 minutes altogether. So it's definitely worth my while. But if you can be here tomorrow, boss lady, then I will run a live stream and I will just pop in and out as I am able. So Sigma Shadow 6. I have maternal family in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Ontario, Canadian, Ukrainian, Carpatho, Russia. My maternal grandmother had a very French influence. Yeah, the French were here, right? With the French and the English were kind of fighting over Canada at one point. And they were they were also down in Louisiana and that whole area and stuff. So it's my history is not my strongest suit. Certainly Canadian history is not. I probably know more American history, honestly. And I think that's true of most Canadians. Just because it's all on TV. So everybody, it seems like people want to hear more about Kouri Richins. Okay, so that means that I have to what about Kouri Richins? What should I look up? Was she interviewed? How about an interview? Of course, if you put Kouri Richins in the search bar right now, all you get is live stream coverage of sorry, I'm trying to read the thing. Well, that's nice, Little Whiskers. You spent a lot of time in Quebec. Quebec is awesome. It's as Canadian provinces go, Quebec is the most, in my opinion, the most colorful in terms of culture and stuff. It's got there's a very, very noticeable sense of joie de vivre in the inhabitants of Quebec, and there's a much more European culture in Quebec, particularly in Montreal and Quebec City and stuff, than there is in the rest of Canada. Although some of your Canadians, you probably know more about it than I do. You really need to watch that movie Black Robe. I think it's called The Black Robe. Oh, yeah, I've heard about that, Mary. I haven't seen it, but I've heard about it. Okay, so I'm trying to find something to watch about Kouri. If anybody has suggestions of something in particular about Kouri that they want to watch, see, because all I'm finding here is, yeah, all it's showing me is. Did she do an interview with police? Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I'm struggling to find something here. It's all just trial stuff. Let me go over here and try this. Sorry, I was not prepared. Sorry. Yeah, it's very hard to find anything that isn't just about the trial. I have found, I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but I have found that Google is just garbage lately. Like you can't, it literally just shows you the most recent thing and you can't find anything specific. I have had, yeah, I've just had a terrible time lately finding stuff. I think the AI, oh God, sorry, I keep spacing out. Yeah, what happened? Kouri trial. See, I should share this and then you guys can see. Right? It's all just the trial. And I I did interview. Was she interviewed by police? Does anybody know? Maybe we could watch her little interview on her book. See, it doesn't even, right? Kouri Richins interview book tour. And literally it's all just her trial stuff. Where did she do that interview? Kouri Richins. Here it is. Oh no, that's TikTok. You just can't find the interview anymore? Oh, here it is. Okay, what's this? Sorry. Oh, yeah, allow ads. Oh, God. I am not a fan of the Daily Mail, but still, I'm going to listen to their video. Okay, you guys can see that? No. There you go. How about that? Okay, I will move this one. And here we go. We'll listen to her interview. Yeah, I don't sorry. I think that ad
You deserve to get ahead.
Shut up. Sorry about that. A morning show in Utah. Yeah, I think this is the interview here. I have on
About loss with kids can be a
on Firefox. My ad blocker works on YouTube, but on Chrome it doesn't, and then you have to use Chrome to share the screen.
tricky subject. Joining us now is author of Are You With Me? Kouri Richins to share her 3 C's to helping kids cope with grief. And Kouri, I want to start with your story. What happened in your
Okay, I want to start with why don't you take your coat off? That's what I want to start with.
personal life?
So my husband passed away unexpectedly last year. So it's March 4th was a 1-year anniversary for us, and he was 30.
Was it March 4th that he died?
39. It completely took us all by shock. And we have 3 little boys, 10, 9, and 6. And, you know, my kids and I kind of wrote this book on the different emotions and grieving processes that we've experienced last year, and, you know, hoping that it can kind of help other kids, you know, deal with this and kind of, you know, find happiness some way or another.
And so she's not particularly articulate, is she? And I do find it very weird that she is wearing jeans and a jacket in her interview. Yeah, and like, shout out to Tanika's 2 cents. Balls of a burglar, this woman, hey? Amazing.
To make sense and process, I'm
Yes.
sure. And I'm
Yeah.
sure you felt that going through and trying to explain it and articulate it for you and your boys.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, she doesn't sound even remotely engaged with the actual content of her book at all. She sounds like she's just got kind of very basic canned responses to what she thinks people would be feeling in her position.
Exactly. And so I've done, I'm new to all of this, so kind of doing all, research and reading books and things to try and understand, not.
She's not going to mention a single book that she read or any research that she actually did, though, because she didn't. And does anybody think she actually wrote that book, or did she get AI to write it for her?
Only how to grieve as a widow, as a wife, but also, with my kids, how to help them understand what just happened. And
yeah, so I don't know that they are ever going to understand what just happened, Kouri, because who can ever understand such a thing? She doesn't come across as very she doesn't come across as grieving at all, does she? Or engaged with her subject. And she's reminding me a little bit of Lauren here, where she's sort of parroting things that she thinks is what other people would feel. And this whole, again, like you've probably all seen this and heard this story and everything, but her story that she wrote is like, are you with me? Are you with me, Daddy? Are you with me? And then like the answer is, yes, I am always with you. I am with you. So, but he's not, right? Like he's gone. He's not with you. I mean, I guess if they're Mormon, I believe. So probably they have a belief in the afterlife and that they're all going to be reunited at that time. But I mean, having your dad at your game versus having some imaginary heavenly dad that's watching over you. I just don't think it's, I mean, I know there are age appropriate lessons and everything like that, but I feel like we all have to come to terms with actual loss. And panaceas do not help us do that necessarily, right? We have to come to terms with the fact that this is the world that we live in, and physical reality is often at odds with our desires, right? Material reality screws us all the time. And learning about that as a child is a part of learning how to navigate the world. And not only did she murder their father, but she is now trying to get out of actually helping her children to cope and become well-rounded and grounded human beings by pretending that, oh, you still have your dad, it's fine. And I just think it's irresponsible. And of course, these two women have no idea what's gone on. And they're just like, oh, look at this wonderful woman who's written this wonderful book. But to my mind, the book is stupid and it's not actually wonderful. So, again, sorry, but I don't like this woman. And I think that she's extremely transparent.
What I have kind of found is, as I mentioned, it's kind of the 3 C's is how I has visualize it. And it's, connection, continuity, and care. And it's, making sure connection is the major one, and making sure that their spirit is always alive in your home, and memories are always brought up, and doing things that your loved ones love to do, whether it's riding bikes or their favorite dinner, and just constantly, talking about them. And
Kouri, do you mention at dinner, here's Dad, or Dad would like this meal, or Dad
yes.
would,
Yeah.
let's bring Dad on a bike ride?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm talking about, right? You can't bring Dad on a bike ride. I'm sorry. And
it's,
I know it's really hard to accept that. And when you're a child, devastating. But what you need your mom to help you with is accepting and grieving that loss, not pretending it didn't happen because heavenly dad is, in your backpack when you go on a bike ride. it may be that I am failing to grasp Mormon culture, but it seems very irresponsible to me.
Explaining to my kid, just because he's not present here with us physically, that doesn't mean his presence isn't here with us, and he's doing these things with us. And
yeah, it does, though, Kouri. I mean, my God. Having someone there in spirit, like, of course, we can all relate to that. But I feel like this whole thing that she did here was a way to get out of having to deal with her children's very real grief at the loss of her father. And sorry, when did this happen? What year was it? Because those boys are pushing being teenagers soon. And I don't think she's going to be acquitted anyway, but Casey Anthony always has me worried. But what does she think those teenage boys are going to think of her?
he's, here for birthdays, and he's here for Christmas, and, and it's just comforting to them to know that, they're not living this life alone. Like, Dad is still here. It's just in a different way, a different version.
Well, I opened up your book, and one of the first pages I saw is a little boy.
See what I mean? It seems to me like she's literally trying to fucking get out of having to actually help those children grieve and accept the loss of their father. And as if she wants to spend all her time, right? It's 4 years ago now, right? So 9 and 10, they are now 13 and 14. It just makes me so mad. Like, I think of Sarah Boone's son, Wendy Adelson's boys, like what these women have done to their children is just infuriating. Like, as if growing up and coming to terms with the world that we live in isn't enough of an assignment for all of us. Never mind losing both of your parents because one of them killed the other and then went to prison for the rest of their life. It's so hard to imagine how these people think.
It looks like he's standing in a hallway at school, and he's saying, "Are you still here?"
Yes. Yeah. And it's, and that was like the first day of school, and, all the nerves that kids face on the first day of school with and just hoping,
And there's like Angel Heaven Dad up there behind the cloud. He's just here, just behind the cloud. He's not even gone. I mean, it's like he's still here, really. I mean,
Dad, like, walk with me, like, help me get through today, like, give me the strength to do that. And
okay, I mean, fair enough, right? I still talk to my mom. She passed in 2021. This is my foster mom I'm talking about. When I talk about my mom with love, that's my foster mom. When I talk about my mother, that's my narcissist mother who I left home at 15 to get away from. And my foster mom is my best friend's mother, who was my mom from the year that I moved in there in 1982 until the year that she passed away in 2021. And I still talk to her. I still think about her every day. I still tell her constantly that I miss her. But I don't imagine that she's here with me, helping me through, that she's just the other guest at the dinner table. I don't think that's helpful for a child, because then they have to come to the terms with the fact that actually that's not true either. And then they have to deal with the loss of their dad a second time.
it has found, it's been a lot of peace for my kids to, to really remember that in the back of their head, that they're never alone, so.
Those kids are probably never going to know peace because of her. My God. Go and see her bail hearing June 2023 and listen to Eric's sister's impact statement. It's shocking. Okay. Can I find that? I wonder if I can find that now. So let's listen to this and I'll look for that while we're doing that.
So you actually wrote this book with your children.
I did.
And it's only been a year. How did you process and say go from processing death to I need to write a book and help others?
I just watched the struggle that my kids were going through. And I actually, I went on Amazon and Barnes and Noble and trying to find something that we could use to cope at nights. Nights are the hardest, it seems like, for everybody when, dealing with anything. But I just wanted some story to read to my kids at night. And I just could not find anything. I couldn't find anything that really, suited them or helped them find comfort and peace. And so, I was like, let's just write one. And so, I took things that my kids have said to me this last year and we kind of articulated it and put it into a story and, just have hopes that it will help other kids.
Grief is not linear, and this sounds like it's a touchstone when you need it to come back to for you and your boys. So the first one you had mentioned was connection of the 3 C's, keeping the person's spirit alive. The second, continuity.
Yes, and that's, just making sure you're trying to stay, as much as you can on routine. And, whether that's, sports or pick up and drop off from school or community activities, just, trying to stay in a routine as much as possible.
And then the last C is care.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So, on top of just loving your kids and hugging them and kissing them and, extra cuddles and everything, I think it's important that I've learned to really affirm, their feelings. When they're mad or they're sad, it's just that affirmation of, I understand like that you are upset, because of this, like, let's talk about it, and so I think really it's not, it's the emotional and physical touch of it, but really letting your kids understand that why they're feeling the way that they are feeling, and it's okay, and let's deal with it and talk about it.
There's a promotion right now. Get a free copy of the book April 30th and May 1st through Amazon Kindle. You are an amazing woman and mom, and we thank you.
Okay, I'm going to stop that because she's not an amazing woman and mom. She's a terrible, terrible person, and we don't need to listen to her being praised by these people who don't know anything about it. So, I have found the bail hearing, but I don't know how to find. It doesn't have any chapters or anything. I don't know how to find. It's 3 hours long. So to find the sister's statement. Might be tricky. I am trying to do that. So sorry if I'm boring for a minute while I try to find the sister's impact statement. Is that the sister that was on the stand that we saw, or the one that got into a fist fight with her? They're not the same person, are they? I think there's 2 sisters. Sorry. I guess people are patient during these long live streams. It's just like hanging out with other people. I feel like I need to be on, but I guess I don't really. Move by this guy. Is that the sister? Is that the sister? Anybody recognize her? Let's see.
I don't think I have any other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Hill, anything further? No, thank you. So you can step down. Thank you. Ms. Cassell.
Yes, Your Honor. Statement called Brooke Carrington.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you.
Morning. Morning. Could you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Brooke Carrington, Karrington. I am a principal managing partner at Financial Forensics. Desperate financial situation.
Okay, so clearly that's not the sister. This is the sister, maybe, hey? This looks like the sister. Okay.
Kouri looked at me with pure hatred and rage.
Okay, yeah. Here we go.
Kouri assaulted. May have said.
Okay, here we go. Great.
Go ahead.
Dear Judge Mrazek, I'm here today to represent my brother, Eric Eugene Richins, whose life was taken in a senseless act of poisoning on March 3rd, 2022. His wife, the defendant, has been accused of committing this crime. If she is found guilty, she has committed the ultimate act of betrayal. Eric is gone, and I am brokenhearted. He was my best friend and protector. The feeling of loss is so great it is visceral. And with the sorrow comes a wave of panic at not being able to see him again. I can never talk to him, never hug him again, and never more be a part of his life. Eric's world revolved around his family, his love for hunting, the family cattle ranch, and his intense drive as a successful entrepreneur. Being born into the Richins legacy shaped Eric's formative years and resulted in a lifetime of hard work, dedication, and fierce loyalty. At an early age, Eric learned the joys of keeping horses and cows around. He spent countless hours at work the ranch, hauling hay, feeding the animals, and mending fences. He loved our family unconditionally and was a devoted son, brother, uncle, and father. Eric was a family man who always strove to be the absolute best father and husband. He was an attentive and loving father to his 3 sons and a devoted husband to his wife of almost 9 years, Kouri, the defendant. Eric did absolutely everything in his power to provide his family and his 3 sons with every possible grow and have fun. He was the coach or assistant coach on all his boys' teams, which included soccer, basketball, and baseball. He spent countless hours coaching and teaching the boys to play aggressive and give it their all. Eric truly cared about every single child he coached and wanted the absolute best for all of them. There was never a dull moment when you were around Eric, whether it was him showing up to a family dinner with no socks or because he had to make an emergency bathroom stop along the way, or his calling to tell you he rolled the 4-wheeler for the upteenth time is stuck and he needs you to come get him. It was never boring. Eric loved to have fun and always wanted to make sure everyone else did as well. He owned almost every motorized toy possible, from 4-wheelers and side-by-sides to trucks and snowmobiles, and was so excited to share those with his sons. He had the perfect combination of business sense and foresight. He built a very successful masonry business from the ground up and helped many friends do the same. He had a special ability to build close relationships with everyone he worked with, which really allowed his business to thrive. Eric loved every aspect of his job, but most of all, he loved the people he worked for. Eric faithfully supported organizations that he truly believed in. He never was one that wanted recognition or accolades. He did most things anonymously and without recognition. Eric was a true champion of all. It did not matter if you were an employee, friend, family, or the next random person walking down the street. If you needed anything, you could count on him. He truly cared about each person he met. Eric loved fully, laughed loudly, and lived life. He enjoyed great adventures to far-off places, but also cherished the small and finer things in life. No obstacle was too great for Eric. He simply viewed each one as a challenge. No peak was too high, and the next adventure was always just around the next bend. Words cannot describe the loneliness and loss that is felt in every heart that was lucky enough to know him. Eric was such an inspiration and role model for us all. His loss has created a Grand Canyon-sized hole in this community. Except instead of taking millions of years to slowly form, our worlds change overnight. His 3 boys' entire worlds and their perspectives on life changed. None of our lives will ever be the same. Eric died under horrendous circumstances. I am tormented at the thought of what he endured. I play it out in my mind. I go through the terrible sequence of events. I wonder when he realized he was in mortal danger. It may have said to him in his last moments, How long was he conscious, knowing he would die? Where were Eric? Did they hear Eric's body fall to the ground? Did they catch a glimpse of their father taking his last breath? It's torture to think of. Why did Eric lose his life? Why did the boys lose their father? Was it because of Kouri's greed and desire?
Sorry, I'm muted and I'm trying to talk. You guys all caught that look on Kouri's face, right? When she was saying how much he was loved. And look at her now. She's practically smiling, as is her attorney, while she hands her a Kleenex to try to make it look like she's crying. My God.
Desire to get life insurance and other assets? If so, that is abhorrent. How could anyone value human life so cheaply? I cannot comprehend it. I'm overflowing with grief and pain at the thought that Eric meant so little to her. If
Anybody see any tears there? Because I sure don't.
Eric had died because of an illness, he would have been cared for. He could have looked after him and been with him. If he had died because of an accident, people would have tried to help. There would have been kindness. But there's to be had here. There's no concern. In his last moments, after being intentionally poisoned, he was faced with betrayal and terror. The thought of it is unbearable. I am haunted by the horror of it. It has been a living.
Just to say, all that stopping and starting is the video. I don't know what the problem is, but
living hell for our family. We have watched as Kouri has paraded around portraying herself as a grieving widow and victim while trying to profit from the death of my brother.
In every way, right? Trying to profit from the life insurance, from his masonry business, from the home that she closed on, from the book that she wrote, just trying in every way to benefit financially so that she can have some lifestyle that she thinks that she's entitled to, based on what seems like Eric's hard work, not hers, right? She's a something for nothing girl, this one.
Both by trying to profit from a book about his death and trying to get life insurance and assets that should go exactly where Eric wanted them to his boys. Immediately killed, Kouri told us she could not help us get anything ready for the funeral as she was too distraught with grief. We shortly found out that was not true at all. In fact, she pulled herself to go close on the purchase of a $2 million home, hire a real estate agent, hire an architect to create CAD drawings of the home, hire a lawyer in order to file a lawsuit on Eric's trust, hire a locksmith to come break into and clean out my brother's safe.
So apparently her little performance here with her head shaking and her refusing to even look up at the sister of her dead husband, who she claims she didn't kill, but it was terribly grieving when he was gone because she was so taken by shock. She won't even look at the sister. And apparently her little performance didn't work, right? Because we know she never got bail.
An attempt to have Eric cremated. She mustered up the strength and resolve to do most of this within 48 hours of his death. Kouri assaulted me.
I absolutely admire this woman for getting into a fist fight with Kouri, although I'm sure Kouri started it still. It seems like she had enough, I don't know what the word is, but that she had enough anger and righteousness on her side that she fought back.
I will never forget the look in her eyes when she attacked me that Sunday morning. It was early and had been snowing most of the night. I was just getting ready to leave and heading out to the car when I saw a locksmith in Eric's detached garage starting to drill out his gun safe. I asked Kouri multiple times why we could not just call my dad for the code. I could not understand why she was breaking into and ruining Eric's safe. To this, she screamed at me at the top of her lungs called me some inappropriate things I cannot share with you here, and then told me to get out of her house. It was then that I told her that she could not kick me out of my brother's house. My sister Katie was now the executor of Eric's trust and estate, and just like Eric,
Katie was the amazing sister on the stand the other day, who was, yeah, she was great. I thought she was great.
she would not want the defendant breaking into his gun safe. Kouri looked at me with pure hatred and rage. I was messing up her plan. I was getting in her way. And because of that, she attacked me. Multiple times. It took 4 people to pull her off me that day. Before the funeral, Kouri opened a bank account and asked everyone that was grieving to send her money instead of sending the family cards and flowers.
What? Oh my God. I never heard that. My goodness. God. Oh, Tanika, the balls of a burglar is going to get lots of use through this trial.
Weeks after Eric's passing, that we were told she had taken down my brother and removed all his clothing from the house. Kouri put together a golf tournament.
I used to have a store, a secondhand store, that had, like, you know, antiques and thrift and vintage and clothes and whatever. And lots of donations, obviously, in that kind of business. And I had more than one time, I had men come in to donate their wives who had passed away, to donate their clothing and stuff. And they had literally been holding on to the stuff for years and had, like, come to me and said, I'm bringing this to you because, you know, I think that you will make good use of it. And it's just important to me that, you know, that there's some good use out of this and that something good comes from this kind of thing. And, like, that is how people who are dealing with grief behave. They don't get rid of everything that the person who is dead owned and wore and everything that was a part of their daily life within 2 days. It's just, that's, again, right? That's this lack of feeling that these people have, where they don't get that people with, you know, naturally occurring empathy have difficulty in letting go, right? They don't just go and cut everything off after 2 days. And that's, like, it's a tell, right? It's an absolute tell. And I mean, obviously she wouldn't be mentioning it if it wasn't, but it's just more information about these people, about how cold they really are.
In Eric's name, 2 months after his death, on what would have been his 40th birthday, and told his family, all of us, that we were not allowed to attend. Since Eric's death, it has come to our attention that Kouri took out multiple life insurance policies on Eric without his knowledge. It appears that she forged his signature on various documents, assigned herself as Eric's durable power of attorney, inappropriately diverted money from his business to herself, and assigned herself as beneficiary of Eric's portion of our mother's retirement account. I should also not forget to mention the multiple life insurances she has taken out on the boys. Her most recent business venture.
Oh my goodness. I have not heard about that either. I thought I was kind of up to date about this case, but apparently I have missed several elements of it.
Was authoring a children's book about how to help grieving children cope with the loss of the death of a parent. In this book, she had the audacity to use the boys' real names and even use their last family portrait.
Oh, another one that I didn't know about. God. I was just going to say she is so going down, but then Casey Anthony's little face popped into my mind.
Her behavior gives me great concern, as she has exploited the boys for money and will likely do so again. In addition, Kouri has weaponized Eric's children, manipulating my dad to do or not do things by threatening to cut him out of their lives if he did not capitulate to her demands. She similarly deprived the boys of contact with myself, my sister, and her daughters, unless we agreed to give her the money in Eric's trust. Money that Eric wanted to go to his 3 children. As if that were not enough, I've been told that Kouri started telling their 3 little boys that none of Eric's family or friends loved them. She apparently told them none of us cared for them or wanted to be around them, even though that is the exact opposite of what was happening. We all want nothing more than to be there for those 3 little boys.
You see her foot moving there? Kouri's foot. I imagine, like, this is the woman that she attacked, and it took 4 people to get her off. Hi, Steph sells stuff by the seashore. And she is having to control herself while the sister reveals exactly who she is. It must be hard for her. Poor Kouri.
My nephews. Yet Kouri has made sure to cut us out of every aspect of their lives. This is all just a brief summary and the start of what our family has been through over the last year. We have scarcely gone a day without finding out some new allegations or evidence regarding something Kouri appears to have maliciously done to attack and undermine my brother, his 3 little boys, and our family. We have all been there since the beginning of Kouri's and Eric's relationship. I was there on one of their first dates. We were there at the wedding. We were there when each of the boys were born. We have been there for every birthday party, school graduation, and rodeo. We welcomed her into our family and treated her as one of us. Not only did she betray our brother, it feels as though she has murdered and taken away a part of our souls as well. Because of her actions, there has not been a day that has gone by we have not lived with paralyzing anxiety and fear, worrying for the boys' lives as well as our own. I may be naive, but I never knew evil like this existed. I was in fact willing to kill Eric for money. Who's to say that?
I think most of us can relate to that, right? That feeling of like, how is this possible, right? It's extremely difficult when you have ordinary functioning compassion and empathy to imagine what it's like not to feel those things. Like, I just don't even think our empathy is so much a part of who we are that it's impossible to untangle how you would experience life if you had no empathy, kind of thing. Like, it's very hard to imagine feeling nothing for other people. I don't know if you guys all saw, or any of you saw, the thing that was going around on social media a couple days ago about a monkey. I couldn't even watch it. I couldn't look. I don't even know the story because the picture of it was so heartbreaking that I couldn't watch the story. So I have no idea what it's like not to feel that. And it took me most of my life to understand that there are many, many, many people walking around who feel nothing in terms of care for other people and what they are experiencing. And it's a horrible lesson to learn. And I very much think it needs to be understood literally like in grade school. And there would be a lot less of this stuff going on if we understood very clearly, like, our whole culture is about forgiveness and community cohesion and all that kind of stuff, and forgiving the sinner and allowing them back in, and truth and reconciliation and all that kind of stuff. And it's a great idea, but it doesn't work with people who don't have empathy. And I think a lot less of this sort of thing would go on if kids were taught that at a young age, that they need to look out for that, because I was not looking out for it. And I walked into so many situations that I should never have been in because I didn't realize that the other people were not like me.
What she will not do, who would be next. Kouri was in a desperate financial situation when Eric was killed, and that situation seems even worse now. We understand that she has defaulted on loans and is already a defendant in other lawsuits based on her financial misdeeds. I am truly concerned that she will stop at nothing to dig her way out of the problems, including murder. She seems devoid of moral sensibility, and there is no telling what she will do if she is released. Judge Mrazek, her fate lies in your hands. Please do not allow Kouri to use the fraudulent life insurance proceeds to get out on bail. That would be morally reprehensible. Please do not allow Kouri to take advantage and make a mockery of our justice and legal system anymore. She has done enough. Please do not allow Kouri to hurt Eric's memory, our family, friends, and community anymore. We have been through enough. Please do not give Kouri the opportunity to hurt Eric's 3 boys anymore. They have lost enough and have been through enough. Since Eric's death, we have learned and unfortunately are continually reminded that Kouri is desperate, greedy, and extremely manipulative. Out on bail, I will be afraid not only for my own life and those of all of my family, but most for the lives of Eric's 3 sons. Has already suffered enough. Please do not let Kouri out on bail where she will be a risk to do further harm. Please protect what Eric put his life on the line for, his 3 boys. Thank you.
Amy, thank you.
Wow. Great job. She was very articulate. And you know, when in comparison, like when you think of the video we just watched of Kouri talking about the book that she wrote for her grieving children about her dead husband, and her complete lack of ability to even put together a compelling sentence, or to come across in any way as though she was grieving. The contrast is really something. So we have made it. We have fuddled away the time for long enough that it is just about, it's 11:28 where I am, which makes it 12:28 where they are, which means we only got about 2 minutes to go. So I will go back to the court tab. And yeah, I'm not sure what else to say. So yeah, it looks like Boss Lady is saying that she can be around tomorrow. So I will do a live stream. And I will just pop in and out as school bus requirements demand. As I say, it's all very local to where I am. So hopefully, you know, I will not be gone for longer than about half an hour, 45 minutes at a time. And if they if they have to go home in the middle of the thing, I guess that my live stream will just keep running. But so that's the plan for tomorrow. And thank you so much, Boss Lady. You're always such a help to me, and I am incredibly grateful for your assistance in this whole new adventure of being a YouTuber. I have the experience, weirdly, I'm sure some of you can relate, of like feeling guilty, like I'm wasting so much time on true crime. So, you know, for one thing, I always find that it's just a real balm for me watching people who've done terrible things get what they deserve. Because most of the people who did terrible things to me in my life, in fact, all of them, got clean away with it, right? They had no repercussions, unless they thought that losing me was a repercussion, but I very much doubt that because none of them cared about me in the first place. So I find it very healing, but at the same time, I often feel guilty, you know, like I should be doing something. And so since starting this channel, I don't struggle so much with those feelings because I do feel that that there's a purpose beyond just feeling better myself, and that I am actually contributing something, and that's in large part down to all of you lovely people who have made me feel so welcome. And you know, clearly a lot of you have had similar experiences and have the same experience of feeling that it is healing to watch these types of people be exposed and taken down. So he's back. Yay. So I am going to disappear for a little minute from the screen. And, well, actually, maybe I'll just wait till they actually officially start, but I need to get something to eat and use the ladies' room and all of that stuff. So, yeah, thanks, boss lady. It feels. I feel like I've found a very nice community that I can not only be a part of, but that I can be of service to. And I have always had a very wide. I've always been service oriented. It's probably it's possibly anyway pathological because of the fact that I was conditioned to put other people's needs first. But nonetheless, I don't think that I am alone. I think that it's one of the um, sort of defining characteristics of humanity is the need to feel like we're helping others, right? That we have a purpose that is meaningful not only to us. So Tamara's heading over to say hello to Hella. So tell her I said hi. I'm sure there's lots of great live streams going on. I've spent the beginning of the week on Summa Cum Loudmouth's live stream, and she's just really I just really like her. She just is a very nice person, and her live stream was a lot of fun, and there was lots of great people there. But I wanted to try it myself. And I was like, what am I waiting for? Why don't I just do it? So I just did it. Oops, sorry. Here we go. The trials are interesting and I like the forensics, but my family and friends think it's morbid. I'm not here for the salacious details. It's more just people watching, I guess. Yeah, I mean, people have their own reasons. Obviously, not everybody is like me. I was never interested in true crime at all until the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial. And even then, it was like...
9. Ms. Shervanack, Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Is the state's next witness in the wings?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. If you'd please invite the jury back.
Do you want me to move over? So you have your oh, you do. Great.
Have a seat. My apologies. All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Carmen Lauber.
Ms. Lauber, if you would please step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Please have a seat.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you pull, you can sit wherever you're comfortable. If you would just pull the microphone closer to you, it's easier to move that than the chair. Yeah. We'll see if that's close enough.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
What, ma'am, is your name?
Carmen Lauber.
Do you spell your last name Lauber?
Yes.
It's indelicate, but how old are you?
54.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a direct support intake. I work with people with disability.
Okay, ma'am, we're gonna have to get you to, hold on.
Just pull it to the edge of the.
Get it right up. Yeah, it's going to be annoying to you.
Okay.
Push it back a little bit.
Just, yeah, that's like,
Okay,
it's like right.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Again, please. What do you do for a living?
I'm a direct support intake. I work with people with disability and mental challenges and stuff.
Do you have a history of drug use?
Yes.
When did that history begin?
Sixth grade, I was smoking pot, and then it just varied up through junior high and high school.
How did it vary up?
Through cocaine, through pot, through mushrooms, LSD, acid, just drinking stuff through junior high and high school.
Did it continue into adulthood?
Yes.
For how long?
For quite most of my adulthood.
Have you ever sold drugs?
Yes.
Do you have a criminal history involving drugs?
Yes.
Does it involve drug possession?
Yes.
Does it involve drug distribution?
Yes.
Do you have felony convictions for drug distribution?
Yes.
Are you currently on a type of probation for drug distribution?
Yes.
And are you on a probation for a felony drug distribution?
Yes.
Is that probation in Wasatch County's drug court?
Yes.
What is drug court?
Drug court is where you go in, they give you the tools to rehabilitate yourself. They give you groups, personal therapy, one-on-one treatment. They give you random UAs. They have you complete an MRT book, just tools to rehabilitate yourself.
When you say UAs, is that urinalysis testing?
Yes.
To see if you're hot for drugs?
Yes, we would call in daily, and you would either have a number or a color. And if your color or number was called, you had to go to 5-minute clinic and do a UA.
And is the idea behind drug court that it's a rehabilitative program under court supervision?
Yes.
And that if you complete the rehabilitative part of the court supervision, there's some benefit to your pending charges?
Yes, it's a plea in advance.
Okay, and a plea in advance means it doesn't go down as a conviction.
It doesn't go on your record, yes.
Are you also pending charges in Wasatch County for marijuana possession and possession of a gun by a person who's prohibited from possessing a gun?
Yes.
Are you sober now?
Yes.
How long, ma'am, have you been sober?
A little over 4 years.
Is that the longest time in your life since sixth grade that you have been sober?
Absolutely. Except for the time I was pregnant. It's the only time I quit. And then I'd go back to being high. But yes, 4 years, a little 4 years.
Ms. Longer, I apologize for interrupting. We're going to make a small adjustment. Turn the mic a little bit towards me. We just need to line up with your face a little better there, and then pull it forward maybe 1 inch. Okay,
I feel like it's jumping out.
yeah, you just, and you can lower it
Okay.
a little if that's a little more comfortable. There you go. Please.
Are you represented by a lawyer in connection with your testimony here today?
Yes, I am.
Are you testifying pursuant to several grants of immunity today?
Yes.
Is one of those grants of immunity in a letter from Summit County?
Yes.
Is one of those grants of immunity in a letter from Salt Lake County?
Yes.
Is one of those grants of immunity in a letter from the federal government?
Yes.
And is there also an understanding between you and Wasatch County, or at least your attorney and Wasatch County, that there's immunity for the gun and the marijuana in Wasatch County?
Yes.
And do you have those 4 grants of immunity because you have committed crimes in connection with this case in all 4 of those jurisdictions?
Yes.
What is your understanding of those immunity agreements?
with proceeding forward with the truth, and there will be no charges filed back on me.
Do you understand that they require you, in order to avoid criminal exposure, they require you to testify today truthfully?
Yes.
Do they require you to testify today fully,
Yes.
regardless of who's asking you the questions?
Yes.
And that if you don't testify truthfully and fully, you could lose all of that immunity?
Yes.
Did your lawyer assist you in getting that immunity?
Yes.
Did he advise you of the potential criminal exposure you face if you lose that immunity?
Yes. Yes. Sorry.
Yeah. I need to remind you from time to time.
Yeah, because it's
not personal.
just like, yeah, you're fine.
Did you interview with investigators before you got immunity in those cases?
Yes.
About how many times?
Six times, 6 or 7 times.
And over the course of those 6 or 7 times, before you had immunity, about how many hours total did you speak with investigators?
Give or take 10, 15 hours.
Why did you speak with investigators before you were granted immunity?
Well, after they told me what I was being held for, sorry, I wanted to make sure it was the right thing to do, if this is actually what happened.
What do you mean, if this is actually what happened?
If they told me that Eric had died of an,
So, well,
Your Honor, if I'm aware.
what are we approach this?
Yeah, this is the first, not the first consequential witness, obviously, because obviously the forensics and stuff is important too, but this is the first one that I think is going to be interesting and engaging for the jury, and also is going to start to offer us up a little bit of insight into the character of Kouri Richins.
Bloodworth, please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lauber, I just asked you why you testified before you had been granted immunity. You had started to say that the investigators told you that Eric had died. Is that right?
yes.
Can you please pick up your testimony from there?
When they had first told me that, when they first mentioned that Eric, I already knew Eric had passed away, but when they had mentioned that it was from an overdose, that hit hard. Only for the fact that if that's what happened, I needed to step up and take accountability of my part in this that happened, or what I was asked for. At first, it took a minute to process everything. Sorry.
That's fine. Is it fair to summarize, though, that you interviewed with investigators before you had immunity, in part to take accountability for your part and Eric's death?
Yes.
Was another part of the reason you spoke with investigators prior to a grant of immunity was that you hoped you would eventually get some benefit, some grant of immunity?
Yes.
Before you interviewed with investigators prior to the grant of immunity, right? The 6 interviews over 10 to 15 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Had you consulted with an attorney?
No.
Had you reviewed any materials to prepare for those interviews?
No, I was in jail. I was in, yeah.
Did you meet with your lawyer to prepare for testifying today?
No, I didn't meet him. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm confused. Sorry, ask the question.
I'll ask it again. To get ready for today, did you meet with your lawyer?
No. Oh, yes. Sorry, in the back room. Yes, sorry.
Not just today. Let me just ask generally. To prepare, you knew today was going to come, right?
Oh, yes.
In order to get ready for today, over the course of the several weeks or months, have you met with your lawyer to prepare to testify like you are now?
Yes.
In the course of that preparation, did you review any materials so that you would be ready?
Yes.
What did you review?
Some of my testimonies when I was in jail and some pictures and data from cell phones and
Ma'am, did you know Kouri Richins?
yes.
How did you know her?
I worked for her aunt for LTD's personal house cleaning.
And as part of working for Kouri Richins' aunt's house cleaning business, did you clean Kouri Richins' home?
Yes. Every other Friday, unless she needed an extra clean or a deep clean.
About how long did you know Kouri Richins?
I worked for her aunt for 9 years.
And did you know Kouri Richins that whole 9 years?
Yes. We got to know each other throughout the years.
Did you also perform other cleaning services for Kouri Richins?
Yes, when I wasn't working for Doreen, I reached out to her and asked her if she had any house cleaning or landscaping or anything that she needed help with.
Did you ever discuss your drug history with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
How so?
We just talk about how how I was going in drug court and when I would graduate, and she would reach out and ask how things were going or if we'd run into each other. I tell her I'm almost graduating.
And that's the drug court in Wasatch County.
Yes.
When did you go into drug court in Wasatch County?
Late 21. I had my evaluation in 2019 and I entered in late 2021.
So then am I right that your drug court discussions with Kouri Richins would have been while you were in drug court beginning in late 2021?
Yes.
Did you know Eric Richins?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I cleaned his house, and he'd come in and he would joke with us that we were there a little later than what we should have been. And he'd tell us, get out of here, we're working past 5 o'clock, it's time to go home. So I've gone to their house with my grandkids on a barbecue when it was one of their son's birthdays with her aunt.
Did you know that Eric Richins owned a stonemasonry business?
Yes.
Did you know any of the workers that he employed in that business?
No.
Did Kouri Richins ever ask you to purchase for her illicit drugs?
Yes.
How many times?
4.
Did you purchase illicit drugs for her?
Yes.
How many times?
4.
When you purchased illicit drugs for Kouri Richins the first time, who did you purchase the drugs from?
Susan Kohler.
When you purchased Kouri Richins drugs the second time, who did you purchase the drugs from?
Robbie.
By Robbie, do you mean Robert Crozier?
Yes.
How about the third time?
Robbie.
The fourth time?
Robbie.
Let's please begin with the first purchase of drugs for Kouri Richins from Susan Kohler, okay? How did Kouri Richins approach you about purchasing drugs?
She had reached out and asked if I could do her a favor, and I said, yeah, probably, what is it? And then she had called me and asked me if I could reach out to somebody for some pay meds for an investor that she knew. And I told her I could see what I could do. So I knew Susan Kohler was still using at the time, an active user still. And then Susan Kohler reached back and told me she knew somebody that had some pain meds.
Ms. Lauber, I need you to speak up. Thank you.
Sorry.
How did you know Susan Kohler?
She used to work, she was working for Doreen at the time.
And how did you know Susan Kohler was an active user at that time?
Because that's one of the reasons why I quit working with Doreen, because they were still active users.
So you had worked with her at the time?
Yes.
Knew she was an active user?
Over the year, yeah.
When did Kouri Richins approach you that first time to get drugs?
February 11th, February 10th, right around there.
Was it February or was it January?
Was it early February?
Early February?
In January, early February.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Lauber. I'm sitting within 3 feet of you and I
Sorry.
can't hear what you're saying. I just need you to speak louder.
Okay.
Thank you. Like louder than you just did.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay,
That-
sorry.
We're gonna treat that as the floor. It's that point and louder, okay?
Okay,
Thank you so much.
Okay, so sorry.
it's okay.
About what time? Month, beginning month, end of month? Was it end of January, early February, late February? When was it?
Early February.
And would that be 2022?
Yes.
How about the money for the drugs? Did Kouri Richins front you money for the drugs?
For Susan?
Susan, I'm only talking about Susan
Okay.
Kohler. I think that might be confusing.
Yeah, no.
I'm only talking about Susan Kohler.
Okay. No, she did not. I had given Susan the money.
Okay, how much money?
$600.
What drugs did you ask Susan Kohler? What type of drug did you ask Susan Kohler for on Kouri Richins' behalf?
Just some kind of painkiller, an opiate.
And you gave Susan Kohler $600 of your money.
Yes.
What in return did Susan Kohler give you?
A couple hours later, she had returned back to my house with an envelope full of pills.
Okay, what type of envelope?
Just a mailing envelope.
The normal letter?
Just a white envelope, yeah.
Did you look in the envelope?
No.
How did you know it was full of pills?
Susan told me that's what was in there.
Did you feel the envelope?
Yeah.
Did it feel like there were pills in
Yeah,
there?
they were just little round pills.
What did you do next?
Then I had texted Kouri and told her that I had got some pills for her and asked her what she wanted me to do with them. Told me she would, it was late when Susan returned, so she showed up in my driveway the next morning.
Okay, when you say she showed up in your driveway,
Kouri.
Kouri Richins showed
Yes.
up in your driveway the next morning.
Yes.
Did you hand Kouri Richins the pills that next morning in your driveway?
Yes.
Did she give you any money for those pills?
Yes. She gave me back the 600 that I put up for them.
You mentioned you have the part of this transaction with Kouri Richins and Susan Kohler involved text messages. Do you have any of those text messages?
No.
Do you know what happened to those text messages?
I deleted them
Why?
because if I had lost my phone or anybody else got a hold of my phone or anybody in drug court wanted to see my phone, it was evidence that I was not following drug court rules. I was still involved with people that were using
It was evidence that you're dealing drugs,
and
right?
participating in selling drugs.
Let's talk about the second time that you purchased drugs for Kouri Richins, which is the, am I right, the first time you purchased them from Robert Crozier?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about that first purchase from Robert Crozier. How did Kouri Richins approach you on that purchase?
She had reached out to me in text message and said that her investor needed or wanted something stronger. And I kind of told her, well, I can reach out to the people I don't know. You just can't say, hey, this is what I'm looking for. When you're buying drugs off the street, you pretty much purchase what you get. And at the time, I didn't know anybody, so I reached out to another acquaintance that I knew that was still using, which would be Nicole.
Okay, you reached out, and have to keep your voice up, please.
What's that?
Can you keep your voice up, please?
Yes.
Okay. So you reached out to an acquaintance of yours, Nicole, that you knew was still using, right?
Yes, at the time.
And is that Nicole Cummings?
Yes.
How did you reach out initially? How did you reach out to Nicole Cummings?
On Facebook Messenger.
Scott, can I get 3-3, please?
Scott, can we go through our normal dance? Would you disconnect?
Yes, sir.
Back in. I don't know why that happens, but it seems that unplugging and plugging back in fixes it.
This is everything.
There we go. For the witness, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just the witness.
There you are.
I know, I was like, oh, I can't see it.
Do you see it there?
Yes, now I can.
Okay, and you just, when you turn your head, the light has to follow. There you go. Thank you.
Ms. Lauber, do you recognize that document as a Facebook exchange that you had with Ms. Cummings?
Yes, it's off my Facebook Messenger.
And is that an accurate depiction of the exchange you had with Ms. Cummings?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 3-3 in the evidence.
No objection.
States 3-3 is admitted. Would you like to publish, Mr. Letter?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Lauber, do you see there blown up out of 3-3 where it says, text me, I got a question and won't do it on this.
Yes.
Did you send that message by Facebook to Miss Cummins?
Yes.
And it says on February the 5th, 2022. Is that when you sent it?
Yes.
Why did you send that message?
I was going to ask her if she knew anybody that had any pills.
And you didn't want to ask her over Facebook?
No,
Why not?
because once again, that's showing what I'm trying to buy. Illegal activities of buying drugs.
We could hear that, I'm sorry.
Illegal activity of buying drugs.
Thanks, Scott. Did you ultimately speak to Ms. Cummings over the phone?
Yes, I did.
And what did you ask her?
If she knew anybody who had any opiate pills for sale.
And how did she respond?
She said yes, she had a friend that could help me.
And did she identify the friend?
Yeah, she gave me his name. She said Robbie.
And is that the Robert Crozier you've mentioned before?
Yes, it is.
Did she put you in contact with Robert Crozier?
Yeah, she gave me his number.
Did you call Robert Crozier?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, did you ask Robert Crozier for?
If he knew anybody who had any pills, pain pills for sale.
And how did he respond?
He said he would reach out to a couple of people.
Did he ever get back to you after that?
Yes, he did.
When he got back to you, what did he say?
He said he had a buddy that had some fentanyl pills.
What then did you do?
I had texted Kouri back and told her that I had a friend that could get them, but they were fentanyl pills.
So you told Kouri you had a friend, a hookup for fentanyl pills.
Yes.
How did Kouri Richins respond?
She said, okay, go ahead and get them.
So, did you go ahead and get them?
Yes.
What was the next step in getting them?
The next step was reaching out to Robbie and tell them to go ahead and get them.
Did you arrange a time and location to purchase the pills from Robbie?
Robbie did actually,
Okay.
because he was coming up from up north. So he had me go to a Maverick off 126 in Draper. It was closer to his person.
Let me maybe do this one more time. The text messages between you and Robbie, do you have them?
No.
Are they deleted?
Yes.
Did you delete them?
Yes.
Because they were evidence of drug distribution?
Yes.
Objection leading.
I think you're going to testify about a lot of text messages. Did you delete them all
Yes.
for the same reason?
Exactly.
Okay, so you set up to purchase fentanyl from Robert Crozier at the Maverick in Draper.
Yes.
Did you front the money for these?
No. That was more, way higher.
How much money was involved in this transaction?
$1,000.
How did the money come about? Who?
So I reached out to Kouri and told her yes, that it was going to be kind of pricey. And then so she had I asked her how she wanted me to grab him. I had to go to the house in Midway, not the mansion. It was a Midway house that she was flipping. And the money would be in there.
Okay. So let me make sure I understand. Kouri Richins said she would leave you $1,000 at a small house in Midway.
Yes.
Scott, can I get 8-12, please? Ms. Lauber, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that the small house in Midway that you're thinking of?
Yes.
Is that an accurate depiction of the small house?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 8-12.
No objection.
812 is admitted.
Ms. Lauber, did you enter that house and get the $1,000?
Yes, I did.
How did you enter the house?
Kouri told me the back door was unlocked.
Was it?
Yes.
Did you enter through the back door?
Yes, I did.
Where inside the house was the money?
In a closet in a box with a couple of coffee cups.
Thanks, Scott. So once you got the money, what did you do next?
I had called Robbie and told him, okay, I had the money. How long it would take him to get down from where he was coming from.
Did you then drive to the Maverick and Draper?
I didn't drive in time. I didn't have a car.
Who drove? Did somebody drive you to the Maverick?
Yes, Nancy.
Okay. Is Nancy Peters?
Yes.
Where did she drive? Where did she pick you up?
At my house in Heber, off of Center Street.
And then she drove you from your house in Heber to Maverick and Draper?
Yes, down Provo Canyon.
Down Provo Canyon. Scott, can I get 3-7, please? Ms. Lauber, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that an extraction of your some photographs from your cell phone?
Yes, it is.
Is that an accurate depiction of the photographs extracted from your cell phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 3-7 into evidence.
Fair, we'd object. I don't think that Ms. Lauber can identify the Celebrite. Celebrite hasn't even been introduced into evidence. I suppose she could introduce the photos if they want to pull up the photos separately, but she can't identify the Celebrite, which is not.
You can identify them as photos from her cell phone, correct?
I think she can, yes, as photos from her cell phone if they want to show the photos without it being on the Celebrite extraction.
Okay. For the moment, Scott, can you?
Your Honor, we're going photo by photo as D1, D2, D3.
Let's do that. We'll come back to this. I'm sorry, Counsel, my apologies. Will you approach briefly?
So Little Whiskers is saying, so the defense will pin her as a drug addict and a liar. I think they'll try to, for sure. But also, I think she's really credible. She comes across as very believable to me. And I think that the jury will pick up on that too, right? Like, the jury's not stupid. And if we can see that they're going to try to paint her that way, I think they will see that as well. I hope so.
Ms. Lauber, those 4 photographs, do you recall where you were or where you were traveling to and from when they were taken?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what.
Can you see 3-7 on your screen?
Yes.
There's if we scroll down, I think is it 3 or 4 photographs? Scott, can you scroll down? No, there's a whole bunch. There's 6 photographs.
I see 3 on mine.
Scroll up. There's 2 pages with 3
Okay,
each.
yeah,
Is
now
that
there's
right?
total 6, yes.
Okay. And do you know where those photographs were taken?
In Nancy's car.
As you were driving from Heber to Provo Canyon? Or from Heber down through Provo Canyon to the Maverick and Draper?
Yes.
And do you see the time? Scott, if you can bring one up. Do you see the time
oh, yes.
and day on
Yes, I do.
February the 11th, 2022, beginning at 5 p.m.?
Yes.
Is that an accurate date and time for those photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, or actually, Scott, can I get 3-7 Delta 1? Is that one of those photographs?
Yes, it is.
Can I get Scott 3-7 Delta 2, please? Is that another one?
Yes, it is.
3-7 Delta 3, please. Are those 3 photographs accurate depictions?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 3-7 Delta 1, Delta 2, and Delta 3 into evidence.
No objection.
3-7, D1, D2, and D3 are admitted.
Can we publish Scott 3-7 D1? Is that you in the photograph?
Yes.
Who's the dog?
That is my silver lab Hemi.
And whose car are you in?
Nancy's.
And who's driving that car?
Nancy.
Okay, D2, please, Scott. Is that you and Nancy Peterson?
Yes, it is.
Can I get D3, Scott? Another photograph of you and Nancy Peterson?
Yes, it is.
In Nancy Peterson's car?
Yes.
Driving to meet up with Robert Crozier at the Draper Maverick on February the 11th, 2022?
Yes.
Meeting, Your Honor.
He's already laid foundation. Overruled.
On the way down, thanks. On the way down Provo Canyon to the Draper, did you text with Mr. Crozier?
Yes, I did.
What was the content of those texts?
Just how far out are you? How long is it going to take?
On the way down Provo Canyon, were you texting with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
What was the context of those texts?
Sorry, it's taken long. I'm headed there now. I'll let you know when I leave the Maverick.
Did you end up meeting with Mr. Crozier at the Maverick?
Yes, I did.
What happened once you two met there?
He would text me and tell me what kind of vehicle he was in. I would tell him what I was in. He came up to the window. I gave him the money. He told me he'd be back like in 20, 25 minutes. And then he left the Maverick.
So the money that you gave him was the $1,000 you got from that small Midway house?
Yes.
Did he ultimately return?
Yes, he came back.
Did he have anything with him when he returned?
Yes, he did.
What did he have with him?
He handed me a little clear baggie with some pills in it, little round pills.
Can you describe, please, the baggie?
Just a little clear baggie. Clear like a plastic cup clear. You could see it through it.
Okay. Small, big, like
Just a small.
what's small?
Kind of small, like if you buy a shirt and it has an extra button in it. That kind of size.
Gotcha. Did you see about how many pills were inside that baggie?
No, I didn't sit there and count them. It was 15 to 20 is what he told me.
Did you said they were circular?
Yes, just round.
Did you notice their color?
Kind of light green.
What did you do once he gave you the pills?
Left.
Left to where?
Back up through Provo Canyon, back up to my house in Heber.
On the way back to your home in Heber, did you exchange text messages with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I did.
What was the content of those messages?
I let her know that I had him. What did she want me to do with them? I really didn't want them with me at my house.
Did she tell you what she wanted you to do with those pills?
She responded back with, take them over to the Midway house, put them in a shed. There was 3 sheds on that property. I didn't feel comfortable leaving them in the shed out in the open. So I went to the fire pit and kind of dug a little hole and put the gravel back on top of it and then kind of turned a brick to the side to kind of cover it up.
Scott, can you bring up 8-13, please? Ms. Lauber, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
That is the house in Midway.
Is it the backyard of the house?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the backyard?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 8-13 into evidence.
No objection.
8-13 is admitted.
Scott, if you could zoom. Is that the shed that you just referenced?
Yes.
Is that the fire pit that you just referenced?
Yes, it is.
So you put the pills that Robert Crozier sold you, the Draper Maverick, in that fire pit?
Yes.
There's no fire.
Not at the time, no. There was no fire.
Thanks, Scott. I want to pause on the drug deals for a minute, okay? So we got the Susan Kohler drug deal, the first Crozier drug deal, right?
Mhm.
I'm gonna pause. Scott, can you bring up 2-33, please? Can you split screen it with 2-34, please? Ms. Lauber, do you recognize those 2 documents?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
Letters from Kouri saying I did some community hours.
Did Kouri Richins give you those letters?
Yes, she did.
Are they accurate depictions of the letters that she handed you?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, the state moves 233 and 234 into evidence.
No objection other than previous objection that is ongoing.
It's preserved by the record. It's been ruled upon. The court stands upon that ruling. Forgive me, the 2-33 and 2-34 are admitted.
Can we publish those, Scott, please, and split the screen? You mentioned, Ms. Lauber, that those are community service. Those are letters, I guess, evidencing perhaps community service.
Yes.
What's the
I'm
genesis?
so sorry to interrupt.
Sorry.
Yeah, we just need you to speak a little louder.
What's the genesis of these letters? Why these letters?
I was late for a couple of groups, so I got sanctioned from drug court to do 10 hours of community service.
Okay. So groups, do you mean group therapy sessions?
Yes.
And because you were late to they're court ordered, aren't they?
Yes.
Because you were late to court ordered group therapy sessions in drug court, am I right? The judge sanctioned you to community service?
Yes.
Then did you approach Kouri Richins about getting community service letters?
I had asked her if she knew anywhere I could get a letter with a head on it saying that I did some community hours.
Okay. Scott, maybe pick the one on the left and blow it up so that we can just read it a little bit easier. Thank you. Is the other one similar? Maybe you can just flip it out. Yep. Ms. Lauber, did Kouri Richins hand you those letters?
Yes.
Did you perform that community service?
Absolutely not.
Have you ever stepped foot on a Circle R ranch?
No, I have not.
Did you submit those community service letters to the drug court in Wasatch County?
Yes, I did.
How'd that go?
Not too well. I ended up in jail for a day and got more community hours.
Ms. Lauber, you were in drug court on a felony drug distribution charge, right?
Yes.
You just testified that you bought drugs for Kouri Richins.
Yes.
Which is more drug distribution, right?
Yes.
And you just submitted a fake letter, 2 fake letters, to the drug court judge, right?
Yes.
Why on earth would you do that?
Well, I obviously didn't have time to do my community hours because I was reaching out to Robbie Kazera and picking up pills.
But why would you try to put one over on the court at all?
In the early stages of addiction, when you're slowly getting clean, you still test the waters. You're not ready to surrender yet. You're not sure about how much you can get away with and what you can't get away with.
So at that point in time, did you think you could get away with more drug distribution and fake letters?
No, not get away with it.
But you tried.
Yes, I did.
Have you since surrendered to drug court?
Absolutely.
Let's turn back to the drug deals. We've been through the first one with Ms. Kohler, and the second drug deal, but the first drug deal with Robert Crozier. Let's turn to the second drug deal with Robert Crozier, okay? You all right? I'll take a minute.
No.
Did there come a time when Kouri Richins again approached you for illicit drugs?
Yes.
If you want to take a minute, let me know.
No, I'm good. I'm fine.
Okay. Do you recall about when that second time with Mr. Crozier was?
Still in February. I'm not exactly sure of the date.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Would you just say whatever you just said again a little bit louder?
I said I'm not quite sure of the date.
When Kouri Richins approached you that second time involving Mr. Crozier, what did she ask for?
She said her investor needed something a little bit stronger. And I proceeded to tell her, like, it's not something you can just, when you're buying something off the street that's man-made, you just don't say, hey, this is what I want to order. I just told her you get what you get.
Did there come a time when she asked you for the Michael Jackson stuff?
Yes.
Was that this time?
Yes.
What did you understand the Michael Jackson stuff to mean?
I actually wasn't sure. I had to Google it.
So you said there was ultimately this third buy from Robert Crozier. Did Kouri Richins give you the money up front for the third buy?
Yes, it was the Midway house still.
Was it the same way she?
Same little house in Midway.
Okay.
Back door.
Did you enter the back door of that little
Yes.
house in Midway?
Yes.
Did you get some money?
Yes.
Do you remember about how much?
About $1,000.
Was it cash?
Yes.
Was it cash the other time also?
Yes.
Once you got the $1,000 out of the small Midway house, what did you do?
I texted Robbie.
What did you say? What did you set up with Robbie over text?
Just saying, hey, does your friend still have any of those left? And then of course, it doesn't happen right then and there. I could text him, he'd say, I'll get back to you in a couple of days, I'll see what I can find out. So then when Robbie texted me back, I let Kouri know that I could get him, and then head back down, had Nancy take me once again down Provo Canyon to the Maverick on 126th.
Just like the time before.
Yes.
Like before, were you texting with Robert Crozier on the way down the canyon?
Yes.
And what was the content of those texts?
Same texts. How much longer? How far out are you? Because he always had to find a ride as well.
Were you texting on the way down Provo Canyon with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
What was the content of those texts?
Same thing. Sorry it's taken long. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I'll keep you posted.
When you arrived at the Maverick, were you still texting with both Robert Crozier and Kouri Richins?
Yes, I would text Robbie and tell him I'm here at the Maverick. How much farther out are you?
And what would you text?
I would text Kouri, sorry, he's taken longer than I thought.
And you deleted all of those texts?
Of course.
Did you ultimately meet up with Robert Crozier at the Draper that second time?
Yes.
What happened when you met up?
Same routine. He'd come up to the car, I'd give him the money, he'd leave again for 20, 25 minutes. Then he'd come back. And then he'd give me the little clear baggie with pills in it. And then we'd go our separate ways.
Can you please describe the baggie?
Clear little baggie. Just a small little clear baggie. As if you were putting an extra button in it.
Same as last year?
Yes.
Do you recall about how many pills?
15 to 20. I never stopped and counted them, but that's what he told me was in the baggie.
Were they round again?
Yes.
What color were they?
A lighter blue.
Once you received the pills from Robert Crozier, what did you do?
Text Kouri and told her I was headed back at Provo Canyon. And sorry, it was getting late. So what does she want me to do with them?
Okay. Did you text with Kouri Richins on your way back up Provo Canyon to Heber?
Yes.
When you got back up to Heber, what did you do?
Oh, went to my house in Heber.
Did you still have the pills with you?
Yes.
What ultimately did you do with the pills?
Well, it was Nancy that drove me, so I had taken her to my house. Oh, wait, hold on, I'm getting confused. Hold on a sec.
Take a minute.
This is a lot. Hold on. Okay, sorry. You can repeat the question.
So, sure. The second buy from Robert Crozier, you went back up Provo Canyon to your house in Heber. Nancy Peterson was driving, right?
Yeah.
And you had the pills with you when you arrived back at your home in Heber. And the question is, what did you do with the pills?
I had them with me.
Did you hold on to them?
Yes, I did.
For how long?
Well, I had given Nancy a couple for taking me because that was her drug of choice at the time. Not very long.
What did you do with them?
I reached out to Kouri and asked her what she wanted me to do with them because I didn't like having them on me.
What did she respond?
That she would come pick them up.
Did she?
Yes, she did.
Where did she pick them up?
In my house, in Heber, in my driveway.
Is longer, I need you to speak up.
She picked him up in my house, in my driveway, in Heber.
Okay, so we've been through the first purchase from Susan Kohler, and the first purchase from Robert Crozier, the second purchase from Robert Crozier.
Yes.
And that second purchase was the end of February?
Yes.
Before Eric Richins' death, did you buy any other drugs from Robert Crozier?
Yes.
Before Eric Richins' death?
Oh, no. There was just, wait, now you confused me. Can you ask me again?
Just love my apologies. Pause for 1 second. Hold that mic a little closer to you. We're having trouble hearing you. If you would re-ask that question, Mr. Bloodworth, please.
Yes. You testified about 2 drug buys from Robert Crozier, right?
Yes.
Other than those 2 drug buys, before Eric Richins' death, did you ever buy drugs from Robert Crozier before?
Have I ever bought any from him?
Do you remember when Eric Richins died?
Early March.
Before Eric died, how many times did you buy drugs from Robert Crozier?
Twice.
Any more than twice before Eric died?
No,
those
just
2
the
times.
twice.
Before Eric died, have you ever been, other than those 2 times, to the Maverick and Drake?
No.
You just said Eric died in early March, right?
Yes.
Do you recall when you learned that Eric died?
It was one of Doreen's employees that had told me that Eric had passed away.
And do you recall how soon after Eric's death she told you that?
It was a day or 2 after.
Did you ever speak with Kouri Richins about Eric's death?
Yes, I did.
When?
A couple days after.
Where were you when you spoke with Kouri Richins the first time about Eric's death?
I was with my friend Nick, and we were on our way to do a UA for drug court.
Is Nick Bon Savage?
Yes, it is.
And the UA again is a urinalysis.
Yes, it is.
So you and Nick were together. Were you on a way? Were you driving to the UA?
Yes.
When you had that conversation with Kouri Richins about Eric's death, were you on speakerphone?
Yes.
Could Nick hear the conversation?
Yes.
Did you ask Kouri Richins about Eric's death?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her?
I said, please tell me these pills were not for him.
Did she respond?
She did.
How did she respond?
She said, no, they were not. Eric passed away from a brain aneurysm.
Did there come a time after that conversation where you asked whether Eric died from those pills? Or you asked Kouri Richins whether Eric died from those pills? Did there come a time after that conversation when Kouri Richins again asked you to purchase drugs from her?
Yes.
How did she ask?
She asked me if I still had the hookup or my friend.
Scott, can I get 2-44? If you look down that column labeled description, Ms. Lauber, do you recognize that as a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Is this an accurate text exchange? An accurate depiction of the text exchange?
Yes, it is.
And did it occur on March the 7th, March the 6th and into the 7th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Does it accurately show the type of message and whether it's an incoming message or an outgoing message?
Yes, it does.
Does it actually accurately show the sending party, the from party and the receiving party, the to party?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-44 into evidence.
Objection, Your Honor. Celebrate extraction has not been admitted into evidence, and she cannot identify a celebrate extraction where it came from.
Please.
I am going to say that she lied to all of the people about the cause of Eric's death. I'm just confused about how many various lies she might have told. I know that she told Eric's father that he had died of the same fungal lung infection that had killed Eric's mother. So if that isn't just about as cruel a thing as you can do to a man after murdering his son, balls of a burglar. Again, thank you, Tanika. The woman has no shame and apparently no boundaries either. Her willingness to, I mean, it's that narcissist thing that they do, right? It is literally whatever is expedient in the moment is what they will say. And because she's been ducking and diving and getting away with that sort of stuff her whole life, she assumes that it's just going to carry on with law enforcement. And I mean, it's the kind of a gift, right, that we get from these people, is that they have no idea how they come across. And when they're under the microscope, they can't get away with it. So it's like watching, it's like watching the Sarah Boone interview where she just says whatever works in the moment, right? She comes in with her story of like, oh, I don't like to drink. I can't get drunk. I have to be compos mentis. And then as soon as it becomes obvious, the information that they have, the video that they found, her story starts to change and she's suddenly very comfortable talking about drinking. It's the drinking. I blame the wine. It's the drinking. And it's in that moment it works, right? And with the people that she's accustomed to dealing with, people like George and Brian, she can just sort of baffle them with her bluster, right? But when you get to law enforcement, they want you to actually answer the question, right? Not just skirt around it. Although I have to say those detectives in her case did not seem to have any kind of a cogent plan for that interrogation. They spent so much time interrupting each other and talking over each other and arguing with Sarah and letting her get away with stuff. It was like literally an hour into the interview where she keeps saying, "It was not my plan to go upstairs and go to sleep," before one of them finally said, "So what was your plan?" Right? Like they were. Anyway, I'm going off on a rant and losing track, but I'm going to say she lied to everybody, and she used whatever lie was most conveniently at hand to do it. Yeah, good old Sarah Boone. She was classic, and she's not stopped. AG Tactical has been covering her calls from prison. Just to say, so have I. So I'm a little bit behind AG Tactical, but I have a series so far of, I think, 4 or 5 videos covering her calls, which are quite fun because she's talking to someone who is trying to grift her, but at the same time, like he thinks, I feel like he thinks that he knows that, like, this is what he's claiming, right? Is that he always knew she was a murderer, and he was just thinking that he could get her to tell the truth by offering her trust or being trustworthy or something. But that makes no sense because he was lying to her. But regardless, so he thinks that he's got her number, and yet you can see her effect on him anyway, right? Even though he thinks that he's grifting her, you can sense the feelings of, like, when the conversations are happening and she's getting annoyed with him, you can tell that he's walking on eggshells. You can tell that he's trying to, like, avoid getting her to, like, hang up on him or be mad at him or something like that. And maybe that's because he doesn't want to lose the investment. He doesn't want her to turn her back and say, you can't do my documentary anymore. But for me, there's a very real sense of she's abusing him and he is responding like an abuse victim, right? He's trying to appease her and he's tiptoeing around her and he's walking on eggshells and all that stuff. Yeah. So yeah, Sigma, come on over and watch them. They're fun. Or not. I mean, obviously, watch whatever you want. I appreciate whatever amount of support any of you are willing and or able to offer. So just saying. But yeah, they are fun because I found them to be a relief, weirdly, because it's Sarah Boone, but I found them to be a relief after the whole hidden true crime saga, because of the fact that she is facing consequences for her behavior, while Lauren and John seem to be blithely carrying on with their absolute garbage nonsense takes on things, including, if you've seen their take on the Nick Reiner case. And they seem to have basically gotten away with it. So listening to Sarah in prison, I've said it before and I'll say it again, it's kind of a balm to the soul, especially to those of us who have been victimized by people like this, to see her suffering the consequences of her behavior after the way she so callously treated George. And I think it's clear that she obviously didn't remember that she had made the video. But I don't think it's altogether clear that it was, like, not premeditated, honestly, based on the videos of her taping George doing these things that were meant to look like abuse. I mean, maybe those she had another plan for those, a different plan. But the text, the hide and seek you shall text to as I recall, it was to George's brother's phone, but it was to George's daughter that he was talking to. I may be mixed up in that, but that is a very weird coincidence.
I apologize for that. Please rise, stretch your legs. You folks are taking a break.
Little comedy relief in the courtroom. Sorry, so just going quickly back to Sarah, there was also, from what I understand, there was a photograph.
Everybody have a seat. Carmen, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to go wait in the lobby. Okay? Just for a moment. I need to have a conversation about some legal issues. I need to make sure that that conversation does not pollute or affect your memory in any way. Mr. Moffat, you can't counsel her regarding her testimony during the break. Understood, sir. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, if you would please, however the form of it you wanted to admit to the published to the jury and admit it as an exhibit, would you put that form on the screen so we're all talking about the same thing at the same time?
Your Honor, it is there now.
Okay, so it's the zoom in that we're currently looking at, rows 1 through 5.
All right, we can back it out so you can see the whole form.
Is this the page? Is it one page?
It's two pages.
So it did say celebrate. I thought it did.
Please pause.
I'm sorry.
Okay. You want to, I'm sorry, I don't have control yet. States Exhibit 2-44 is a 2-page exhibit that says Cellbrite Extraction Report at the top, correct?
Correct.
And you'd like to admit this 2-page extraction report through this witness, not just the content of the text messages and the metadata regarding to, from, whatever.
Your Honor, the state wants to admit the content. Now, I can see the 244 at the top is labeled with Celebrite's branding. You know, if we were to, for example, redact the labeling, that's fine. But the content.
The distinction, I apologize for interrupting you, so I can just provide a little more context for my question. The distinction I'm drawing is the previous photographs. We admitted just the photographs,
yes,
not the report from which the photographs were derived.
Correct.
Here, it seems we're doing something, the state is proposing to do something different. That is, admit the report, not just the content. That is the photographs in my analogy.
That is correct, but the state proceeded to just admit the thumbnails as photographs simply to keep things moving along, not because the state thinks that the report is inadmissible. The state just didn't want to bog down in this discussion.
May we do the same now, understanding that the state's ultimately, as I understand your position at sidebar, going to be, we have another witness that's going to get this report and many others in.
Yes, Your Honor. That is why I think the way we can do that is to just redact the heading. And that leaves us with nothing but content without identifying the source of the content. But Ms. Lauber has already authenticated the content itself.
Ms. Lewis, if you'd put your position on the record.
On the record, Your Honor, this is a Cellbrite report that has not been admitted. We don't have testimony as to how it was extracted. We don't have testimony as to what it is, and it's not authenticated. That can come in through a later witness. I agree. That witness probably should have been called first, but was not. You're right that now we're doing something different than we did on the prior report. And I don't think just extracting celebrate, the word celebrate solves the problem. You ruled from the bench just a minute ago that this could be used as an impeachment document.
I did not. I said specifically you cannot use it if it's not admissible because there's no foundation for it.
Well, then we discussed it further, and you said go ahead and show it to her and ask her if she remembers it, and then the text.
That was not in the context of impeachment. That was in the context of the Mr. Bloodworth and his direct using it to refresh a recollection of a witness who may not specifically recall the content.
I misspoke. That's what I meant. To use it to refresh her recollection. And you ruled that that would be appropriate. Well, then Mr. Bloodworth attempted to change your ruling, which happens a lot, which is what
Don't do
gets
that.
me.
Please stay
Well, that's
focused.
what gets me frustrated.
Please stay focused.
I think your ruling was appropriate, that it can be used to refresh your recollection. Discuss this, you ruled, and I think your ruling should stand.
You understand that this will limit your use of this document in impeachment.
That's fine.
Okay. Blair, any further record?
Yes, Your Honor. To use the photograph analogy, it doesn't matter who took the photograph. If somebody was there to observe the content of the photograph, they can impeach it, or they can authenticate it. That is what we have here. Carmen Lava was a participant in this text message exchange. She can authenticate it. And that is the only substance in this report. She has authenticated 100% of the substance of this report.
Are you comfortable presenting it to her as, this is a document? Does this document match your recollection of text messages you had with this person on this day?
Your Honor, not only am I comfortable with it, that is precisely what I did when I had her authenticated.
Okay.
And how it was extracted doesn't matter. That is when you don't have a witness who was present to authenticate it.
I understand.
Okay.
I hear you saying if you had a screen grab of text of bubbles from a phone and her testimony was the same, like, I remember this.
Yes.
I remember this exchange on this day at this time. You would seek to admit the bubble as a document that she laid foundation for.
Correct. Regardless of who took the screenshot of the bubbles. Right here, Celebrate took the screenshot of the bubbles. Doesn't matter.
I understand the state's position. Ms. Lewis, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So the defense has a thought-provoking argument that including all the stuff in the header gives this document some imprimatur of technical proficiency or additional weight regarding which this witness has not laid foundation. So, State's Exhibit 2-44, just the table, not anything from that blue line in the header or above, Scott, may come in through this witness. Yeah, show me page 2, Scott. Mr. Bloodworth, any further record regarding the court's ruling?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis. We didn't 3/7 by itself didn't come in. It was D1, D2, D3 only. Yeah, but those photographs I don't think had.
Nothing further.
Did they? No. Yeah. Okay. So we have. I'm really just talking to Scott at the moment. It's going to stay this way, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And can you, the state, at some point before tomorrow morning, print this version of 2-44, understanding this may be mooted through Mr. Katradimos at some point, but.
Yeah, let's do that, Your Honor. Let's label this 2-44 Romeo R.
Okay.
To denote it as a redacted version of 244.
Got it. Okay, Brittany, do you need anything else for the record? All right, what I would like to do, council, is complete the, well, we've taken want to take a restroom break now, and then we'll just go directly from direct into cross. Ms. Lewis, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, listen, nobody can talk to Ms. Lauber out in the lobby, please. No appearances of contact with Ms. Lauber. Let's take a break until 2:10. Thank you. Court's in recess.
Okay, court's in recess. So I want to finish what I was saying about Sarah, or about Sarah Boone, and that it seemed to me like there might have been some premeditation going on, because there was the videos that she took that made it look like George was abusing her. There was the text to one of his family members saying, "Hide and seek you shall." There was a photograph, I believe. There was a photograph of Sarah's son in a suitcase, that they had been goofing around at some point and put him in a suitcase. So I think that there is evidence to suggest that it was premeditated. I don't think that they did wrong in not going for premeditated, but I don't think that it was as unplanned as it kind of seems on the surface or whatever. But anyway, so I was thinking that I would play it's just a short little video about Kouri's abandoned Midway house. I'm not sure what that is, but let's find out. Sorry, can you guys hear me? What is happening here? Your browser has lost connection to your screen share audio. Try sharing your screen again. Okay. Okay, somebody tell me if you can hear this now. Can you hear me at all? Sorry, I don't know what happened there. Okay, can you hear the video now? Please let me know before I guess. And can you hear the video? Did you just hear that little bit of the video? No? Okay, let me stop sharing and start again. Okay, I'm gonna try this again. Back to the beginning.
Again, well, now to the local children's book author and mother accused of killing her husband.
Okay, let me know if you can hear that now. I have unshared and reshared. That should have fixed it. Let me know if you heard that, please. Somebody? Anybody? I don't know how long the delay is on here. Yes, you heard it. Okay, good. All right. Start at the beginning. Here we go.
Again, well, now to the local children's book author and mother accused of killing her husband. We're learning more about the mansion the couple closed on just after Eric Richins' untimely passing. ABC4's Elena Castro joining us live from Wasatch County, where the house remains unfinished at this point. Elena.
Behind me stands that house that was closed on, according to court documents, the night Eric died. Kouri says she told police that they were celebrating the closure of a home that she had purchased for her business. She was wanting to flip the house. She says she made Eric a drink, went to go put the kids in bed. And when she came back, she says that's when she found Eric dead. We know that Eric died of a fentanyl overdose. It's here at this house in Midway where those illicit drug transactions took place between Kouri and her dealer. The dealer telling police she left the pills at the Midway house. The house is nearly 20,000 square foot mansion. It boasts 8 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, and a half bath, and a 3,000 square foot guest house, all on an 8-acre lot. We know that 2 weeks after the death of her husband, Kouri placed the house back on the market. And now, a year later, at an asking price of $3.7 million, it seems the house may have a new buyer. We'll be following this story. Reporting live in Midway, Elena Castro, ABC4 News.
Okay, yeah, that was it. Oh, here's Dr. G. Should we watch Dr. G for a few minutes? Full analysis. Here we go. We'll watch this one. Oh, no. Wait, we already watched that. Hang on.
Hey everybody, Dr. G here. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist and body language expert, and today we're going to be analyzing Kouri Richins. Kouri Richins has been accused of murdering her husband, Eric Richins.
I just have to say that I am not a fan of the green outfit.
With a large dose of fentanyl. The truly unusual part about this case is that she went on to write a children's book with her children about how to deal with grief and loss, even including illustrations of their father. Before we get started, I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, let's.
I didn't know before today that she had used her son's real names and likenesses in the book.
Let's go. What we're going to be analyzing today is Kouri Richins' interview with Good Things Utah about the book.
Kouri, I want to start with your story. What happened in your personal life?
So my husband passed away unexpectedly last year. So it's March 4th was a 1-year anniversary for us. And he was 39. It completely took us all by shock.
So right here, you can see she's pursing her lips. We oftentimes do this when we disagree with something that's being said. She disagrees with her own statement because it may not be true. Let's go.
To me, she also looks like she's smiling.
Go back and listen to that again.
And, he was 39. It completely took us all by shock. And we have 3 little boys, 10, 9, and 6. And, you know, my kids and I kind of wrote this book on the different.
We do this face when we're uncertain or when we don't know something. So when she's talking about why she wrote the book, assuming that she actually committed this murder, her reasoning for doing it is not going to be what she says. And so she's trying to say, I guess this is why we did it.
Yeah, he's good, eh? I mean, I don't know why I don't believe her, but I don't, right? I mean, I know why now, but like just watching somebody, I don't necessarily know what it is about what they're saying that makes me not believe them. So it's nice to hear it from him.
Emotions and grieving processes that we've experienced last year, and, you know, hoping that it can kind of help other kids, you know, deal with this and kind of, you know, find happiness.
And as you can see, she's struggling to describe what it could do for other children because that's not the real motivation for it.
It's also really shallow, right? It seems like she doesn't even know what it could do for other children because she's not experiencing grief herself. So she doesn't really know what she's trying to help them with.
Some way or another.
And to make sense and process, I'm
Yes.
sure. And I'm sure you felt that going through. And
now one of the interviewers provided her with a much better answer. So you may be asking yourself, why would somebody do this? Why would they write a children's book after?
That's exactly what I mean about filling in the blanks for them, right? The interviewer sees that she's struggling to express herself, and so she expresses it for her and believes that that's what Kouri's thinking. That's exactly what I'm talking about, filling in the blanks for these people and making them into someone who is like us, right? That is the projection thing that we do.
After the murder of their husband. If she is in fact guilty of the things that she's been accused of, that would make her a psychopath. Murdering the father of your children for money and then writing a book with them, that would be clear signs of psychopathy. So let's talk about why a psychopath would do this. Well, there's a number of reasons that we're going to go through, but the first one I want to talk about is image management and manipulation. One of the primary tools of psychopaths is manipulation. And if you're writing a children's book with your children, you are manipulating them. You're also manipulating the perception that other people are going to have of you. It's going to make you seem compassionate and caring. And so image management and manipulation are 2 big motivators for psychopaths.
for you and your boys.
Yes, exactly.
For psychopaths and for people who are trying to stay out of prison after committing murder.
Exactly. And so I've done, I'm new to all of this, so kind of doing all, research and reading books.
It's possible she's doing this research because she's trying to give off the emotion she's expected to feel. She may lack genuine empathy, but has enough understanding of societal norms to know that she should be sad, that she should be showing this.
Things.
Yeah, the cognitive empathy that they express that we then fill in all the blanks for them, right? Yep.
To try and understand, not only how to grieve as a widow, as a wife, but also, with my kids, how to help them,
Control is incredibly important to psychopaths, and by guiding her children's grieving process, she maintains complete control over how her children grieve and the narrative around that.
And the story that she tells them is that, he's here, so it's fine, everything's fine, right? So, stop grieving, essentially, right? I'm gonna guess that their grieving bothers her.
And what I have kind of found is, as I mentioned, it's kind of the 3 C's is how I...
All right, so we're going to get into the 3 C's. But another thing I want you to understand about why I think she's using the 3 C's and why she's doing this, psychopaths don't understand right and wrong the way that most people do. They have a distorted understanding of these things. And she's trying to teach her children in a detached way how to handle emotions because she may not be able to process them herself. So this may be a misguided way to help them understand emotions, control their emotions, and guide the process.
It has visualize it, and it's, connection, continuity, and care. And it's, making sure connection is the major one, and making sure that their spirit is always alive in your home, and memories are always brought up, and doing things that your loved ones love to do, whether it's riding bikes or their favorite dinner. He's not present here with us physically. That doesn't mean his presence isn't here with us, and he's doing these things with us. And he's, here for birthdays, and he's here for Christmas, and, and it's just comforting to them to know that, they're not.
She's very specific to say comforting to them. It's not comforting to all of them. It's comforting to their children. She does not include herself in that.
Living this life alone. Dad is still here. It's just in a different.
So she says that he's still here. And as you can see, she's sneering. She doesn't like the idea. She's contemptuous about it. As I've talked about in other videos, you can see emotions on both sides of the face with all emotions except for contempt. Happiness, sadness, it's all bilateral. It's on both sides of the face. Contempt is unilateral. It's one side. So when you see a sneer like this, you know that someone is feeling contempt. Let's go back and watch her say
Great catch. I did not catch that.
that again.
And to know that, they're not living this life alone. Dad is still here. It's just in a different way, a different version.
Well, I opened up your book, and one of the first pages I saw is a little boy. It looks like he's standing in a hallway at school, and he's saying, "Are you still here?"
Yes.
And I just have to say, I think anybody's going to have this reaction, but how remarkably cruel is this? It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, and it's, and that was the first day of school, and, all the nerves that kids face on the first day of school with new, and just hoping, Dad, walk with me, help me get through.
And if you really process what she's saying, she allegedly murdered their father, and now this child is having to go alone through the first day of school without it. It's really just inhuman.
Today, give me the strength to do that. To really remember that in the back of their head, that they're never alone, And
you get the sneer again. She hates this idea that they're never alone or that he could still be around.
Remember that in the back of their head, that they're never alone,
So you actually wrote this book with your children.
I did.
And it's only been a year. How did you write a book and help others?
I just watched the struggle that my kids were going through, and
She managed to write a book. She didn't help others, but she managed to write a book because she doesn't care, because she's not amazing, because she's not moving through her grief and using her deeply held wisdom to reach out to the community and help them. She feels nothing, and she's trying to control her image, like he said.
Actually,
if she...
Go back. Okay.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Lover, you are still under oath. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed. We have 2-44R queued up. Would you like to publish that to the jury?
Yes.
Okay. You hesitated. We don't have to do that. Did you want to go somewhere else first?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, any further record on this?
Nothing more for the record, no.
Understood. Let's publish 244 now. 244R, my apologies.
Ms. Lauber, you just testified that you recognized a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins beginning on the 6th of March, continuing on to the 7th of March. Is this that text message exchange?
Yes, it is.
Now, Ms. Lauber, you had testified that Kouri Richins had asked you if you still had your hookup. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that the text message where Ms. Richins asked you if you still had your hookup?
Yes, it is.
And when you received that text message from Kouri Richins, what did you do?
I messaged back to her, text back.
And did you ultimately arrange to buy illicit drugs from Mr. Crozier the third time?
Yes.
After that, do you still have your hookup text exchange? Did you speak with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I did.
And what was that, about a drug buy? What was that conversation about?
That I could reach out to Robbie again.
And how did Kouri Richins respond?
Okay. Same routine.
Same routine.
Mm-hmm.
So did Kouri Richins then provide you with money to buy drugs?
Yes.
How so?
In the house to midway.
I'm sorry.
Wait. Sorry, what?
Did Kouri Richins give you money to buy drugs that last time from Mr. Crozier, right? I'm talking about the third drug buy from Mr. Crozier now, after Eric's dead.
Oh, no. She gave me she told me that the investor would leave money under her doormat at her house.
The investor would leave money under the doormat of her house for you to buy drugs?
Yes, in Camas. Her house in Camas.
So did you go to her house and pick up that money?
Yes, I was with Nick. Nick drove me.
Okay, is this the same Nick Bond-Savage?
Yes.
That was in the car when you asked her whether the
Yes.
pills caused Eric's death?
Yes.
So Nick drove you from where?
Nick picked me up at my house in Heber, and then we headed to the backside of Jordanelle to the house in Camas.
Kouri Richins' house in Camas?
Yes, Kouri and Eric's house in Camas.
Did you check under the mat at the front door for the money?
Yes, I went to the door, looked at the mat, there was nothing there. So I kind of looked at Nick and kind of shrugged my shoulders and ran around to the back door to see if there was anything under the mat there. There was nothing there. So I ran back to the front. And I kind of threw my hands in the air to Nick, like, what do I do? And I went up and rang the doorbell. It took Kouri a minute to get to the door. She answered it. She told me to come inside. I told her the money wasn't there. I gave her a hug and asked how she was doing. And then I told her the money wasn't there. And then she asked if she could write me a check. So then she went over to her kitchen counter and grabbed kind of a book about so big and wrote me a check.
Did she hand you the check?
Yes.
Scott, can we bring up 5-31 for the witness, please? And it's 3 pages. If you could slowly scroll through it so she can view all 3 pages, please. Ms. Lauber, do you recognize those 3 pages?
Yes, I do.
Do they depict the front of the check, the back of the check, and a deposit slip for the check?
Yes.
Are they authentic depictions?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 531 into evidence.
No objection.
States 5-31 is admitted. Published.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, let's zoom in on the check, please. Ms. Lauber, is that the check that Kouri Richins wrote you that morning?
Yes, it is.
In the memo section, do you see where it says construction clean midway?
Yes, I do.
Did Kouri Richins owe you any money for any cleaning?
No, she did not.
Did she owe you any money for any construction cleaning?
No, she did not.
Did she owe you any money related to midway?
No, she did not.
Did she owe you any money that would make construction clean midway memo make sense?
No, I never cleaned a house ever in my life for $1,300.
Okay, let's go to second page, please, Scott. Is that the back of the check?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Third place. Third page, please. Okay. Do you recognize that as a deposit slip where you deposited a portion of that check and took out cash for the other?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please explain how this came about.
I had to go to the bank and cash the check. I was in the negative, so they had me deposit some to clear up my negative balance, and then they gave me the remaining balance of $1,000.
Okay, when did you go to the bank in relation to picking up the check?
The day of.
So you picked up the check?
Yeah, that morning,
Did
yes.
you go straight to the bank?
Yes, I did.
And who drove you there?
Nick.
Do you see where the date says March 9th, 2022?
Yes, I do.
Is that the date that you picked up the check, went straight to the bank and deposited it?
Yes.
Deposited 300 of it and took out 1,000 in cash? Does that
Yes, I
sound right?
did. Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Scott. Once you deposited a portion of the check at the bank, cashed the remainder, what did you do next?
Nick and I drove down Provo Canyon, touching bases with Robbie. He said it was taking longer than he thought, so Nick and I went out to a couple of thrift stores.
Where did you go to thrift stores?
In Orem County.
And you said you were texting with Robbie Crozier as you were driving again down through Provo Canyon and as you were in Orem
Same
County?
routine.
Same routine.
Yes.
Were you also texting with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I was.
Did, like before, you meet up with Robert Crozier at that same Maverick and Draper?
Same Maverick up 126, yes.
What happened when you met up with him?
Same routine, but a little bit different. We waited there for a minute. He left for 20 minutes, came back, and said he couldn't get his friend to answer the door if we wanted to follow him. So we followed him down the road to a couple of townhouses or duplexes. I didn't go to the door with him. We parked down the street where we could see what complex he walked into. And then we waited there about 20 minutes to a half hour. And I kept texting him like, hey, this is taking too long. It's too late. I don't like sitting out here. Just wrap it up. Let's go. And then he texts back. He's like, no, I got my friend. He was asleep. I finally woke him up.
Okay, had you already given Robert Crozier money before he went into the townhouse?
Yes.
How much?
The 1,000. Well, no, it was only 900 because Nick got 3. I put 3 in my checking, my bank account, and Nick got 3, and then he got the remaining balance.
You know that math does not add up.
Sorry, hold on. Yeah, I put 3 in my account. Nick got 3, so Robbie got the remaining balance.
You got the rest.
Yes.
Can we call that 700?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry, I had to count on my fingers. I'm like, yes.
When Robert Crozier came back out of the townhouse, did he have anything with him?
Yes, he did.
What did he have with him?
A clear little baggie with 15 to 20 pills in it.
Same kind of clear little baggie as before?
Yes.
Were the pills round?
Yes.
Just like before?
Yes.
What was the color?
A little darker blue.
What did you do once you received the pills from Robert Crozier?
Left.
Where did you go?
Back up Provo Canyon with Nick. Nick had dropped me off. It was late. So Nick had dropped me off. Nick went home. I went into my house. Texted Kouri, told her I have him. What does she want me to do with him? And then same routine back to the Midway house.
Did you text with Kouri Richins back up through the Provo Canyon?
Yes.
Towards Heber?
Yes.
And then you ultimately left those pills at the Midway house?
Yes. In the closet on the right above. Like you walk in the kitchen and there was a door put on top of the closet.
Was that the same closet where you previously gotten money from?
Yes.
After that, did you ever have any additional drug deals with Robert Crozier?
No, I did not.
Have you ever been back to that Maverick in Draper?
No, I have not.
So am I right that the only 3 times you dealt drugs with Crozier were the 3 that you just testified?
Yes.
And the only 3 times you've been at that Draper Maverick were the 3 times to which you just testified?
Yes.
Did Mr. Crozier continue to hit you up for more drug deals?
Later on, he did. He said that his buddy had some more. And if my friend needed any more.
When he told you that, what did you do?
I reached out to Kouri and told her, hey, my friend said that his buddy has more if your friend needed anything.
How did Kouri Richins respond?
She said, no, her investor had left town.
Thank you, ma'am. I do not have any further questions for you at the moment, but I'm sure defense counsel will, okay?
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lauber. I'm going to turn on my mic.
You just
Does that work?
yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Lauber.
Good afternoon.
My name is Wendy Lewis. I am one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. I'm going to hand you some binders. We're going to go old school here.
Oh my gosh.
These are
Yeah, I don't know who's talking.
okay.
You can put it over here.
I'm going to ask you to refer to these as we talk. These are the transcripts of the interviews that you did in April and May of 2023. All right, and just to help you out here, take a look. Here's the first 2 interviews, and we're tabbed here. Interview 1 with the date. Interview 2. All right.
Okay.
This is interview. We've got the dates: March 3rd and 4th.
Okay.
This is separate. This is the interview from March 10th. Do you want to just set that aside so we get to that? And then your last 2 interviews, 13th and 14th, are right here.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to be referring to that.
Well, that's a lot.
All right, so according to your testimony that you just gave, when you were arrested in April of 2023, between April of 23 and May of 23, you had 7 interviews with, it was Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard, and then there were some other people too, but those were the 2 main ones, correct?
Yes.
All right. So since that time, since the last interview that we have a transcript of, May 13th, 2023, how many times have you met with, we're going one at a time, how many times have you met with Detective O'Driscoll?
While I was incarcerated?
No, after you got out.
After? There was a couple of times.
Couple. Okay.
Yes.
So,
I mean, I'm not sure on the numbers. It was a while back.
in what circumstances did you meet with him?
They would come and they would check on my ankle monitor when I was on my ankle monitor. Sometimes I wasn't charging. Sometimes they'd swing by and ask me a couple questions.
Questions about the case?
Just about my part.
Okay. So about the things you're testifying about?
Yes.
All right. And you say they. Was that Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard together?
Yes.
Did you always meet with them together, or did you sometimes meet with them separately?
No, they were always together.
Always together.
Mhm.
And so they came to your house a couple. Does a couple mean 2, or does a couple mean 5? Does a couple mean, what does that mean to you?
We can go out on limb and say maybe 3 to 4 times.
3 to 4 times. And they would talk to you about your testimony during those visits sometimes?
Not really my testimony. They'd ask, if the question came up like, okay, where was you at this time? Stuff like that.
Okay. Do you know if they recorded any of those conversations with you?
I do believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
You think they were recorded?
I'm not 100% sure.
All right. Did they call you on the telephone after you were released?
No, I kept in touch with them with ankle monitor.
So you called them on the telephone?
No.
Oh,
I was just being tracked by ankle monitor with them.
All right. Did they drive you places?
They did when I was in jail. They drove
Right.
me sometimes up to this courthouse.
And okay. And after you were out, did they drive you to Wasatch County Courthouse?
They did a couple of times when reporters were there.
All right. When you were in the car, did they have conversations with you?
No.
All right. What other people from Summit County Sheriff's Office, if any, besides Detective Maynard and Detective O'Driscoll, did you talk to?
Were there detectives?
Yes. Were there any others?
No.
All right. Have you met with the prosecutors in this case, either Mr. Bloodworth or anyone else?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
There was the initial meeting when this case first came up here with Bloodworth, and then a couple times over the last couple weeks.
So when you met with them over the last couple of weeks, was that to go over your testimony?
Yes.
Did they practice your testimony with you in those meetings?
They kind of prepared me for what kind of, I don't know what the word I'm thinking of. They kind of prepared me a little bit of it.
Did they review your answers with you?
Pause for 1 second. Ms. Lewis, I apologize for the interruption. Pull the mic a little bit to your left. Yeah, you move blinders again. There you go. Now pull the mic more in front of you.
Yeah.
Let's try that. I'm sorry, if you ask your
Sorry, go
last
ahead.
question one more time.
Did they review your answers with you?
Yes.
All right. So they reviewed with you when the drug buys happened, correct?
They would ask me the questions and I would answer.
Did they correct you if they thought if they thought your answer was wrong?
Not really, no.
All right. Did they practice cross-examination with you?
Yes.
So they did we call it a mock cross. Someone pretended to cross-examine you. Is that fair?
Yeah, they kind of just brought up how you were going to bring up my past, how I was going to feel.
Okay. That's all?
Yes.
Okay. Did they tell you how to answer the questions that I might be asking you?
No.
They can give you any advice on how to answer the questions.
No.
Did they help you put the pieces together so you would remember what to testify to?
Actually, I'm the one that's asked, like, if I needed to know Robbie, I put in my phone, obviously it says Kouri, Doreen's niece, Robbie, Nicole's friend, just stuff like that.
Wait a minute, I don't know if I understood your answer to my question. So my question was, did they help put the pieces together for you for your testimony, and what was your answer?
I said I'm the one that asked for pictures and stuff like that.
So you asked them to help put the pieces together for you.
I don't know if it was actually helping me put the pieces together, kind of refresh my memory a little bit. It happened a long time ago.
That's true. This happened almost 4 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And your original interviews with detectives was almost 3 years ago.
Yes.
All right, we're gonna get back to that. Who else have you spoken to about your testimony in this case?
Nobody.
Well, now,
When I was in jail, when I was incarcerated,
okay, in jail, who did you speak to about that you were going to be cooperating?
there was O'Driscoll, Maynard, and I can't remember the lady that came from the feds, but I didn't really talk to her.
That would be Miss Whistler.
I cannot remember her
Okay,
name.
we'll get back to that too. Well, you talked to Nick Von Savage that you were cooperating in this case during the time you were in jail.
Yeah, he's one of my best friends.
Okay, so you told your best friend that you were cooperating.
Yes.
And you told your best friend, man, I don't even remember what happened. You got to help me out here, right?
Just in the part where in the car, yes.
Okay. Because Nick was with you one of the times you met Robbie Crozier.
Yes.
And you had Nick help you remember that because you did not remember that. Specifically, you did not remember the dates, right?
I don't remember the dates exactly, no.
Okay. Today you remember the dates
Well, yeah.
because they were told to you.
But no, the more you think about it, the more it pops up.
Okay. All right. So the dates you couldn't remember 3 years ago, you thought you remember them now.
Yes.
All right. We'll get back to that. Ms. Crozier, do you have mental health diagnoses?
Do I what?
Any mental health diagnoses?
No.
You're not diagnosed with any mental health problems?
No.
You're sure?
Yes.
What about anxiety?
Yeah.
Do you take medication for that?
Not so much anymore, no.
Okay. Are you on any medications today?
No.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about drug court. So in 2021, you were given the opportunity to participate in the Wasatch County Drug Court.
Yes.
All right. And that is an opportunity, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you were allowed to go to drug court, you had been arrested for a number of felonies.
Yes.
It was, let me grab some papers. When you were arrested for how many first degree felonies?
I'm not sure.
All right, well then give me a moment to find it. Here we go. Okay. 2 first degree felonies, possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance. Is that right?
Yes.
A 3rd degree felony, possession or use of a controlled substance.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then a number of misdemeanors that all dealt with possession of controlled substances, paraphernalia, or driving under the influence.
Yes. Is that 2019?
Yes.
Yes, that was me and my exes. Yes.
All right. And that was the case that you were allowed to go to drug court on.
Yes.
All right. So you talked about this a little bit. I just want to make sure everybody understands. And when you go to drug court, you get what is typically what you do is you get a plea in abeyance, right?
Yes.
So that means you plead guilty to all or some of the counts that you're charged with, correct?
Yes.
And then it's held. The court holds that plea. They don't put it on your record yet, right?
Correct.
And then if you successfully complete drug court, those will be dismissed. Correct?
Yes.
All right. So and right now, I mean, you haven't been, we're going to talk more about this, but you haven't successfully finished drug court yet. True?
Yes, it's on pause.
Okay. But it sounds like you're doing really well
Yes.
and you're clean.
Yes.
And congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
I know you had a very difficult time for a very long time.
Yes.
And drug court's really hard, right?
It is. Yes.
I mean, I was an
They
attorney
they
in drug
expect a
court.
lot in the beginning.
It is. I was an attorney in drug court, so I have some familiarity, but you're expected to do a lot.
A lot. Yeah.
You're expected to go to treatment. True.
Oh yes. Sorry. I thought you were going to continue. Sorry. Yes.
Sorry, I'll try to do better. You're expected, you get very regular UAs to make sure that you're clean.
Every day you call in. Yes.
And then, so it's random. You call in every
It's
day. And
yes.
then,
It's a random color number depending what phase you were in.
all right. And there's, how many phases are there
5.
at Wasatch Drug Court? 5.
Yes.
All right. And so treatment, drug testing, do you have to work?
Yes.
Okay, so you have to be employed. You have to show up every week at first.
Yes, for your groups. So you had not only did you have one-on-one therapy, you also had attended groups Monday through Friday, depending what phase you were in as well. So you had 5 groups.
Okay.
You had therapy twice, 2 or 3 times a week with your one-on-one, depending what phase you were in.
All right. And you started your drug court program in 2021.
9 of 2021, I believe.
You think it was September?
Yeah, I do believe.
Well, let's take a look.
Or maybe that was my initial evaluation.
I think you might be right. Let's just. Okay. Sure, it looks like September of 2021. Now, is it fair to say that between September of 2021 and when you were arrested, which we're going to talk about, you talked a little bit with Mr. Bloodworth in April
of 2026 or 27 for that?
Not quite.
I mean, no, I mean the date.
April
I mean the date.
2023.
Yeah, 23.
You were arrested. You're right. I think it was April 26th or 7th.
That's what it was. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. You were struggling in drug court. Fair to say?
In the beginning, yes.
Well, that whole time until you were from September of 21 until your arrest in April of 23, you were struggling.
Not the whole time, no.
All right, let's take a look at that. So, do you recall that? Well, let me show you. I'm going to show you a document. It might be easier. Katie, do we have its defense exhibit 1007? Can you pull it up on the screen just for Ms. Lauber? And I don't think it has page numbers, but we can go by dates. So maybe pull it up starting from 9/22/21 for her to look at. Oh, that's helpful.
Yeah, I'm like,
All right. So let's look at, so each time you go to drug court, there's a little note entered in what we call the docket of the case,
Yeah.
right? About what happened in court that day.
Yes, it's the drug court team members' notes.
Understood.
Mhm.
So you started drug court September 15th, September 22nd, you missed your group therapy and your individual therapy.
Mhm.
I mean, that's what came up at drug court. You were missing treatment.
Yeah.
Which is, in drug court, that's a problem, right? You're supposed to go to all your treatments.
Pause for a moment, Ms. Lewis.
Can you see that there?
Yes.
Okay. And you had to pay a $40 fee or you had to pay for your mistreatment.
Yes, that's still in the beginning of when I entered drug court. Yes.
Correct. So that'd be a sanction that you had to pay for that.
No, if you missed it, they considered that wasted a therapist's time when somebody else could have took that spot.
All right, well, that's fair.
It was not a sanction, no.
Okay, so the next month, October 20th of 2021, a little lower on that page, you failed to appear at drug court.
I don't recall that one, but yes.
Is that what it says on the docket?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And they issued a warrant.
Yes.
The next week, October 27th, you tested positive for benzos. Well, I'm going to rephrase that. You actually tested positive on October 10th, October 6th, October 8th, but it was at the 27th drug court hearing that those problems were addressed. That would be a more accurate statement of what happened, right?
Yes, once again, still in the beginning of drug court.
That's right. And benzos would be drugs, I don't know. Well, you tell me, do you know what benzos you were taking?
That was my Valium, I believe.
Valium. All right. And you were sanctioned, it says.
Yes.
All right. Now, you continued through November to miss therapy, true? Look at November 3rd. It's okay. Take your time. Do you see it?
I know you guys are moving them all over, so.
Would you ask the question again, Ms. Lewis?
I mean, I understand the question, but you're moving the paper like back and forth, or whoever it is.
Can you see the note from November 3rd, drug court?
I see 11/10 of 21. Okay, there you go.
Your Honor, I don't know if it'd be all right, but this might be faster if I could point it out to her. Would it be all right if I stood closer to the witness?
Of course.
Thank you. All right, let's see.
Ms. Lauper, just remember, when you answer the question, yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
All right, November 3rd, drug court, you missed therapy and received, oh, you didn't get a sanction yet. They waited.
Yes.
All right. And then November 17th, you came in and you'd missed your drug test that week. Missed a drug test, correct?
Okay, yeah.
So tell me now, in drug court, a missed test is considered the same as a positive test, right?
Yes, but some of those due to working with Doreen coming off the mountain or we're running behind.
Sure, that happens. But as a participant in drug court, you are expected to make all your drug tests.
Yes, unless you call ahead and say, I'm running behind from work. Can I do it next day?
And
With
they
approval.
sometimes allow that, but it wouldn't show as a missed drug test if you had got permission.
It'll still come up as a missed test because
When
you
it-
didn't go the day of.
It would, well, you got a sanction, so
Yes.
it was a missed test.
Yeah, so therefore, I mean, I went the next day, but still received a sanction for it.
It doesn't say that, but all right. You continued missing tests in 21 through February. You continued missing your drug tests. Right here, missed tests and treatment. Missed tests. You were sanctioned, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. Now let's get, you got a negative drug. It looks like in,
What's the year on that?
there, you got a negative drug test.
No, what's the year on these ones?
2020. Oh, now we're moving into January of 22.
Okay, so what were the years on these ones?
I misspoke. I said February. It was December of 21.
Yes.
All right.
Still, once again, the beginning of drug court.
Okay. Well, now it's January of 22. Okay. So you're missing drug tests. Then on January 28th drug court, they said you had tested positive for methamphetamine.
Yes.
And you said, no, retest it. That's not true. I didn't use.
Yeah.
But then the next week you came back and you said, well, actually I did use. You don't need to retest it. I relapsed, which happens.
Well, yes, working with active users, once again, with the cleaning company, they were all still active users.
Well, but it was your choice to use.
Absolutely. But if you keep getting offered and offered as a drug addict, yes, obviously you're going to relapse. You're going to fold.
And you lied about it.
Yes.
All right.
That's what addicts do when you're using.
That's true. Addicts lie. All right.
Active addicts.
And then in February, now we're getting into the time period at issue here. January, February, March of 2022. All right. So at this time, let's get the date here. February 9th, you missed your group. Your treatment, so you were sanctioned then, right?
Yes.
February 11th, you tested positive for amphetamines. Tested positive on February 11th.
Okay, yeah.
And again, you denied it.
Of course.
That's the same day you said you were out buying drugs from Susan Kohler, right? February 11th, 2022.
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
I was with Susan that day, yes.
So you're using.
Yes. Once again, when you're going to relapse when you're around active people.
I
yes.
understand. And let's see. As we move into March of 22, you tested positive for methamphetamine February 11th, March 1st, and March 3rd, and March 16th, correct?
I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, I was there. It's from drug court notes, yes.
So if it's, I'm sorry, I didn't know to like
you're-
poke you with that.
You're fine.
So, well, if it's in here, it's accurate.
Yes.
All right. So this whole time that you say you remember purchasing drugs, all these text messages, you were high.
I'm sorry, what was that? Sorry.
This whole period of time that you just testified, that you say you remember all these texts and you remember all this information from March of 2022, you were high that whole time, February, March 22.
Not the whole time, no.
You were using very regularly.
Yes, well, yes.
Okay. Now, this continues all through.
So maybe pause for a minute. may we take the document down so the witness is not distracted?
We may.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that. All right. So this continues. The missing drug tests, the positive tests. Sometimes you do well, other times you're doing poorly. Continues all the way up until your arrest of April of 2023.
Sorry, what was the question again?
The question was, we started talking about, we were talking about that you were using all through February and March of 22. And now I'm saying from February and March of 22 until your arrest of April of 23, you numerous times either missed drug tests, missed treatment, or sanctioned, tested positive. You had a lot of missteps between the beginning of drug court in 2021 until your arrest in April of 2023. Correct?
Yes.
All right. In fact, you were held back on phases.
Yes.
You were asked to restart phases.
Yes.
But you started doing a little better right before your arrest in April of 23. You were finally moved to phase 5. True?
Yes.
All right. And then you're arrested.
Yes.
And you are arrested for, well, first of all, there was, all right, well, let me do this in 2 parts. You were arrested for possession of marijuana, correct?
Actually, no, I was arrested for driving on a revoked suspended license.
Okay, that's fair. You were originally pulled over and arrested for driving on a suspended license. And then there was an order to show cause issued in drug court.
Yes.
Right? Now, an order to show cause is a little bit different than an official charge, right?
Yes.
So an order to show cause, can you pull that up, please, just for me and the witness? So an order to show cause, just so the jury can understand, is when you're in drug court or probation, on probation, and you're accused of committing a crime, they say, all right, these are the things you're accused of doing, and you need to come into drug court and explain what happened, and then we will make a decision as to whether you're going to remain in drug court, if you're going to be charged with these crimes officially, if you're going to get kicked out of drug court because you've got new charges. That's what an order to show cause is, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So you got an order to show cause, and it was for, I think that's in front of the screen. Does that look like what an order to show cause looks like?
Yes, it is.
Yes. And you recognize that as the order to show cause that was issued in May of 2020. Well, I'm looking at the date. You were ordered to April 26th, the day of your arrest. 2023.
Would you restate the question?
Is that the order to show cause that was issued in your case in April of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move to admit and to publish Defense Exhibit 1008.
Sure, Your Honor, no objection.
Okay. Defendants 1008 is admitted, and we will publish it now.
All right. So that's just so the jury can see what that looks like. Now, if in drug court you're found to be in violation, you're found to have committed new crimes, what happens is your plea in abeyance goes away and you are sentenced on your original 2 first-degree felonies and your 3rd-degree felony that you pled to, right?
Sorry, what was the question?
Okay. Trying to explain so they all understand how this works. If you were to go into drug court and the drug court found that you had in fact committed new crimes and violated drug court, then you could go back. Your plea in abeyance would no longer be in effect, and a plea of guilty would enter.
Your
Correct?
plea in abeyance would be revoked.
Revoked. So you would be guilty of those crimes, and you would go back to your sentencing judge and be sentenced on your original 2 first-degree felonies and 2 third-degree. I'm sorry, 1 third-degree felony.
Yes.
And in addition to that, you could be charged with the marijuana that was found in your house the day of your arrest, correct?
I wasn't aware of marijuana, but I guess if you have the paperwork.
Okay, well, we'll talk about that. I think you've just forgotten. And there was a firearm found in your home.
Yes, that was my roommate's son, yes.
And, well, possessing a firearm, whether it's yours or not,
Yes.
is a crime if you're a felon.
Yes.
A serious crime.
Yes.
Potentially a federal crime.
Yes.
All right. So, we're going to get back to that, but I want to go now. So you're arrested on April 26th. You don't know yet about the firearm. You said you've forgotten about the marijuana, but you don't know about the firearm. You just know you were brought in on driving on a revoked license.
Yes.
The next day, Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard show up to talk to you. April 27th, 2023.
I guess it was the next day, yeah.
All right. And at that time, you didn't know why they were there.
No, I had no idea.
But they told you, hey, we searched your place and we found a gun under your bed, correct?
Yes.
And they tell you your drug court is in jeopardy. You could be violated.
Yes.
And if you're violated and you go back and be sentenced on your 2 first-degree felonies and your third-degree felony, you are looking at 2 5-to-life prison sentences and 1 0-to-5 prison sentence potentially.
Yes.
And the court could choose to run those consecutive, which means you do 1 5-to-life, then you do a second 5-to-life, and then you do your 0-to-5. That's a possibility.
Yes.
So you were potentially looking at a long sentence if you were violated in drug court.
Yes.
Could I just get a not. But in that very first meeting, Detective O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard say, hey, we're not here to jam you up, though. We want to talk to you.
I don't recall the exact words, but yes, they were there to talk to me.
And if those weren't the exact words, it was words to, we don't want you to get in more trouble. We want to talk to you. Words to that effect?
Yes.
All right. And that's when they tell you that they think Kouri Richins poisoned her husband, Eric Richins, and they think that she killed him.
I don't think that was their exact words.
All right. Well, I'm not necessarily using their exact words, but they give you that information.
Yes.
All right. And that he died of a fentanyl overdose.
Yes, they did inform me that he died of an overdose.
And that was the first time you'd heard that. True?
From the officer, yes.
Well, from anyone, that he died of an overdose?
No. One of Doreen's workers were driving down the road. It was Nancy. She had yelled out the window. She's like, Eric died of an overdose. And that's when I had made the phone call to Kouri asking if, please tell me those weren't for him.
Okay. You never told the officers that story, did you?
Not till later, I don't think.
Well, not in these 7 interviews, correct?
Yeah, correct.
All right. In fact, what you tell them is you don't use fentanyl, correct?
Yes.
And you tell them meth, heroin, maybe a few oxys here and there, but I literally never dealt with fentanyl.
Correct.
That's true. Wasn't it?
Yes, correct.
Okay. One reason you didn't deal in fentanyl is you had a daughter who had some problems with fentanyl.
I had a daughter, a couple of daughters.
You have a daughter. I'm sorry. You should not past tense. You still have your daughter.
She is doing great.
Yes, and I'm happy to hear that. She had a problem with fentanyl.
She had a problem with heroin, and it turned into fentanyl. Yes.
Yeah. And did you tell them she overdosed? I know she survived, but she overdosed, right?
My daughter has overdosed a couple of times.
All right. So fentanyl scared you?
Absolutely.
All right. But they tell you, hey, it's okay. You're not going to get any new charges until we push the button, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation on push the button.
Is sustained. I don't know what that means, Ms. Lewis.
Well, why don't you look at, let's look at the April 27th interview that we pulled up there.
In the book?
In the book,
Or
yes.
You didn't pull it up.
No, we're going to use the book. So we're going to go old school on these interviews. There's too many pages to ask for.
Where do I got to go to?
To find them all.
You can help her, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
5:30, right?
Let's go to the first notebook. Interview 2. No, interview 1. Let's go to page 98. Why don't you, well, actually, why don't you start reading here to yourself? Remember that now?
Yeah.
Okay. So they tell you in that interview, these new charges, none of them are going to go through until we push the button to make them go through. That's what they tell you.
Yes.
And they say, and we have Wasatch County prosecutor on board, and they're going to charge you, but we're going to help you out.
Yes.
All right. And you know, because drug court has not been going the most smooth, if you get kicked out of drug court, you're looking at potentially a lot of time.
Yes.
And you do not want that to happen.
No.
In fact, you tell them you want to get out of Utah, right?
Yes.
You want to go to Vegas
Yes.
because you have a fiance in Vegas.
Yes.
And in fact, because of your cooperation in this case, you've been allowed to do that, haven't you?
I was allowed to go visit him when I was in drug court as well.
After you started cooperating in this case, not before.
No, not true. I would have, Judge maybe would grant me time to go see him, but I had to let her know when and what time, the address and everything.
All right, so you're saying we're going to find on the docket that she let you go to Vegas before you started cooperating in this case? You're sure?
I do believe so.
Okay, well, we'll get back to that. Katie, can you check into that, please? All right, so they say, but we think you can, something to the effect, now I'm not saying word for word, but something to the effect, we think you can help us out. We want you to help us out. They tell you that in general, right? On April 27th.
Yes.
And they said, we're going to give you some time to think about this and we'll be back.
Actually, I asked for the time to think about and process everything. I told them it's a lot to process. Open it back up?
Yes.
To what page?
The end.
The end? The end?
No, the end of this section. Let's see. Okay. So weird. Right?
Okay, yes.
Okay. So they're telling you you could be in trouble in drug court and you say that's gonna fucking kill me.
Right.
Say, all right, we're gonna give you some time to think about this. We'll come back. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So they just leave you sitting there 4, 5 days.
Yes.
And you don't know what's going on, but you could be looking at a lot of prison time.
I just know this whole thing was a lot to process while you're incarcerated.
That's fair. But it's also true that you could be looking at a lot of prison time and you're very worried about it.
Altogether, yes.
Well, you call Nick Von Savage and you tell him you're very worried about it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I know I talked to Nick quite a bit.
And your daughter?
Yes.
Kelsey, is that right?
My daughter, yes.
Okay. So they come back on May 2nd. And they bring, it's Detective O'Driscoll, Detective Maynard, and they bring a DEA agent with them this time, right? Agent Sorensen.
There was another officer there, yes.
And you recall that he was with the Drug Enforcement Administration?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
So a federal agent.
Yes.
So this time they tell you, by the way, Carmen, you're not just possibly looking at 2 5-to-lives and a 0 to 5 in state prison. You could be looking at federal prison, right?
Yes.
Because if you provided a drug to someone and someone died from that drug, that's a 20-year minimum mandatory in federal prison.
Objection, Your Honor. That's the law.
It does not misstate the law.
Folks, you're going to have to lay some foundation one way or the other, Ms. Lewis. If you can rephrase about what her understanding was, I think we can get past this.
They told you that there is a federal charge you could be looking at.
Yes.
Distribution resulting in a death.
Yes.
And that federal charge carries a minimum mandatory of 20 years in federal prison. They told you that day.
Yes.
All right. They also tell you, don't worry, we're going to help you out. Right?
Yes.
All right. So you tell them for the first time, but you also said here today, that, okay, yes, Kouri Richins contacted me. She said, I have an investor with back pain and could you get me some pills?
Yes.
And you told them you thought that would maybe, you didn't know for sure what she wanted. She just asked for some pills to help with back pain.
Yes.
And you thought maybe she meant muscle relaxants, maybe she meant some pain pills, you didn't know.
Right.
All right. Wasn't fentanyl. She didn't ask for fentanyl.
Not at the time, no.
Okay. But you couldn't remember when that happened. You just couldn't remember, right?
I couldn't remember the exact dates, no.
Well, you told them all you remembered was there was a little bit of snow on the ground.
Yes.
And they're trying to help you pin down a date, but you said, you told them multiple times, I really don't know. There was snow on the ground.
Really wasn't absolutely correct on the dates, no.
Okay. But you did tell them that, okay, yes, I reached out to Susan Kohler, my friend and coworker, and asked her for some pain pills.
Yes.
Not fentanyl.
No.
because Kouri didn't ask for fentanyl, correct?
Not at the time, no.
Okay, we'll get to that. And you were aware, I'm not sure if I'm right about this, were you aware that Susan had a friend who was selling some prescription oxycodone, excuse me?
Yes.
Okay, so you knew that Susan could get you some prescription pain pills?
Yes.
All right, so you went to Susan and asked her to do that for you?
Yes.
All right, but during that interview, you told the officers numerous times, I have been using drugs since I was 6th grade.
Yes.
My brain is not that good.
Correct.
I don't remember things.
Yes.
You have a learning disability also, correct?
Yes.
Can you share what that is?
No. No.
I would ask you to share what it is. That was a question, not a request. Sorry. I apologize, but it could be relevant.
Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lauber, if you would please answer the question.
Yes, I do have one.
And what
is it?
It's not the highest education. It's a low grade education.
Is that because you struggled in school because of your learning disability?
Yes.
All right. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. A lot of people have that.
Right.
All right. So you go to Susan, and did you ask her for Roxy's, or did she tell you she could get Roxy's?
That's what she told me she could get.
Roxy's. And what are Roxy's?
Like a hydrocodone pill.
Are they? And I'm asking, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Do you need some, you've got some water there?
Ms. Lewis, would you pause for one moment? I apologize for interrupting. Carmen, when you dab your eyes, which you're allowed to do, you also cover your mouth.
Sorry.
Which blocks the sound. If you would just answer the last question again, and if you need Ms. Lewis to restate
what was the question again?
I'm not sure. So you said that Susan brought up the word Roxy's, not you?
She told me that's what she could get from her friend.
Okay. And what are Roxy's?
It is a pain pill.
Is it oxy? I'm sorry, say that again.
It is a pain pill. It's an opiate.
It's not opiate. Is it oxycodone?
Yes.
What are Roxy 30s? Do you need a break?
Just for a sec.
Your Honor, we've been at this since about 12:30.
Yeah. Ms. Lewis, any objection to a short restroom break?
No,
This
no,
witness,
Your Honor.
of course, will not confer with anyone during the break.
That's fine.
Folks, please rise for the jury. Have a seat, please. Ms. Lauber, we're going to take a break. You're welcome to stretch your legs, use the restroom. Please don't talk to anybody about your testimony, okay? Thank you. Let's come back at 3:25. The court is in recess. Thank you.
My God in heaven, what a nightmare of a woman this defense lawyer is. I suppose they think that she's some great attack dog or something. But to my mind, she is absolutely acting like a nasty bully. Like, what was that about the learning disability? Literally, what the hell was that? And what could it possibly have to do with this? And the whole, like, people know about addiction, right? This is not the 60s or the 70s or even the 80s or the 90s, right? People know that addiction is an illness and that it is incredibly hard to face it out and get better from it, right? Especially if you're in a situation like this woman is obviously in, where she has been struggling since she was a pre-adolescent. And she obviously doesn't have resources to be able to go out and do something other than drug court, honestly. Like, I get that they have to do their job, and I get that they have to try to impeach the witnesses. But to my mind, impeaching a witness because they are an addict, for one thing, doesn't work. And for another thing, makes you look really bad. And for another thing, causes legitimate harm to that person. So I don't really buy the whole, oh, well, she's just doing her job thing. I don't think that her job requires her to utterly humiliate this person, to not even really make a point, because the comparison between lying to drug court about whether or not you did drugs or whatever versus lying to a criminal court about whether or not you were involved in a murder does not really, they're not the same thing. And to try to compare them is, I mean, I don't know who's on the jury. I don't know if they televised the jury selection or not, but I mean, it wouldn't convince me. It's literally making me so mad I can hardly stay in my seat. So I don't know how they think that this is going to help them win their case. But, you know, I often wonder also, like, if you're a defense lawyer, do they believe she's innocent? Right? Probably not, unless they're as daft as they are nasty. So they have to go with whatever they can get their hands on. But again, I just don't see that I don't think that it's helping their case. And maybe they don't care because they don't care about Kouri because she's obviously guilty. But that doesn't mean that they shouldn't care about the dignity of the person that's on the stand in front of them. And unless they really believe that she did something, that she was involved in some way in murdering Eric, I just don't think that there's any justification for this behavior. So, yeah, just saying. I agree, right? How is making the other side's witness cry helping your case? I just don't feel like it is. So the other thing is that I have to go drive my bus now. I drive a school bus first thing in the morning and then again in the afternoon, obviously. And I have to leave here in about 5 minutes to go do that. So at that point, I am going to leave you in the capable hands of Boss Lady, who will by then hopefully be back from, she's at work. She's in a different time zone than me. She's heading home and hopefully will be there to interact with the chat and all that sort of stuff by the time I have to leave. So, yeah. I agree with you, Mary. Like, she could have achieved the same answers in a kinder way, right? And the way that, you notice the judge interrupted her multiple times to be like, I don't know. I feel like he was kind of going like, slow down, right? Like, take it easy, slow down, take it easy on these people, on this witness or whatever. Like, the woman is obviously crying. She's trying to wipe her eyes and she's just going at her like she's an attack dog. Just ugly in my opinion. And I guess, I don't know, like, I always think about what is the psychology of a criminal defense lawyer who is defending someone in a case like this. Like, I get that people want to be defense lawyers because the courts can be corrupt, or they can be unfair, or they can be harder on people who are, like Sigma was saying about how the drug courts are just, if you're 1 minute late for your appointment, you're sanctioned or whatever. Like, they can be too hard on people, and maybe, they're and the prison system is not great, and there are lots of things that need reform in our justice systems. I get that, and I get that there are defense lawyers who are out there being public defenders who are helping the downtrodden and people who don't have the resources to have their own lawyers and stuff like that. But I also see the kind of trials that we watch, they are usually these very high profile murder cases in which the defendant is obviously guilty. And it's hard for me not to look at the person trying to get an obvious murderer off and go, what are you getting out of this other than money? Like, I just can't see I mean, I know that the process has to happen, and I understand that in order for the judicial system to work, there has to be a robust defense and all that. I get it, but I find it very hard to not just feel like these lawyers are terrible people. And I think I'm probably not the only one, right? I'm probably not the only one. I suspect that there are people on the jury who feel the same way. I mean, if we are all feeling that this is absolutely beyond the pale way to treat someone, who is very obviously someone who has struggled and suffered and made Herculean efforts to overcome those struggles, and then to like humiliate her with a learning disability, as though, I mean, did anybody see the relevance of that learning disability? Yeah, right, Beth? It's also a mental challenge to beat the prosecution that usually has the upper hand. Yeah, I guess. Like, that's what I'm just thinking about. Like, what is the psychology of a defense attorney in a case like this? I remember James Owens coming out and saying, his whole thing was like, nobody should be facing a murder conviction or a murder charge alone or whatever. I mean, well, what's he going to say, right? Like, I wanted all the publicity of winning this case or whatever. Like, I don't know what else he could say, but, they have these, aspirational, oh, my words are failing me. My words are failing me, and I need to be out of the door in 2 minutes. So it looks like Beth Scott is once again ruling my world. I don't know, Beth. You are more generous than I possibly have a right to expect, and I super, super duper appreciate you. So thanks again, and I'm glad you're enjoying the live. I'm enjoying doing it. This is it's kind of long for me, but what the hey, it's nice not to have to be on deck the whole time and just to be watching stuff in the company of you fine people. So I do have to run. I am going to mute myself and put up my little avatar, but okay, sorry, I muted myself in the middle of talking like a weirdo. So anyway, I have to go now. So I will be listening on my phone and my headphones while I'm driving my bus, and I will see you all in about an hour.
I appreciate everyone's patience. In a moment, before the jury comes back in, I just need to remind everyone in the courtroom that there can be no audible reactions to any of the evidence or any of the events in the courtroom. Just need to sit, be still, listen, no audible reactions to anything. If anyone is unable to follow this instruction on a going forward basis, I'll need you to step out and the deputies will help you do it. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes, sure.
And is Ms. Lauber in the wings? Looks like they're grabbing her now. Okay. I'm going to let her take the stand before we have the jury come in. Thank you. Patience, if you'd take the stand again. Please watch your step. Here, just stay standing for a second. Please rise for the jury. Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. Ms. Lauber, same warnings regarding the microphone, and please remember you are still under oath.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
All right. I forgot to introduce an exhibit. Katie, can you pull up Defense Exhibit 1007 again? And Ms. Lauber, we spoke about that. That's your docket from during court, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I move to admit Exhibit 1007. We don't need to publish it at this time, though.
Okay, defendants 1007 is admitted.
All right. Okay. Carmen, let's go back to when you went and got the pills from Susan Kohler. So right before the break, you said that Susan got you Roxy's and that Roxy's are oxycodone. Did I get that right?
Correct.
All right. What are Roxy 30s?
They are a stronger pain pill. I believe.
Okay. Are they 30 milligram oxycodones?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Okay, that's fine. All right, let's see. Now, but Susan got you some prescription oxycodone, and when you were interviewed on May 2nd, the interview we're talking about right now, you said that you left those pills in the fire pit at the house in Midway. Do you remember that?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Can you look at page 41? Do you see that?
Yes, I do see.
Okay. So at that time you said I left the pills in the fire pit at Midway, and the money was in the fire pit in Midway. Remember? That's correct, right?
Correct.
Okay. It's different than what you said today, though, right?
Yes.
All right. Fair to say, though, 3 years ago, you might have remembered a little bit better than you do today what happened, right?
Ooh. No.
Did someone tell you what you said 3 years ago was wrong? So now you're saying something different today?
No, nobody told me what I said was wrong.
All right. But you did say then that you left them in the fire pit at Midway.
Yes.
All right, we'll get back to that. Now, in that interview, you told Detectives Maynard, Detective O'Driscoll, and Agent Sorensen that you never did a hand-to-hand exchange with Kouri. Turn to page 41.
I'm on 41.
It says you never exchanged pills with Kouri. Isn't that what you told them then?
Yes.
So you said then, I never did a hand-to-hand exchange with Kouri, but today you're saying you gave those pills directly to Kouri.
Yes, in my driveway.
Okay. And you said that the pills were $600.
Yes.
And that you fronted the money. That's what you said today, is that you fronted the money.
Yes, to Susan.
So you didn't make any money off doing that?
No.
So you just
Not this one, no.
did that. It's not a very good drug dealer, correct?
Right.
All right, so you just took the money, got the pills, paid for them, took them back and forth, risked drug court just because.
Just, I thought she was a friend.
All right. So at that time, at that interview, you told detectives that, again, that you bought the pills from Susan, left the pills in the fire pit, and you told them that this was the first of 3 times you bought drugs from Ms. Richins. That's what you told them back in May of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. You bought pills once from Susan, twice from Robbie.
Oh, once from Susan, 3 from Robbie.
It's not what you told them then, though, right?
I'm not sure. It was a lot to process, and it was many years ago.
We couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
It was a lot to process, and it was quite a few years ago.
Let me look at page 54, I think it is. Let me just be sure. Next one might start here. Let's see. Okay. This is different. I'm kind of looking right here and right here. Okay. All right. So when you were being interviewed in May, and you were telling them in May of 23, and you were telling them, I picked up the money from the fire pit. I got the pills from Susan. I left the pills in the fire pit. detectives told you that it was really important you had to be very clear what had happened, right?
Yes.
And you were doing your best, I would imagine, to tell them what you remembered happened. No, I'm just asking you if you were trying your hardest to tell them what you remember.
Yes, there's a lot to process.
Yeah, I understand. But that's what you told them. I left the pills in the fire pit.
Yes.
And you talked more that day about how you really needed to stay in drug court, correct?
Yes.
And which turned to page 62, but you told them you were gonna fight. You were gonna fight hard to stay in drug court, correct?
Yes.
And they told you, well, lucky for you, we're on your side. And as long as this relationship continues, we're here for you. Remember that?
I don't recall.
We'll take a look there on page 62.
62?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay. And that's what they told you. Lucky for you, we're on your side.
Yes.
And as long as this relationship continues, we're here for you.
Yes.
And you tell them, I'll do whatever I can. Correct?
Yes.
And you tell them throughout this interview and really throughout the next 6-7 interviews that you have a lot of memory problems.
There's a lot to process, yes.
I understand. You told them though that you have a lot of memory problems.
I don't know those exact words, but
Look to page 64.
yes.
Okay. And you told them more than once over those days you had a lot of memory problems, correct?
That my memory wasn't the best, yes.
Yeah. You told that to Nick Von Savage when you spoke with him on the phone. Remember that?
Yes, still once again, a lot to process when you're incarcerated.
And you told them that you had fried your brain using drugs.
A figure of speech, yes.
But you said that figure of speech numerous times over those interviews, right?
Probably yes.
Numerous times. I've been using drugs since 6th grade. My brain is fried.
Yes.
All right. And during this interview, they're still telling you you might be going to prison here.
Yes.
But that's not going to happen. We've talked about that as long as you help them out, correct?
Correct.
And by helping them out, they tell you that means you need to give us the details to make sure Kouri gets convicted of murder, correct?
I don't know if that's their exact words.
Can we pull up Defense Exhibit 1032? Or how do you want to do this? This is for impeachment. Do we play this just for the witness or can we, I'm not to admit it, it's a demonstrative for impeachment. Can I play that to the jury at this point?
At least gotta give Mr.
He has the exhibit.
Are you familiar with what it is? You just gave a number. I don't know what it is, so I can't tell you.
I provided it.
Do you need a chance to review it?
Can they bring it up?
It should be up for counsel. Am I wrong about that? Okay.
Is there a transcript of this? Where's the transcript?
Is there a date that you can identify?
Do you have the transcript from the interviews or do you want me to pull up that one? I can.
There it is. It's up.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Katie. You're very good at this.
Yeah, just take me to the point in the transcript.
75.
Have it up on the back. What are you talking about?
Can you go to the next page?
It's on that page. It's at the bottom.
He wants to see the next page.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you want to use the transcript or the video?
The video.
This portion.
Yes, it's a small portion. Could we play that for the jury now?
How does she hear it and not? I'm sorry. I might not be following.
There, please approach. My apologies. If you would pay attention to the screen for a moment. Katie, if you queue up the video, right, Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
And then fast forward to whatever timestamp.
Just the clip that we have.
Yeah. And then let me know when you're ready. Okay. Go ahead.
So here's where it's at with McKay and your drug court, okay?
Oh, wait a minute. 1 second. That's all right. This happens. If you would, Katie, do me a favor. Unplug, plug back in. If you'd queue up the video again. And press play, please.
So here's where it's at with McKay and your drug court, okay? They are looking for, and this is gonna be upsetting, but let me finish. They're looking to pull your drug court deal and ask for 7 years on your two first. 5 years for the one felony, and then a 40% portion for the second, for 7 years. The only exception to that, and the only thing that they're willing to kind of help you out with, is if you can help us out with this.
And by so, he means like, give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder.
So that's what they said to you.
Yes. Yes.
And let me just identify a couple of people here. The first person speaking to you, telling you that, first he says, I talked to McKay. McKay is the prosecutor in Wasatch County Drug Court, right?
Correct.
McKay King.
Yes, correct.
All right. And that in talking to McKay King, you may be getting 7 years in prison on your state case.
Correct.
But if you help him out, that's not going to happen.
Correct.
And by helping him out, that means you need to give us the details that will ensure that Kouri gets convicted, correct?
Correct.
And you are willing to do whatever it takes to save yourself from getting kicked out of drug court and going to prison, correct?
I'm willing to go forward with the truth, yes.
And you tell them, I'll do whatever it takes.
Yes.
That means incriminating me, yes.
But then you tell them, but I need a blueprint about what happened. Because you don't know what happened, right?
Maybe I just needed, I guess you want to call it a blueprint, kind of a layout of what was going on.
That's right. You said you need to lay out for me what you want, right?
Not lay out what they want, lay out what had happened or what.
Look at page 80.
Page what?
80 of the same May 2nd.
Okay, correct.
You need a blueprint. You need to lay it out for me. Correct?
It just says a blueprint, yes.
All right. And then you said, I'll do whatever because you struggled really hard to get where it is. I'll do whatever it takes. Correct? That's not on that page. I'm asking if you remember that.
Sorry, yes.
It's fine. Okay. You did tell them that. And so they say, all right, that's great. We'll go to the prosecutor and we'll try and hammer out a deal for you. Correct?
Correct.
Now, do you recall, and if you don't, you can turn to page 69, that during that meeting, Detective O'Driscoll asked you to write down everything that you could remember for your next meeting, to help out with the next meeting. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you ever do that? Did you write that out?
No.
Okay. I just wondered if that had happened. All right. Now, you tell them, and I think you said this again today, that after you got pills from Susan Kohler, the next set of pills you got were light green pills, correct?
Correct.
Katie, can you pull up exhibit 1030? Can you see that, Ms. Lauber?
Yes, I
Does that look similar, or I don't know, how close do those look to the pills that you received?
Those are dark green.
Okay, so the pills you got were even lighter green than that.
Yes, those are darker.
Okay. Can I admit that? For comparison, she says the pills were lighter than the pills in those pictures, in that picture.
No, Your Honor, authenticity.
I can blow it up bigger. It's just a picture of the pills.
Just a picture.
If it's just the picture of the two pills,
Tablets, yeah, that's fine.
but there's a whole lot of
No, how about, can we just publish this? We don't have to, do you want to admit this as a redacted copy or just publish it?
Let's admit it as a redacted copy for now.
Any objection?
if we redact everything around the pills.
Yeah, I think what we're talking about here is this, what's on the counsel and witness screen, Mr. Bloodworth.
She's redacting it in real time.
There you
Is there
go.
a second page? No, I'm sorry, is there a second?
No. Oh. I don't think so.
Yeah, that too. Should we? If we want to publish the photo of the two pills now, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll mock
And
up.
then redact it later and.
Understood. Let's publish just the photograph of the tablets. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, pausing there for just a moment.
So your memory is the first pills you got from Mr. Crozier were an even lighter green color than that.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if they said anything on them? Like those pills say something on them.
I don't recall. Like I said, they were in a little plastic bag. I didn't sit there and count them and play with them.
Okay. Now, you now have a conversation with the detectives. We can take that down. Thank you, Katie. And they are telling you, well, you asked for blues. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then they ask you, actually, some of the same questions I was asking you. They're asking you, you asked for what are M30s? Do you remember they were asking about M30s and Roxys or Oxys?
I don't recall.
Okay, why don't you turn to page 90? It's over 90 and 91.
Whoops.
All right, and they're asking you about M30s. You see that? You're on page 90.
I am on 90.
What's the question, Ms. Lewis?
Yeah, what's
The question is, they ask you what M30s are, and you tell them that M30s are either Roxys or Oxys, correct?
correct? I'm not seeing the question in here at all.
All right, well, maybe you just remember. They asked you what M30s were, and you told them M30s are Roxys or Oxy, which is oxycodone, correct?
Ms. Lover, I'm sorry, we're getting confused here. I need you to be more specific about when you're asking her, whether it's something in the transcript or if you're asking something based on her memory.
Okay. Do you remember that they asked you what M30s were? Or they asked you about M30s?
Yes, that's right here.
And you told them M30s would be Roxys or oxycodone?
Yes.
Oxys.
Yes.
But isn't it true that Sergeant O'Driscoll says, no, M30s are fentanyl? And I'm not using his exact words, but he tells you M30s are fentanyl.
Yes.
And you say, well, what did you say? Do you remember? Is it there?
I don't recall.
Did you
Let me
say,
see.
oh, okay, see, that's how much I don't really deal with them.
Yes, with fentanyl, yes.
Okay, because you don't know anything about fentanyl.
No, not really.
And every time, we'll strike that. Kouri Richins, she never did ask you for fentanyl, correct?
No, I had told her what Robbie had. She said, okay, go ahead and get the fentanyl.
That's your testimony today?
Yes, she did ask for, when I told her what I had, that's what she said, yes.
That's the first time you've said that, though, right?
No.
You told them that Kouri never asked for fentanyl.
In jail or, now I'm confused. Can you repeat the question?
You told authorities during the course of these interviews that Kouri Richins never asked for fentanyl.
Yes.
And you kept telling them during this interview that you got Roxys.
The ones from Susan Kohler, yes.
They tell you that you got fentanyl for Kouri Richins, correct?
No, when I reached out to Nicole Cummings, she would reach out to Robbie. Robbie's one who told me that he can give fentanyl.
That's your recollection today.
Yes.
That wasn't your recollection then, though, was it?
No, like I said, it was a lot to process. I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
Okay. But what you do tell them is not that Kouri didn't ask for fentanyl. She asked for the Michael Jackson drug.
Yes.
You tell them that.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't know what that is.
No.
And you Google it.
Yes.
And you discover that it's a drug called propofol.
Yes.
And propofol is not fentanyl.
No.
It's a sleeping drug, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Ms. Lover, we couldn't hear you.
Correct.
All right. But then They keep telling you that you must have given her fentanyl, correct?
I don't recall them saying that that's what.
You turn to page 124. And while you're looking, let me just, so up to this point, you've told them you got Oxycontin, Roxy's from, or I said Oxycontin, oxycodone, from Susan, that you were, Kouri asked you for the Michael Jackson drug, that you didn't know what that was. And then they tell you it's fentanyl. And you said, well, they tell you M30s are fentanyl. And you said, well, I didn't know that. Just to recap. And now at this point, you say, well, I must have asked for fentanyl. Because why else would I have asked unless Kouri told me to ask for fentanyl, right?
Correct.
Ms. Lover, I need you to speak loud.
Correct, sorry.
And as you turn to page 125, you say, I want to say that is the only way that got in my head.
Correct.
So you're telling them, well, I guess Kouri must have asked for fentanyl because how else, why else would we be talking about fentanyl?
When I reached out to Nicole, she gave me Robbie's number. Robbie said that he had a friend with, I asked for the fentanyl, or he said he had fentanyl, and I had reached back to Kouri and said that he has some fentanyl.
Okay, we're going to come back to that because this is a new story today that you've never told before. But let's talk about the story you told on this day. This day, you said, how else did I get fentanyl in my head? Right?
Correct.
Ms. Lover, isn't it fair to say you got fentanyl in your head from Detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard? They're the ones that put fentanyl in your head.
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Because up till this point in the interview, you've said, no fentanyl. I don't deal in fentanyl. I didn't get her fentanyl. I got her Roxy's. I got her Oxys. Oh, she asked for Michael Jackson drugs. Oh, I guess I got her fentanyl. How else would fentanyl be in my head? Right? That's what's happened up to this point.
Correct.
And the only person up to this point who has put the word fentanyl in your head are these detectives, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Lover, you're on the stand. At that point, they are the ones that told you it was fentanyl.
They're the ones that told me that Eric passed away from fentanyl.
They're the ones that put the word fentanyl in your head.
They're the ones that told me that that's where Eric passed away from.
Okay. But during this interview, you're very confused about what happened because first you told them that you dropped the oxys from Susan in the fire pit. Correct?
Correct.
And then you tell them you gave Kouri some pills standing in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
But you told them the pills in the driveway were not the pills from Susan, they were the light green pills that you got later, correct?
No, I believe I said that the ones that Susan gave me, she came and picked up in my driveway.
Let's go to page 135 of that interview. Where did you tell them you left the pills?
Just combined. Yes, no.
Oh, okay.
There's, oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'll just show it.
I'm looking at three different transactions. There's a common for Susan, and another one, and then another one. So there's three different ones. Yeah, there's three different ones right here. So they're the ones in my driveway.
Folks, we can't have a private conversation here. I need you to pull that microphone back.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. She was explaining, and I'll
I
ask the
know, that
question
may be,
based
but-
on that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Carmen. All right. So you're saying at this point now that you're telling them about 3 transactions.
Right here it says that.
And it says, go ahead, tell me what you said.
It says combined, yes, because the ones from Susan, and then the green ones, and then there was the other ones that were the fire pit. The third one was the fire pit.
But you don't tell them that the ones from Susan were in the driveway during this interview, correct?
I don't recall.
All right. But then later on, you tell them that, let's go to page 159. Because you change your story. Tell me if you recall this. Go to page 159, then I'll ask you. I'm sorry, I know
This is a lot.
You would just pause and listen to Ms. Lewis's question. Thank you.
Do you have it on the page?
Yes,
Okay,
159.
Listen to my question, and then if you don't remember, I'll have you look at the page, okay?
Okay.
So you changed your story and you said, no, the first time wasn't in the driveway or the fire pit. The first time was in a cup in a closet inside the Midway house. You tell them that at this interview. Do you recall that?
I don't recall.
Okay, look at the page there.
No, this just says one was at the house.
It says in the closet.
One was in the closet and one was in the fire. Sorry.
The first time was in a cup in a closet in the Midway house.
It doesn't say the first time. It just says one of them.
All right, fair. Now, when was that then that you left it in a cup in the closet?
Would have been the third one.
You think it was the
I
third
think
one?
I do believe so. Yes.
Now, the third one, which the original third one or the new third one? Because originally you said there were only 3 transactions, 1 from Susan, 2 from Robbie. Now you're saying there's 4, 1 from Susan, 3 from Robbie. So are we talking about the original third transaction or the new third transaction?
Your Honor, objection foundation, they're the same transaction.
I think she said the transaction. She
There
said
would be
no.
the third one, no matter what you do.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what?
The third is the third, no matter what you do.
It's the fourth that
Yeah,
was added.
it's sustained. It's the fourth that was added.
All right, well, now, then let me reframe it. The third one originally would be the last transaction. Now, the third one would not be the last transaction. So are you talking about, because originally you said you were 3 transactions. So when you said the third, did you mean the last transaction?
When I say that, I mean the 3 from Robbie, including Susan's or excluding Susan's.
Well, this time you said there weren't 3 from Robbie. There were 2 from Robbie.
I don't recall that.
All right, we'll get back to that in another interview where you talk about that. For now, let me ask you this. Do you know when you left the pills in the cup in the Midway house? What approximate date?
I don't know approximate date.
Was it after February 11th? You testified on direct you bought pills from Susan on February 11th.
Yes.
So it would be after February 11th.
That second one would have been in my driveway. The third one would have been in the other house, the Midway house.
Okay, so that would have been sometime in February.
Approximately, yes.
All right. What was inside the Midway house at that time when you went into the house and left it in a cup in the closet?
It was pretty empty. There was just doing some construction stuff on it, and in the closet, she told me there would be a box with some coffee cups.
Okay. And were there any boxes in the house or just in the closet?
There was just the one in the closet. I didn't go looking in the house.
Got it. Now, as you're going through this interview with them at this time, you tell them again, I don't really know. My memory is messed up. It's foggy.
Yes, possibility.
Do we need to find it?
No.
Do you remember saying that? My memory's messed up.
I don't recall.
I'll turn to page 213.
What was your question?
That you told them your memory's messed up and it's foggy.
I don't see it on page 215.
213,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
213. 215. Correct.
Okay. And then you also told them during that interview, I bought pills for Kouri 3 times, period. That's on page 165 if you don't remember saying that. If you remember that, you can just say, yes, that's, I remember.
I don't recall.
Okay.
What page?
165.
Yes. It says 3 purchases were. Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, all 3 purchases were before it. Yes.
You said there were 3 purchases all before Eric died.
Correct.
All right. They come back later and tell you that's not correct, right? That's not on the page. I'm just asking you. Did they come back another day and say, no, the last purchase was after Eric died?
The 4th one?
The new 4th one, yes.
Correct. Actually, yes, correct.
All right. You didn't remember that.
I don't recall.
All right. Finally, at the end of this interview, where you've said, and I'm not going to go through it all again, we've been through all the different things you said like 3 times. You said to them, just write it all down and I'll sign it.
I don't recall saying that.
Page 183.
Oh, yes.
You did. You said, write it all down, I'll sign it.
They wanted me to write it, and I didn't want to write.
No, they didn't want you to write it. You asked them to write it all down for you and you'll sign it. Because to their credit, they said, well, no, that's not how this works.
Your Honor, objection.
To what?
I'd be a little bit more specific.
That wasn't a question, that was testimony and argument.
No,
It
the
is
question.
argumentative.
All right. I'll say it in a nicer tone.
You
They-
have to ask a question.
They told you, or I'm sorry, you told them, write it all down and I will sign it, correct?
I asked if they could write down my statement, yes.
Right. You asked them to write it all down for you, correct?
To write my statement, yes.
For you.
As we wrote it down, as we spoke about it, yes, they asked them
And
if
you
they
would
could
just-
write it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to over. You would just sign whatever they wrote
No, not sign whatever they wrote. My statement.
that they were going to write for you, correct?
I asked if they could write it as I did it, as I
That's-
spoke about it.
That's not what you said here. You said, write it all down and I'll sign it, correct?
Your Honor, objection asked and answered.
I'm not sure we got a clear answer. I'm still not sure what's on that page. So the question, Ms. Lawbert, just so we can move on from here, is whether the transcript shows
It
what
says
Ms.
yes.
Lewis states.
Can you guys write it and I can sign it?
Thank you. All right. We're going to move to the May 3rd interview because they come back. I think it might just be Detective Maynard that comes back on May 3rd. I don't know if you recall. According to my notes, Detective Maynard comes back on May 3rd.
I know Maynard came one day, but I don't recall the date.
All right. So that interview starts out with Detective Maynard saying to you, well, because of what we came up with, it doesn't look like you're going to be charged. Remember that?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. You're having a very, I mean, and I understand it's just 3 years ago. It's hard to
Yes.
remember.
It's a lot to process, period.
Okay. But you remember it now. Right?
Yes.
Okay. But 4 years after it happened, you remember it. But a year after it happened, you didn't remember it.
What was the question?
It was probably not a very good question. I'm going to ask it again. Okay. Sitting here today, you can't remember anything you said in these interviews. Well, not anything. That's not fair. A lot of what you said in these interviews, you can't remember.
This was 4 years ago.
This was 3 years
Well,
ago.
3 years
yes.
ago, yes.
But sitting here today, you remember very well what happened 4 years ago with these now 4 transactions.
Correct.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's look at page 3 of the interview on May 3rd.
What page?
Page 3 of the May 3rd interview. It might be in the next book, book 2.
Now what page? Sorry.
Page 3.
Okay, what was the question?
Detective Maynard starts out this interview by saying, because of what we came up with yesterday, you're not going to be charged.
Correct.
And you tell him, again, I'm willing to do whatever. Do you recall saying that?
I say, oh, okay.
Do you recall saying I'm willing to do whatever?
Yes.
Okay. All right. They tell you that they're going to have to talk to Susan Kohler, right?
Yes.
And that they tell you that, well, Susan could end up being charged with murder if her pills led to someone's death, correct?
I don't recall that.
Page 11.
Oh, what's wrong page?
And they tell you Susan could be charged with murder, but you're not going to be because you are helping us.
Correct.
All right. Now they start to ask you about Nicole Cummings. You brought her up a couple of times, but this is really the first time during the interviews that you talk with the detectives about Nicole Cummings.
Correct.
All right. And this is after you said that Kouri said, I need something stronger, maybe the Michael Jackson drug.
Correct.
All right. And you contact Nicole Cummings, who you knew. Were you roommates briefly? Is that how you knew her?
She was my roommate's son's girlfriend.
Roommate's son's girlfriend. Okay. So
the bedroom I rented, It wasn't my house. I rented a room.
Okay.
And her kids stayed there, and his girlfriend would
Okay, that makes sense.
pop. Yeah.
Okay. And at that time, Nicole Cummings was a user.
Correct.
All right. So you reach out to Nicole Cummings to maybe get something stronger than the prescription oxy that you had got from Susan Kohler.
I think it was after the second one.
Well, it couldn't have been because you met Robbie through Nicole, right?
Sorry. Okay, are we talking about, this is where I get confused because we have the three. So if we're eliminating Susan's, just talking about Robbie's?
No, we're
talking
still
about Susan's.
We're talking about after you bought from Susan the first time.
Okay.
You get a text from Kouri saying, my investor wants something stronger, maybe the Michael Jackson drug, which you don't know what that is.
No.
But it's not fentanyl.
No.
And that's when you do a Facebook message to Nicole asking her to get you something.
I actually have her.
I know what you're going to say because I said that wrong. You did a Facebook message to Nicole saying you needed to talk to her.
Correct.
All right. And when you talked to her, you said, I'd like some Roxy 30s.
I just asked her if she knew anybody that could get some pills.
That's your memory is. So you don't remember saying, can you get me some Roxy 30s or.
I think I named off a variety. If she could get me, I think I named off a variety of pain pills.
Roxy 30s or blues, you said.
Yes.
What did that word mean to you at that time, blues?
Blues mean on the street that they are a man-made drug.
Okay. So we're talking about early 2022. Blues at that time did not necessarily mean fentanyl, right?
No, they meant fentanyl on the street. The street drug is blues for fentanyl.
I know that became the street name for blues, but did it mean that when you reached out to Nicole?
Blues are blues.
All right. Okay. And she told you need to talk to my friend Robert Crozier.
She said I had a friend.
She arranged, like, gave
me his number.
Okay. But you don't remember, at least at that time, you didn't know what date that was.
No.
And they're trying to help you figure out when you bought pills from Robert Crozier.
Sorry, what was the question?
Detective Maynard, I guess I said they, but I think maybe
You
it's
said
just
they,
Maynard. Was trying to help you figure out the dates that you bought pills from Robert Crozier.
Yes.
And they tell you contacted him twice for drugs. Robert Crozier.
I don't recall if that's what they told me.
We'll look at page 87.
Okay, what was your question?
They're trying to help you figure out the dates, and they tell you they find two dates that you contacted Robert Crozier by looking at your phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. You actually didn't remember Robert Crozier's name initially, right?
I actually knew him as he was up in Ogden.
Okay. Called him like the Ogden dude or something like that, right?
Somewhere up, the Ogden guy.
And they helped you figure out his name, right?
Actually, I told him if you would bring me if I had my phone, I could link them together.
Okay. And that, they did. They found his contact in your phone, right?
Yes, it said Robbie and Nicole.
Okay. All right. So
they say you contacted him twice for pills, and you said, yes, that's probably right. I was probably meeting him for pills.
Correct.
And then you tell them, I hope that helps you.
Correct.
And they say, well, we need more detail than that.
They said I had to go into more detail.
They told you they needed more detail.
That I needed to go into more detail.
Okay. All right. So you're going back over again and about the first buy from Susan during this interview, correct? And today, or not today, I'm sorry, that day, May 3rd, is when you tell them that you fronted the money to pay Susan, right? Correct?
For Susan, yes.
Okay. But the day before, that's not what you told them.
I do not recall.
Okay, let's go back to the interview the day before, May 2nd.
Okay.
And go to the other binder with the May 2nd interview.
What page?
Ooh. Might have to help here. Go to page 40. Actually, maybe could you pull up 40? If I don't know what's quicker for you two or for me to walk up there. Actually, would you take that off that? All right. So the day before, you tell Detective O'Driscoll and Agent Sorensen that somebody left the money for you in the fire pit. Look at the bottom. No, we need to go to the next page. So in that interview, you're telling them you picked up the money in the fire pit, and then you picked up the pills, and then you went back to the Midway house and left the pills in the fire pit. That's what you told them on May 2nd.
Okay, what was the question? Sorry, I was just reading.
Okay. That on that day, you said the money was in the fire pit and you left the pills in the fire pit. We're talking about the pills that Susan Kohler sold you. That's what you tell them on May 2nd.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And you said, I never exchanged money with Kouri.
Correct.
Okay. But now the next day you said, no, I fronted the money to Susan. And then I went and put the pills and picked up the money all at the same time.
I don't recall that.
Okay, let's go back to May 3rd. Page 108, going over to 109.
Which binder?
The May 3rd interview binder 2.
Okay, go to what page?
108 to 109. That's when you changed your story to that you fronted the money to Susan, correct?
I'm on page 108.
So over to 109.
I've got to be in the wrong binder.
Need some help?
Yeah, I think I'm confused on the binders. Because that one's showing different. Oh, yep, I was in the wrong binder. Yep, sorry, I was in the wrong binder.
That's fine. Okay.
They're confusing me. Let me get this one out of the way.
Well, it's confusing.
Yes.
Okay. So that's where you're telling them, I didn't get any cash from Kouri ever.
I'm not sure what question is pending this.
Yes.
All right.
What's your question?
I was backing up a little. I'm going to back up a little from the last question. You said you didn't get any money from Kouri ever. And then you said that you fronted the money to Susan.
Correct.
And then later got it in the fire pit. That's what you told them on this interview.
Correct, but I think I was mixing up the purchases.
That's not what you told them.
Your question?
Okay. I'm saying that's not what you told them, correct?
Correct.
You told them it was the Susan Kohler purchase.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So, and then they go back and they're still telling you, well, you still might be looking at time, state and federal time, right?
Correct.
But they tell you you're getting a big, giant get out of jail free card because of you helping us. Remember them telling you that?
I don't know if those were the exact words, but
Page 112.
something like that.
Bottom of 112 over to 113.
Correct.
Okay, you're getting a big, giant get out of jail free card from us.
Correct.
From them. Okay. And I think actually Detective O'Driscoll was there at this interview. I think he's the one that told you that, right?
No, it's Detective Maynard.
Okay. I still think he was there, but we'll move on. But all right. Thank you for clarifying that. All right. Because go to page 116. This is where Detective O'Driscoll.
Okay.
See this? First, I'm just going to ask you if you remember, and if you don't, then look down at the page, okay?
Okay.
Do you remember that Detective O'Driscoll tells you something to the effect that this whole case is hinged on you, and you have to finish painting the picture because they don't have enough yet?
Correct.
Okay. So you go through your story again, correct?
Just listen to Ms. Lewis's question.
They go through so you try and go through the story again, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you tell them again that Kouri said, I need some pills for an investor with back problems the first time she reached out, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell them that you know for a fact the first 2 times you bought pills were not fentanyl.
I don't recall that.
All right, let's go to page 127. No, actually, I'm sorry. Let's go to page 131, I think it is.
So 131?
Yes. Let me see. I'm not sure which page. Right. Okay. Do you see down towards the bottom of the page? All right. So I know for a fact the first ones weren't. That doesn't help when you blow it up here. And then let's go to, do you see that? I'm sorry.
Yes.
All right. And let's go to 134.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. What was the question you were asking?
The question was, on this page, she says, I know the first time wasn't fentanyl. She said, correct. Right?
Oh, sorry. I didn't know you were asking a question. What was it?
So at this point, you say, I know for sure the first time wasn't fentanyl. Correct?
It says here, I know for a fact the first one in the beginning was not fentanyl.
Okay. Now, can I see page 134? Okay. I'm going to look at, I can't find the exact spot I'm looking for right now. So I'm going to go back to that.
Counsel, may I just have a quick scheduling conversation with you?
Yeah. At the bench?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Just briefly.
I think you're right, Lady Comfort. I have had the impression for quite a while now that the judge is not enjoying this at all. This woman, I'm sorry, like not all heroes wear capes. She is doing amazingly, right? And it just makes you, to me, it makes me conscious of the fact that so many amazing people end up being destroyed by abuse, which sends them into addiction, right? This woman has got the balls of a burglar in a different way.
Yeah, I think this will be an all right place to stop.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess for the evening. My now becoming traditional warning, please, though, hear me out. Do not talk about the case. Do not let anyone talk to you about the case. Please affirmatively avoid listening to, reading, or watching any report about the case on any source. Please do not do any internet searches about the case or anything you heard in the courtroom at all. Please enjoy your evening. Travel safe. We'll start again tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Please rise for the jury. Have a seat. Thank you. Ms. Lauber, I appreciate your patience today. I need you to come back tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Okay. I need you to be here ready to go again at 8:30 a.m.
Okay.
All right. An important instruction. Between now and then, you cannot talk to anyone about your testimony. You can say things like, I have to be back in court at 8:30 a.m. They're not done. But the substance, the questions, can't talk about any of that. It's as if you're still on the stand. Can you do that? All right. You can step down. Please travel safe. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, I'd like to make a record regarding the note from the jury, the action we took. Any objection?
No objection.
A note from the jury.
The note regarding the jury,
Oh, I understand. Thank you.
not from the jury.
I got it.
I think this was written by a juror.
Oh,
Oh, I did understand.
Yeah, this was passed out from a juror. So during an afternoon recess, a juror passed a note to one of the bailiffs that read, quote, Judge, I'm having a little trouble with the handwriting, so bear with me here. Are there members of the audience in the courtroom that are sketching members of the jury? Question mark. Is that allowed without consent? Question mark. It is distracting and a concern. Please advise. In response to this note, court staff confirmed that there was a member of the spectators that was in fact sketching jurors and identifying the sketches by juror number. That sketchbook was confiscated. The sketches of the jurors were removed from the sketchbook. That person has been removed as a spectator, will not be allowed back in. We cannot have anyone doing anything to identify the jurors in any way. And then the jurors were informed by a bailiff, not by me, that we responded in that way, so they do not have to speculate about whether that's continuing. Okay, Mr. Bloodworth, anything further on that?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
no, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else on the record before we recess, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Counsel?
No.
Okay. We'll recess for the evening. Please travel safe. Take care.
All right.
Court's in recess. Thank you.
Yeah, I see what I feel the same way, Beth. It seems like she would very badly need to decompress from all of that, and yet she has to go home and keep it all in. So that's really hard. I'm just gonna get the dog's ball where it has lodged itself in my boot. Hang on a second, I'll be right back. Okay, hang on. There we go. Where is it? Here you go. Okay, sorry. So, okay, well, that was exhausting listening to that horrible person, but I guess that's what this is all about. Yeah, I'm a little worn out. This has been a kind of a long stretch. This is the longest I've ever been online, although obviously I wasn't having to talk. So, I feel like, yeah, probably, Mary, right? Because it's privileged, isn't it? Those kind of conversations. But I mean, I wonder if she would know that, and be able to take advantage of it. But yeah, sending her some good vibes. She did amazing on the stand there. How? Like, I would have been shooting daggers at that woman with my eyes, but she was incredibly composed. And she didn't, I mean, she cried, and, that's fair enough, but she didn't allow herself to be bullied. And in that room, under those circumstances, with that browbeating going on, my God, she was incredible. And I really hope that Kouri is feeling like an absolute piece of crap right now, because intimidating this woman didn't work. And I hope that she goes back to her cell and has an absolutely god-awful time of it. Because what the hell? What a thing to do to that lovely person who literally only ever tried to help her out, right? It's disgusting. Yeah, thanks, Mary. Who said that? Hang on. Beth. Thank you, Beth. I am super delighted to have you guys here. I have been so much enjoying this little community that we have going here. And everybody is so thoughtful in their comments, and nobody is being a trolling jerk or saying stupid or unnecessarily frass or, just trolly behavior. So I'm very pleased about that. You guys all seem to have such big hearts and thoughtful minds. So I'm going to go now. I'm super tired. It's 4 o'clock where I am. The dog has not had a proper walk today because I've been here all day, and he is currently driving me insane with his ball. So I am going to say goodnight, and I am going to make up another live stream for tomorrow. Boss Lady, I believe you have said you can be here while I'm running around doing field trips and stuff. So I will look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. I'll start the live stream at the same time, which is 7:30 my time, 8:30 court time. But I won't be online here for probably about 2.5 hours after that, because I have to drive my own group of kids, and then I have to park that bus and go get another bus and drive another group of kids to a field trip. So that's my story, and I will look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thank you. Good night, Beth. Good night, Boss Lady. Good night, Cabby. Good night, Sigma. Good night, Mary. Good night, Batty McBatface. And if I've missed anybody, it's not because I don't love you. Okay, see y'all tomorrow.